Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are joining us from in Africa, the Caribbean, across the United States and beyond. My name is Mohamed Salou Kamara. I'm a professor of history, philosophy, and mass communication at Howard University and the current chair of the Department of African Studies at that university. Thank you for coming to the Howard University Virtual Pan-African Symposium on the consequential theme, digital learning in global Africa during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of this symposium is to bring together scholars, researchers, higher education executives, diplomats, policy experts, and students from the African continent and the global African diaspora to reflect on the challenges and opportunities that the COVID-19 pandemic has created for higher learning and research in Africa and the diaspora. It is also to enable us to collaboratively leverage lessons learned from the pandemic and advance education and research through innovative incorporation of digital technology. With that in mind, it is now my honor and privilege to introduce the Provost and Chief Academic Officer of Howard University and invite him to give the welcome remarks and officially open the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professor Anthony Wuto.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening as well. And I want to welcome each of you to Howard University on a virtual level. It's certainly my honor and my pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of the entire university community and to certainly thank Professor Kamara for organizing this very critical and key symposium. I also want to thank the various collaborating entities and institutions who have helped to present this very key program. The College of Arts and Sciences at Howard University, the Graduate School, the Department of World Languages and Cultures, the Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communications and the Cathy Hughes School of Communications, the Center for African Studies, our newly formed Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership, the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa, and Bowie State University Department of History and Government. Like nearly every other academic institution of higher learning around the world, when we were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic in this country, it was around March of 2020. We had to immediately move our academic programs virtually and online. But I think it also created the opportunity for us to expand our global footprint, not only providing educational opportunities for our own students, but really considering in a significant way how Howard University could continue to meet the mission of the institution and provide educational opportunities for those interested in Howard, but may not have ever had the opportunity to be in Washington, DC. We've also seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has had devastating impact, particularly in developing countries and in countries in Africa and throughout the African diaspora. So as we continue to manage through this pandemic and as we take a forward-looking approach at what education may offer post-pandemic, it certainly is going to include a more significant footprint of digital learning, a more significant footprint of online and virtual instruction. And we have to also look at this as an opportunity to continue to provide educational opportunities and experiences for our students and those who are seeking the education that we can provide. One of the other things that I think that the pandemic has afforded us is the ability to be more collaborative, to be more interdisciplinary, and to think of ways that we can collaborate with partnering institutions with similar missions that are based in Africa, that are based in the Caribbean, that are based in South America, that are based in Europe and Asia and other places where there's significant people from throughout the African diaspora that can be connected through this digital foundation. We certainly know that technology is going to continue to play a significant role in our educational experience. And we certainly know that there are things that we can learn from each other, both how we have navigated through this pandemic, how we've continued to provide educational opportunities for our students and for our communities, but also lessons that we can learn from the pandemic itself and ways that we can help our individual communities and countries progress back to some sense of normalcy. So again, I want to thank Professor Kamara and the organizing committee for organizing this symposium. I certainly think that this is one step in a broader opportunity for us to be more collaborative, more interdisciplinary, and learn key lessons from each other. I look forward to hearing the groundbreaking discussions that are going to take place and how that we can continue to use, even in a moment of crisis, how we can use this opportunity to further educational experiences for our communities, our countries, and for the world. Thank you again for joining us, and I look forward to the next steps that will take place during this symposium and the plans that we will make going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Wuto, and we are definitely honored to have you as our leader and to champion this cause. At this point, I would like quickly to recognize the organizing committee for this symposium. They are Dr. Nsia Clark, Associate Professor in the Department of African Studies, Dr. Anita Plummer, Assistant Professor in the Department of African Studies, Dr. Krista Johnson, Associate Professor in the Department of African Studies and Director of the Center for African Studies at Howard University, Professor Leonard Muaka, Chair of the Department of World Languages and Cultures at Howard University, Professor Kebuma Langmia, Chair of the Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communication at Howard University, Professor Benjamin Ara of the Department of History and Government at Bowie State University, and Professor Mary Ann Sefoker of the Department of World Languages and Cultures. And I would like at this point to seize the honor that is mine to introduce the keynote speaker for this Pan-African Symposium, Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the African Union to the United States, Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafudze. Ambassador Suka Mafudze's core mandate in her current position is to enhance and maintain existing bilateral ties that will strengthen democratic institutions, advance trade and investment, knowledge sharing, and promote peace and security mutual relationships between the United States and all African member countries. A career diplomat with experience that spans the African continent, Ambassador Suka Mafudze helped lead diplomacy for more than 2 decades in a variety of top government positions in her home country, Zimbabwe. She served as Zimbabwe's ambassador to Sudan, South Sudan, from 2010 to 2019, and most recently as the ambassador of Zimbabwe to the Republic of Malawi. While ambassador to Malawi, she chaired the group of regional ambassadors representing the South African Development Community SADC, Southern African Development Community SADC, a regional economic community comprising 16 member states, with an agreed objective to coordinate efforts and settle issues of a contested national election. The ambassadors engaged deeply with the African Union election observers and other international observers. In 2007, Ambassador Suka Mafudze was the executive director of community development, where she was responsible for the day-to-day running of an organization and technical professional staff who interfaced with the government, civil society, and private sector. From 2000 to 2005, Ambassador Suka Mafudze served as an elected member of Zimbabwe's parliament. As one of the few women parliamentarians, she was an influential voice committed to ensuring Zimbabwe's laws were balanced and served the interests of the poor and other marginalized groups, including women, youth, the elderly, and children. Ambassador Susa Mafudze has an MA in International Relations and the World Order from the University of Leicester in the UK, a Bachelor of Science degree with honors in Sociology and Gender Development from the Women's University in Africa, based in Marondera, Zimbabwe. Her other professional and academic training include the United Nations Senior Mission Leadership course, Interaction Leadership from the British Council, a professional certificate in networking leadership, diplomacy and mediation skills, leading in conflict environments and skills for conflict transformation. Ambassador Suka Mafudze is fluent in English with working knowledge of French and some Southern African languages, including Shona and Ndebele. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Ambassador Hilde Suka Mafudze of the African Union.
Hello. Muted. Oh, is it muted? Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Good morning.
Oh my God, but it's saying your microphone is mute. Okay, it's unmuted now, but I can't see my video. I'm sorry, technology here.
Click on the video.
On the video, showing. It's not showing the access to the video. All right.
I have just sent you an invite to start your video. Are you able to see that?
No, it's not here. Oh, wow. It's good to you to start your video. Okay. Yes, I've seen it.
There we go. We can see you now.
You can see me now.
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you for the generous introduction. I'll begin my salutations and say, Professor Mohamed Kamara, chair of the Department of African Studies at the Harvard University, dear colleagues, ambassadors, esteemed faculty members, and students of different universities in Africa and in the USA, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to address you this morning. At the foremost, let me express my sincere gratitude to Professor Mohamed Kamara for the invitation. It is always my pleasure to take part in Harvard University activities and consolidate the existing working partnership between the African Union Mission and Howard University. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate Howard University for the recent launch of the Center for Women, Gender and Global Leadership in October 2021, with the mission of building an interdisciplinary global center for excellence focused on Black women issues, feminist activism, and transformational leadership. This virtual Pan-African Symposium on digital learning in global Africa during and after the COVID pandemic is taking place at a crucial moment when the entire world is forced to adapt to the new reality caused by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. I am pleased that this symposium is jointly organized by the African and US universities. This shows the willingness of building sustainable partnership based on mutual understanding. The symposium is being held against the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic. Africans and diaspora communities in general have been heavily impacted as the COVID-19 perseveres. Families continue to lose their loved ones. I humbly request that we observe a moment of silence in their memories. I thank you. Also, the African Union Mission and I are in solidarity with those who have severely been impacted by the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many have lost jobs. Small businesses are struggling to stay afloat. If not already closed, people are struggling with rent, mortgage, and many other vital resources. In addition, the majority of our community members are healthcare professionals who are frontline workers and many others in service industries. We acknowledge and deeply commend their work. Ladies and gentlemen, schools, colleges, and universities, as other communities have been challenged to deliver to their core functions. The good news is that those institutions have the ability to adapt and turn challenges into opportunities, which is what we're experiencing right now in this forum. I am convinced that this 2-day symposium constitute an excellent avenue to discuss innovative approaches to digital learning and to strengthen partnership between African and US universities in a higher learning and research in Africa, and technology hubs in the developed world, leaving acute gaps in the local economy, particularly in the skills and investment sectors. Therefore, there is a need to identify and establish mechanisms that can transform what we are looking at, which is the digital learning, and they make a difference to the lives of the student, the children who are growing at this position, at this moment that we are moving in. My message to you today, my dear brothers and sisters in the academia, is that you are our hope for a better Africa of tomorrow. You have the tools. You have all what it takes to uplift Africa, to create hope through job creation for your young brothers and sisters on the continent. We expect a lot from you. The establishment of Pan-African Digital Consortium that will enable African universities, HBCUs, and other diaspora universities to collaboratively leverage lessons and opportunities and advance education and the research during and after the pandemic should be one of the recommendations for this symposium. Therefore, there is need to identify and establish mechanisms that can transform migration for a problem into an opportunity. I thank you for listening. I wish you a successful symposium.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafudze, Permanent Representative of African Union to the United States of America. And we are very pleased and honored to be working under your leadership on behalf of Africa.
Thank you.
At this point, before I invite panel one, I would like to again recognize the organizing committee and correct a few mistakes I made earlier. And the organizing committee is composed of, in addition to myself, Dr. Msia Clark, Associate Professor in the Department of African Studies at Howard University, Dr. Anita Plummer, Assistant Professor in the Department of African Studies at Howard University, Dr. Esther Lisanza, Assistant Professor in the Department of African Studies at Howard University, Dr. Krista Johnson, Associate Professor in the Department of African Studies and Director of the Center for African Studies at Howard University, Professor Leonard Mwaka, Chair of the Department of World Languages and Cultures at Howard University, Professor Kibuma Langmia, Chair of the Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communication at Howard University, Professor Benjamin Ara of the Department of History and Government at Bowie State University, Professor Mary Ann Sefokel of the Department of World Languages and Cultures at Howard University, and Dr. Wheeler Winstead, Assistant Director of the Center for African Studies at Howard University, and the President of the Association of African Studies Alumni. I would also like, on behalf of the committee, to acknowledge Ms. Anya Weno, Media Specialist for the Center for African Studies, and Mr. Rene Odanga, graduate student in African Studies, who have been facilitating the media side of this symposium. And at this time, I would like to invite panel one to present on the topic, policy considerations in digital learning.
Good morning, Dr. Kamara. Thank you very much to Howard University for having this wonderful symposium. And thank you also to my fellow panelists. If I could just have the panelists begin to use their video, please. And I will be acting as your moderator. By way of introduction, my name is Gia Cromer. I'm a PhD professor at National Intelligence University. I'm also the COO of Jinan Education Consultancy Group. Okay. I'm also a proud Howard University alumna, so special ties to the university. So I don't believe that some of our panelists have been able to make it. So if I can just get very quick audio check, please, for the first panel member, Dr. Honest Prosper Bowie.
Yes,
Sir,
I'm around. I'm around.
Fine, thank you, sir. And we will also present in this order. We also have with us Dr. Oleyinka Oluwakemi Adeniyi, please. So,
yes, I'm here. Hello.
hello, thank you, ma'am. and then myself, and finally, Dr. Papa Owusu Kwarteng from Ohio University. Are you here, sir? Okay, nothing heard, perhaps some technical difficulties, but we'll go ahead and get started with our panel. Our initial panel is entitled Policy Considerations and Digital Learning. So Dr. Bowie, if you would please start us off, and we'll ask the audience members if you would please make note of your questions and comments, and I will have all three of the presenters that are here so far, and also Dr. Owusu Kwarteng come on as he is able. And then we will have Q&A at the very end of the time frame, close to 10:30. Thank you very much. And turning over now to Dr. Ngowi.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to share my slides. It's taking a little bit long here. Could you share from your side, please?
As a test, yes.
Yeah, I'm sharing the slides, but it's like I'm not seeing them. Let me try again.
Sure, I'm not seeing them, sorry.
Oh, just a minute, please.
Once you share with the green share screen button, you have to double click on what you want to share.
Sure. So, yes, so here we are. I hope you see my slides now.
We see it. Yes, we have it now. Thank you.
Okay, let me go from the beginning. So as we prepare, really my paper is on really experiences during COVID-19, and I'm asking the question on whether universities should be what we do or places we go. And I'm sharing from the experience that we have seen with COVID-19, specifically in this part of the world. And I won't really go into details, but to understand that, we have seen so far, at least maybe the fourth one is coming, but we have seen 3 waves so far, and all those really have a lot of implications. And these impacts really are mainly coming due to the containment measures that we have seen. And, due to these containment measures, there have been a number of responses, including in education sector, and of course, what universities have been doing. So here I'm giving reflections mainly based on experiential knowledge and some great literature of what we have seen. We understand that normally universities have core functions, around teaching, research, consultancy, and outreach, but also dissemination in terms of conference and symposia, as we are doing now. We know that there are a lot of administrative issues that are taking place in terms of management meetings, Senate committees, and council meetings. And of course, I'm talking from a Tanzanian context or maybe African context here. But with COVID-19, a lot of ways that we have been doing things have been changed, and this has a lot of implications. For example, within the education sector, some containment measures have included lockdowns. Tanzania, for example, we did not have lockdowns, but I know quite a lot of countries where there have been lockdowns and so disrupting education. Closure of institutions. In Tanzania, universities were closed for some maybe 2 months or so, and banning of and limitation of some activities, etc., etc. All this really, especially in the first wave, brought a lot of challenges and disruption really to universities. But then as a way of now kind of reacting to this, we have seen new business models, goods and services, including in the education sector, and specifically, of course, the online platforms that have come due to COVID-19, new ways of producing and delivering things, new ways of teaching, even defenses. You know, where masters and PhD defenses had to be face-to-face. Now we see them going online. But we have seen a lot of digital education technologies, the equivalent of edtechs, you know, in the financial sector, we'd call them fintechs. Here now edtechs that have been used to deliver core functions of universities, including, of course, teaching. Now, universities now, you know, COVID-19 has a lot of implications on the universities' businesses. And in my view now, universities now have to be seeing more of what we do than places that we go. We used to go to these brick and mortar places called the universities. But now with COVID-19, we are seeing actually what we used to do in the traditional universities being done on an online platform, on the digital spaces, you know? And so really, we are seeing almost digital places somehow complementing or even replacing, you know, the brick and mortar universities. So in this context, of course, especially in the first wave and second wave, all this happened mainly by default and then planning as a reactive measure to COVID-19. And this shows us really the importance of having business continuity, that when we are having a pandemic, for example, in education, we have to go on with or without a pandemic. So we have seen the role of having wall-less visual universities, which maybe we did not appreciate so much before COVID-19. So, Chair, we have also seen, you know, there's a the need for transformational investment in infrastructure, and mainly really soft infrastructure in technology. We have seen platforms including Zoom, Microsoft, Office Teams, Blue Jeans, Clubhouse, you know, quite a lot. That have, especially in this part of the world, Africa, maybe Tanzania specifically, and by our universities, that we have not used so much before COVID-19. We have seen the need to adapt to this new way of learning, new ways of even assessing students, actually. And so, Chair, we have also seen due to COVID-19, you know, the educational market really being impacted largely. In Tanzania, we are having quite a lot of students studying in China, and then they are, you know, when they were in Tanzania, they could not go back to China. So is China losing, for example, there's students, you know, when students no longer in Tanzania, a lot of students from high class and middle class would study abroad. Now with COVID-19, maybe they are more studying at home institutions. Those are part of issues that we have seen. But some universities, for example, in China, have been innovative, and they are training their students in Chinese universities, but the students stay in Tanzania. So, you know, online platforms, Zooms and Teams, you know, those kind of stuff. So we have seen a lot of, again, recently, those what I call edtech technologies, that is education technologies, language apps, visual tutoring, video conferencing, online saving, learning software, etc., surging since COVID-19. And some, of course, are even offering free access, you know, for example, Coursera, you know, where you can see really quite a number of free courses. And this is, of course, bringing in some challenges. So this really shows us, when it comes to education, COVID-19 has shown us the need for planning, preparation for successful transition into e-learning, into online platforms, etc., etc. Yeah, but also we are seeing the need really for blended learning, but mainly the need for flexibility. And I'm saying this because some of these institutions, these universities, are controlled by regulators, and some regulators really are not as flexible as would have wanted. We have seen one university in China, in my view, showing really huge flexibility, where over 5,000 courses could just go online within 2 weeks. I understand some universities, it can take even a year or two without having even 10 courses online. Here, we are seeing that it is very important to have appropriate technology in order to be able to cope now with COVID-19. And of course, the structured environment is very important, because out of experience, we have seen students going online, but then if the environment is not structured, then there is a lot of distraction. Yes, some will be taking their classes from distance, from home, and really without structured environment, it becomes a problem. And of course, this online training, the digital space should go beyond replicating a physical class with just the videos, those kind of stuff. But we are learning that e-learning now, online learning is becoming now a new normal, and it's going mainstream really after COVID-19. And we can learn really from the world of work, from enterprises, where I think they were faster and adapted earlier for us on working from home. Yeah. But also we have issues. We have issues because much as we wanted it to go online, we have issues, especially this part of the world. And I'm talking specifically in Tanzanian context, where I have a lot of experience for the past 28 years. I've been in the universities, issues of readiness to change. Yeah, it's not everybody who is ready to change, to go and now lecture or learn from digital spaces, So we have seen issues from universities, we have seen issues from regulators, some lecturers, some support staff, and students really, who are not ready to go online. We have seen regulations, yeah, where the regulator, for example, in this part of the world, you register courses and you say these are courses that will be taught face-to-face. With COVID-19, when you go online, the regulator says the course is registered face-to-face and not online. So we have issues there with the regulators. We are also having issues of guidelines in this part of the world. We have universities and of course some regulators that provide guidelines on how to teach, guidelines for face-to-face, guideline for online teaching. Now, when guidelines are not coming and COVID-19 is in town, you might not really have time to wait until the guidelines come. When you teach online without guidelines, of course, there are issues now of compliance issues to the regulator. We have issues around infrastructure, and this is the question of readiness. In this part of the world, the soft infrastructure that can support online learning, be it computers, be it all those platforms, it can be issue. And the issue with digital technology includes availability, accessibility, affordability, and reliability. And of course, mainly affordability, for example, when we are talking about rural-urban divide, when we are talking about poor and rich, not everybody who can afford. I'm teaching in university with postgraduate students and undergraduate students. With undergraduate students, it can be rather difficult to afford, really, paying for network prices. So we also have issues around the faculty and student capacities, because as we're saying, this is something new. This is something new, yeah, in this part of the world. It's not all of them who can really shift into and change now into online teaching. Yeah, we have issues of efficiency in remote working. You work at home. If one has small kids, if the environment is not calm, then it becomes really a disturbance in this mode. But also we have issues around privacy and authenticity. Yeah, some of the argument from the regulator is, for example, when it comes to examination and examination online, how do I make sure that the student who is attempting the exam is actually the student who is supposed to be attempting the exam, the cheating part of things. So really technology, this is part of the issues here. And some subjects really might not be compatible with online delivery. Yeah, I would say, for example, lab practicals, those who are in chemistry, physics, biology, who have to do really, have to be in the lab, it can be an issue. But also we are having issues around the digital divide, and this is between and within countries, rural-urban divide, rich and poor divide. This is an issue. In most of African countries, Tanzania specifically, ownership of computers, for example, for schooling purpose is relatively a luxury, Here, almost coming to the end, is implications. COVID-19 has shown us that we need to have, what I call universal of the future, is likely to be extramural, is likely to be not a brick and mortar university, but mainly online through these digital spaces, digital platforms. So there is a need of investing appropriately by these universities, mainly in the digital space than in hard spaces. We see still universities building campuses, physical campuses, but indeed COVID-19 has shown us even post-COVID-19, post-pandemic universities are likely to be, in the digital space, in the digital platform. So there is a need really to be future ready and to be future proofed. And when it comes to regulations, they have to be smart so that they do not constrain innovations. You know, staff and students really need to be trained and retrained on the use of technology. I have some few data just taken actually by experience from my campus college, where I'm the principal. I took data for just 1 year. Time allowed, I could have taken more with a Zoom subscription from several, from a provider. It's a unit with 35 lecturers, and we used, for the whole year, only 303 Zoom minutes were used, and only 18 out of the 54 lecturers, that is 51.4%, only used the Zoom. So there is almost 50% who are not using, are not doing online teaching, and very few really dominate. You can see out of all these minutes, we are having one person, which is 2.49%, using 46% of the total time, followed by another who is using 12%. What we are saying here is, although the facility is there, although the technology is there, it's not everybody who is converted, who is using them. And of course, we are seeing that mainly it's because it has not been a must. It's not necessarily. It is really, it depends on the interest, but sometimes it can be a question of capacity to prepare Zoom classes and to run Zoom classes. The last slide here are recommendations. Really would recommend that given what COVID-19 has taught us for the past 2 years or so, there is the need of embracing more and more blended or online learning. And of course, when it comes to the regulator in the university space, really we need smart regulations that do not constrain or innovation, but also that do not compromise quality. And I'm saying this because there are a lot of universities that would have wanted to go online, that would have come with their online platform solutions, but the regulator has to give guidelines first. So if it has been almost 2 years, the regulator has not given guideline, people are still have to go, a brick and mortar kind of teaching. So we have to carefully but quickly embrace content appropriate digital technologies, because technology that would apply in the US might not be really so much the same as it is here in Tanzania. I understand for secondary school in Tanzania, when they were closed, some would have, would follow lectures on television, and that would be a national television. We need to train and retrain, to upskill and reskill, both the trainers and students on the use of these gadgets, on the use of this technology. And at the end of which, investing in software and hard infrastructure, gadgets like, laptops, phones, etc., server, like a cloud server infrastructure is very important. But most of all, we needed to ensure that we have EdTech, that education technology that is available, that is reliable, that is safe, that provides for privacy, and of course, ensure that there will be connectivity. You might get for granted in your part of the world, but in this part of the world, it's not granted that electricity will be there. It's not granted that internet connectivity will be there. Those kind of stuff. So, Chair, briefly, those are my submissions, and I beg to rest my case.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you very much for that thorough introduction to the topic and great lead off for the discussions for today. Again, if I could encourage all of the participants throughout the diaspora who are watching, if you'll make note of your questions, we will have those done at the end of the presentation. For right now, we'll go to our next presenter, Dr. Eden Yi from Strathmore University. And Madam, the floor is yours, please. Thank you. We do see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everybody. I believe I can say that. My name is Olayinka Adeni, or you can just call me Ola for short. I can see Dr. Gia struggling with the pronunciation. It's all right. Yes, I want to say thank you to the organizers of this symposium for this opportunity. And just briefly, I would present my topic here this afternoon. My topic is titled Now and Ever After the Pandemic, Considerable Thoughts for Inclusive Digital Learning in Global Africa. We all know that since the COVID, a lot of things has happened, mostly that teachings, businesses, and most communications were forced to go online, away from physical contacts. And I think it's just the same that happened everywhere, whether in Africa or in developed countries. But this afternoon, my presentation considers digital learning or education after COVID and thereafter, and it seeks to check whether it will be inclusive of vulnerable persons, especially women and girls. To do this, research looks at how digital education was before the COVID, how it is now that the COVID is receding, and how it could be after the COVID. The topic is an important intermix of gender, that is women particularly, education, law, and technology. It looks particularly at the African context and focuses on South Africa. It considers the topic through predominantly literature review and minor discussions with some South African university students and lecturers. But empirical research on the impact on women students will make the research robust. So at the end of the day, it seeks to make policy recommendations from looking at the above considerations, as well as the importance of role of policy in the discourse. So I'll be talking within this content of number one, introduction. I'll be looking at, sorry, I'm trying to shift this. I'll be looking at education before and since the COVID and the impact of education on the educational system. I'll be looking at the merits and demerits of digital education and the challenges with focus on women. I'll be looking at some laws, some policies, especially with relations with regards to sustainable development and inclusive digital education in Africa. Then I'll look at the strategies and measures for sustaining inclusive digital education even after the COVID pandemic. So generally, this is a picture of what I'm looking at: the COVID, education, digital technology, how it impacts on education, and the thought or the question, what else? How does it affect women particularly? So how has education been since the COVID? And what is the impact of COVID on the educational system? I would like to agree with Dr. Honest that just presented that the digital education is not really new. It has always been run alongside with physical education in most universities, in most places. It has always been an intermix of, it has always been a blended platform for most universities. But we see that at the earlier part of the COVID, basically everything was forced to go purely online. And I think that is still the situation presently with most institutions. In South Africa here, although we have some schools going for tests and exams physically, lectures and other things are still basically online. And what has been the impact on the educational system? Maybe for some reasons, this has affected education on a long trend. We see students being affected. A lot of them were not trained to cope with online education. They are not experienced with it. Even lecturers, at the onset of the lockdown, when education was forced to go online, a lot of schools had to do trainings. They had to have training sessions for their lecturers. I particularly know that because I had some discussions with some lecturers on how to use this digital technology, on how to prepare presentations, on how to prepare their study materials, on how to get their students engaged. Nobody was prepared for it. And so the impact on education, on the educational system, or even on individual students and lecturers is something that we might need to go a little bit further in empirical studies to be able to establish. But from the few that I've seen, it was not easy for people to easily adopt or adapt. And it affected a lot of people. I know some students who couldn't cope and then they failed. So some of them had to receive some courses to retake them this session, and nobody is sure of exactly what will happen by the next session. So the impact on education is really something that we really need to consider, like what we are considering now. Considerable thoughts when it comes to furtherance of online education, particularly in South Africa, in Africa. If we look at this, this slide, it says teachers require additional support to teach their students online. In Sub-Saharan Africa, only 64% of primary and 50% of secondary teachers have received minimum training. And this frequently does not include basic ICT skills. So there is a need for us to further on looking at the impacts. The one that I did here is basically literature and a few discussions with lecturer and students. And I don't think that one is something to write home about. And looking at that, I would like to say that it might probably be we might probably be a long line from going majorly online when it comes to digital education in Africa. So looking at the merits and demerits of digital education and its challenges on inclusive education in Africa, no doubt technology is good for us. There will be a lot of merits, a lot of advantages taking education online, like it will cut down costs, transportation, accessibility, a lot of things. But then it also has its demerits, and particularly for the female gender, the demerits of online safety, which is very important. At the onset of the COVID, there was a report that a particular Zoom platform where some students were having their education was hijacked by hijackers. And before they knew it, they had started posting obscene things on the platform for students. And personally, I've witnessed being online and somebody suddenly brings up issues that are not relevant. And then we have to start calling the admin. Please, would you please help us to shut this person out or to make sure that it's only admin that are in charge? These are some of the problems or challenges that we could have when it comes to online teachings. A lot of distractions. And then we should know that for Africa, we are not properly developed when it comes to inclusion, particularly of vulnerable people. And so those are part of the things that we may need to consider when we are talking about the furtherance of digital education in Africa. I'm trying to be brief so that we don't take time. Now, we can say that laws and policies are very important. In every society, there is no how we can do without laws and policies. In my place, we always say that in a place where there is no law, there is no offense, there is no wrong. You cannot go wrong, and you cannot be accused of any wrong. So when we have policies, it will set the environment or the platform for digital education to work or to be effective, particularly in Africa. Policies will regulate the use of digital platforms, particularly with regards to education. And this will affect the impact that this will have on education generally. And then policies will establish and direct the systems and structures that will help this to work. And on the inclusive part, policies will help bring women's status and interest to the fore, hopefully to make government accountable on their issue. I think if there is anything that this COVID has taught us as a society or as a region is the is one of the equality challenges that we have, particularly in Africa, especially with regards to women and girls. Laws, policies, technology, economic. I wrote a paper on the impact on the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 on women in South Africa and Nigeria, and it was terrible. Just from literature review, we have not talked about going on empirical research. So if there's anything that we can learn from this COVID experience, is the inequality that it has revealed when it comes to the issue of gender, and particularly with regards to technology and education in Africa. So looking at strategies and measures for sustainable inclusive digital education, even after the COVID, I can say that what we actually need is a coming together of everybody within the community. What led us to this level? Why are we here? It's not just because of the COVID. It's because of some underlying factors that has been in existence within the fabric of the society in Africa before COVID came. It is just the impact that we are seeing now, or the reflection of it now that we have the COVID. And so if there is anything that we can do, if there are strategies or measures that we can help the female gender, women and girls, when it comes to this issue and the impact of technology and education, it has to be a coming together of families, a coming together of a working together of community institutions, the government, its agencies, and everybody that falls within stakeholder in the African region. And what are we supposed to do? We'll come together and reason together. We come together and think and reflect on the impact that we have had since the COVID. How has this, those are the considerable thoughts. How has this affected education? How has it affected the use of technology? How has it affected women more than or in a different way than the other gender? If we have to look at all this and come together to bring resolutions, to bring suggestions, we'll be able to think about the way forward after the COVID. And I'm rounding up because I'm saying that the salient points on consideration, on considerable thoughts for inclusive digital learning in global Africa would include the fact that what do we have now from the exposure? What have we seen from this COVID? It's not as if there are no laws. It's not as if there are no provisions that says women should be included in technological development or education, but we have not seen it being done. We have not seen the reality. I say we have it in rhetoric and not in realism. So we need to move forward from that, so that, like I was talking about the issue of affirmative action that we have in most constitutions in Africa. But we see that mostly is what we talk about, is what we discuss, is what we see in legal provisions, in legislations. We don't have them moving beyond that point. The COVID has exposed this to us now. The status of women, especially when it comes to education, especially when it comes to the use of technology. Now we need to further this by doing research, by looking at it and considering it, and now we can move forward. We can look at the state of the continent on infrastructures. We can look at how it has, we can look at the benefits and the merits of online education system so far from the beginning of the COVID till now. We can look at the opportunities that it provides and other important factors that we can come to make decisions for the future. The future of online education, how women and girls will be impacted, and what role laws and policies can play, like I've discussed, are considerable thoughts at this point. Policy content for inclusive online education in Africa must look at gender mainstreaming. We've had it as a lot of provisions, just in rhetoric. We need further action. We need implementation. It's like we have laws in Africa. We are a continent that brags about having laws on almost everything. But the problem we have is implementing it. The problem we have is enforcing it. The problem we have is sustaining it. So from this COVID now, we have seen that it has exposed the status of women, especially when it comes to use of technology. We have women who really know about how to use these things, but a higher percentage of women, they are disadvantaged in access to technology. They are disadvantaged in access to data. They are disadvantaged by a lot of constraints, which is actually about the community, about the perception in the society. For example, a study I did some time ago told us that during the COVID, a lot of women were forced to be able to volunteer their laptops or their phones to their children for homework, for assignments, while the father of the house holds on tight to his own. The women have to give up their own. With a lot of research work being done, those who are researchers, with a lot of research having to be done, they had to set this aside so that the children could learn. This is a matter of how society has perceived women, that it is the woman that must volunteer this, it is the woman that must do this. And because this is happening so much, how many women are able to move forward? And this has affected the number of girls, the number of women that have access to use this, even during this COVID. So we need to look at this. The issue of poverty and socioeconomic rights, the way it has led women, the way it has placed women in most African countries till date is important consideration for us. And that is why we are talking about gender mainstreaming, considering women, thinking about women, putting them in thought, putting them in consideration in every planning, even when we are making budgets and everything that has to do with the society. Now, changing of prevailing mindset and perception, which has influenced the status quo so far, is also important. We are at this level because of the way women have been perceived, the way we think about women in our society, the way the roles we have given to them has led us to this point. So we can see now that we need to change this prevailing mindset and the perception. All these and other factors are considerable thoughts for us. And that would be my concluding message, except that I will say that when we have policies in place, this would be very good. It would help us to move forward. At the present stage that we are now, I cannot say that it is possible that we have full online education or digital education in any African country. Even the developed countries that we used to imagine or picture in our minds that they have the facilities, we have realized so far that it is not so. At the onset of the COVID, I was discussing with somebody on the issue of the messages, whether it got to some communities or not, on lockdown, on moving about. And somebody was telling me that there are so many communities that they don't have electricity. And so they don't have access to either radio or television to be able to receive the messages, to receive the information. So in communities like that, even in South Africa, how will the students be able to go digital when it comes to the education? So we can say that the past 2 years of COVID has really brought education far behind in these countries because of this lack of infrastructures, because of this mindset that has led us this way. So one of the things that we can do, apart from engaging in gender mainstreaming policy, we should also consider the issue of how our government will be accountable on the issue of poverty eradication, the provision of infrastructures, the digital technological education, and with specific focus on women, because we have seen that it is very necessary now and important. So the discourse continues, although this is the end of my presentation, and I hope we have a great time as we do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeniji. I very much appreciate your bringing to mind the laws and underworking framework on which the discussion will continue, especially with focus on disadvantaged populations and focus on implementation. Okay. So I see that Dr. Owusu Kwarteng has arrived. So, sir, would you like to participate now and share your presentation? We're trying to keep things to roughly 20 minutes to allow for Q&A. And as you're coming up, I did want to let some people know that I am monitoring in the chat, and I have seen a question from Beatrice that we will get to as soon as we finish the other presentations. And if others will please make their notations as well. Thank you very much. And over to you, Dr. Owusu Kwarteng.
One, can you hear me? And then can you see my presentation?
I can see you and see the presentation and hear you just fine.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And initially I was here, I was just a participant. I just got promoted. So thanks to the organizers and the folks on the technology side. I appreciate the help there. That was really, really quick and very fast for doing it. So my topic is on sub-Saharan African higher educational settings and the educational technology use as a marker of the digital divide. I'm using Ghana as a case study. I'll give some more background and context of that topic as I go along. For myself, I'm not yet a doctor, so my name is Mr. Owusu Kwarteng. I'm still working on my dissertation. I'm actually defending pretty shortly. Currently, as I said, I'm working on my dissertation. My research area is in educational technology, primarily the digital divide. I'm also currently an IT professional in Adoha University. So my official title is IT service owner. So what I do is I run technology strategy, especially for learning spaces, and kind of try and tie technology to pedagogy and space and practice. So that is kind of my role. So it hopefully will instruct you into some of the conversations I'll have, some of the concepts I'll pull in. A lot of the concepts and theories and policies I'll be talking about are not different from what the earlier two presenters have shared. In a way, it validates a lot of the research I'm doing. So I'm really happy to hear that. And that makes me happy to see that we are all kind of moving in the same direction in terms of what the literature is saying and what the data is showing us, both anecdotally, theoretically, and empirically. So that's awesome to see. So for an overview of my presentation, I'm going to kind of give you a purpose of my study, the introduction to the digital divide, the context of the divide in Africa, some of the literature I'm using in terms of framing my research and kind of organizing the concepts I'm seeing, my current methodology, and I pull out, I'm using Ghana as a case study right now, but this the data I'll be sharing, or some of the data I'll be talking about as part of a larger research project I'm working on. So this is not the whole data. I'm just presenting very few snippets of it here as a presentation, so I can share some of the findings I'm seeing. And then I'm just going to draw some broad conclusions that are not totally different from what our earlier two presenters have shared. So I'm really excited for that. So what is the purpose of my study? Primarily, the purpose of my study is to explore and confirm relationships between the digital divide and academic output of higher educational institutions across Africa. And mainly, I'm looking at the level of technology access and other technology factors, including policy factors. Primarily, a lot of this research has happened in qualitative settings. And so one of the things I'm attempting to do is to use a more quantitative and more empirical approach, like Dr. Olayinka talked about, in terms of, we need more empirical confirmation of some of the things we're seeing anecdotally and some of the things we are observing across the board. That is also reflected in the research. And so that is an attempt my research tries to make in terms of trying to figure out, okay, if we are saying we're seeing this from an anecdotal perspective and we are collecting the data qualitatively, does the data we are collecting empirically also support that? That is kind of the purpose of my study. That is why I try to confirm some of the relationships I see. I try to also kind of do some exploratory analysis to figure out if it makes sense, or if it doesn't make sense, and how we can do the other stuff. So in an introduction, what is the digital divide? There are various definitions of the digital divide. There are different people have preferred different theories. I like the OECD approach to how they define the digital divide because I feel like it's more encompassing of what we see across Africa. It talks about households, it talks about individuals, it talks about institutions. It brings into focus the geographic locations and the geographic inequalities in access to technology. And so I prefer that approach and I prefer that definition because I feel, again, like I said earlier, it's very encompassing and it talks about the use of technologies within how to access it and how to communicate across the various activities and do different things there. Now, in terms of the context of the digital divide, some of this data is a little dated, but it's not really changed much within the last 3-4 years because of some underlying factors. We know that between the late 1990s to the mid 2010s, around 2014-15, there was an explosion in technology across Africa, mainly driven by mobile phone usage and access to the internet. There was some broadband internet use that exploded, but a lot of the internet use came really much in terms of mobile data, internet, from accessing your internet through your telephone. Now, so the numbers on the presentation tell it, like between from 1998 to 2010, we kind of had a huge increase in internet users. That increase kept on tripling and doubling, if you want, through 2016. It's still pretty high when we have folks talking about Africa being at the head of the fourth revolution, industrial revolution or information revolution and stuff. But when you start contextualizing that in terms of, even despite these huge increases in technology access across the continent, when you put it in context with other continents or other sub-regional groupings that are of equivalent size and of equivalent expanse to Africa, Africa is still way below. Only 22% of households across the continent have access to good quality internet, and that is even debatable in terms of the quality of the internet. When you compare that to a global average of 53% and then to 47% for the Arab states. Now, here, when we are talking about Africa, one of the distinctions we have to understand also is that data collection on Africa can be very misleading. So, for example, the northern side of the continent are normally grouped within the Arab states. So sometimes when I talk about Africa here, a lot of times I'll be talking about sub-Saharan Africa, and the definition of sub-Saharan Africa, I'm using all the countries below the Sahara, excluding Sudan, who we sometimes group with the Northern African countries. So just wanted to make that clear so folks understand that. So in terms of the digital divide, what is as we go on and we talk about the digital divide, what is the digital divide? How is it grouped? How is it organized? And how do different people do things? Again, there are different ways of organizing the digital divide. I like to go with some of the more simpler ways to approach it and address it, so that I can organize what we are seeing across the continent in a very theoretical and systematic way. So the divide, as I'm looking at it, is split across three main levels: the primary divide, the secondary divide, and the third level divide. Now, what is a primary divide? Within the educational settings or across society, the primary level divide is just your basic access to technology. It can be access to hardware, like was pointed out, school children not having laptops, school children not having, students not having access to good technology labs, just your basic ICT infrastructure. Besides the laptops and the handhelds that they can use for word processing and other factors, basic internet access. What kind of internet access are available to schools? That is what we normally talk about when we talk about your primary access level. And a lot of times that is also driven by infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure is available within societies and for households to tap into? So your electricity grid, your telecommunications grid, how does it look like? How is it organized? How are people able to access that? The secondary level divide really talks about, the skills, the participation, and the efficacy. So what kind of skills are people using when they have access to technology? How are people participating with technology? And how are people putting the skills and the participation together in terms of the efficacy? So efficacy, another word for efficacy could be your critical thinking or your critical systems. How do you, as an individual, put together the technology skills you have, for example. So for an example, on average, if you see like a young kid who has a phone and stuff and is maybe walking on the street, they're probably watching a YouTube video, playing a video game or stuff like that. There are different levels to that. Now, somebody who would have that same thing might be using it for banking. So we'll be using it for Momo, we'll be using it for business, we'll be using it for different things because those are again, different levels conspire for different uses and skills and different efficacy levels, but it helps us understand that. And then the third level divide, which I'm really, really interested in, along with the secondary level divide, is who is benefiting from all these things. Like, what are the global outcomes of using technology? Let's not kid ourselves in thinking that there are not people benefiting from the use of technology. Technology is not just it's not just a free for all, or it's not just an economic good. People are actively using technology to benefit themselves. So one of the examples I can talk about is right now the current geopolitical struggle over 5G, in terms of the American government and the Western government really working hard to disenfranchise the Chinese from deploying 5G more widely across the. That is a global benefit that the Chinese have been able to get an advantage of because of advanced research and stuff. America had advanced advantage when it came to GPS and other technologies like that. And now we have the new world of AI coming in play, electrifying the grid and making sure that people are using different things. So all these things are global level advantages that deprive from countries having strategic and conscious technology policies and approaches to how they are treating things. Now, based on that global and that national level, you come to the institutional level. Because institutions are based within countries, they then tend to enjoy some of the advantages those countries proffer because of the structured policies and the structured solutions available. And again, perfect examples. A company like Facebook, companies like Facebook and Google do not just grow out of thin air. They grow out of policies and structures that make them and enable them to thrive. So for Facebook and Google are in San Francisco. Why San Francisco? Because you have a government, a state government and a federal government that is providing subsidies and grants and providing the environment for that ecosystem to thrive. That is kind of what we need to start thinking through, as in how do we recreate those systems and ecosystems within the African environment. And this is not just a one country does it well and nobody does it well. Like a perfect example of how something like this could be really super short is Yaba Valley, Nigeria, which is doing great stuff, but it's doing it all at an individual level. Now, after the institutional level, then of course you have your individuals who benefit from that, individuals who take advantage of the institutional and the national. So you have your Mark Zuckerbergs, you have your Jack Ma's in China who have taken advantage of the prevailing institutional and national policies and environments to really benefit themselves and develop tools, technology tools that help them become. Now, this is really important because as Africa is moving, especially in the educational realm, is moving into the technology and making sure that educational technology is widely accepted. We have to be thinking about these things. We have to be thinking about how are we setting up not just our national stuff, but how are we encouraging individuals to come through and make sure that they develop and are able to own some of these systems themselves and not just always turn over systems over to outside entities. Now, part of the way I look at this, once I'm done, once I've taken a look at all the levels of the divide, one of the things I look at is how these divides are interplaying within society. So the primary framework I look at is Halsper's theory of digital exclusion, and it tracks really closely with the digital inclusion theories that Olayinka was talking about earlier. Again, the basic underlying concept here is that technology does not operate in a vacuum. So you cannot say you're going to operate technology when you have extreme poverty, when you have extreme economic issues, when you have extreme social issues, and when you have extreme personal issues going on. These things interplay. You cannot have a good technology policies, again, when your infrastructure cannot support it. So how do you have the infrastructure support it? And how do we do that kind of stuff? Now, this brings me to kind of the secondary framework that I take a look at. And this is in terms of Africa is where it's at, again, not in a vacuum. We have to look at the political history of Africa, the economic history of Africa, the educational history of Africa, and the technological history of Africa. How has Africa become what it is today? And again, it's not in a vacuum. We have, we have a very extensive colonial library, as Mudimbe puts it, that is really shaping how we interact with global systems of finance, global systems of education, and global system, the multilateral system. That hard coding of that library is leading to a lot of invisibility across the spectrum, not just within our governments, but within our educational institutions. So even research that our folks are doing in African institutions are not rising to the top. One, because they're not getting well funded. Two, because they don't have access to the technology systems where they can publish as widely and as publicly as other folks. This has a knock-on effect in a lot of areas. One of the most visible knock-on effects in these areas is through institutional rankings across the board of African universities. And it's something, and that is kind of how I operationalize my research in different ways. Our technology history plays a role again, and the effects and all these kind of things. It's really important that we think through these things, we think through the systematic ways these are affecting our institutions and how these and how it's affecting our students on the continent.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
If I may, we wanted to try to keep to about 20 minutes each presenter, so we'll have plenty of time for Q&A. And
Okay.
while I do understand the background is very important and the literature review and definitions have been very helpful, I was wondering if you might be able to jump ahead to some of your findings.
Yes. So some of my findings, like I mentioned earlier, in terms of the findings, I'm using educational rankings to operationalize some of my the research to find out how are these things happening. In Ghana, as using Ghana as a case study, one of the things we find is that technology use is very low across the educational spectrum, especially in the higher ed institutions. This has come about because of just the availability of technology and the cost of technology. So for example, in terms of rankings across Africa, the Ghanaian institutions have a mean ranking of 64 out of 169, which kind of places them smack dab in the middle of where they should be when you look at their technology access and their technology policies and stuff. The South African institutions rank higher, again, because they have the availability and different kinds of stuff like that. Overall, again, when you look at how this affects students and stuff and how they are interacting with technology and how faculty and stuff are interacting with technology, it comes to a bunch of things. One, infrastructure development is key. You have technology spaces happening in very key spots. So you have your technology spaces in your urban centers and not necessarily in your rural centers. Along that line, you also have pricing tied to those technology stuff, which is very high. So when you have students who are either living off campus or who don't live on who are not able to access technology on campuses, they naturally start falling behind. Another component of that is that educational technology use is not in a vacuum. So one of the things that ends up happening is that, training, like was pointed out by the earlier two, of faculty becomes an issue, because if faculty are not necessarily trained on how to use technology well. And when I talk about training, I'm not talking about one-off training, I'm talking about continuous training. Making sure that faculty are evolving with the evolving technology, making sure that as new updates are made to technology, faculty are evolving in how they're teaching and doing things. Now, one other key aspect that I find is that as pressures of expanding the educational base happens, how we use technology in space and for pedagogy becomes really important. So for example, in Ghana, we now have the free SHS policy, which is a free secondary school policy, which means we have expanded the base of students who are going to go into tertiary education. Now, we have not necessarily expanded the base of tertiary institutions in the country. We are going to have almost a 4 to 5-fold increase in students entering the tertiary institutions. How are these students going to be taught? Now, one of the things the earlier presenter said is education is something we do and not necessarily a place we go. But education is still oriented around the fact that we go to a place. So how do we quickly transform that approach and environment within our educational, our tertiary institutions? It's going to take a lot of retraining. It's going to take a lot of thought to making targeted and smart investments in infrastructure, both within the universities and across the country, so the students can have a place to go, either to connect to the internet, to technology, or have access to technology. It's going to take us working with faculty to teach them how to teach within a new environment. And it's going to teach us also working with students for them to understand that because you're doing an online class does not mean you just log on. You need to have that self-discipline, that the skill set to really use the technology in an effective and critical manner. So I'm going to sign off here because again, you said 20 minutes and I think we are almost out of time, and I can take questions and stuff later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm so glad that we did get to those conclusions. They are incredibly valuable, especially the long-term things that you're looking at. So thank you very much for providing that. So again, I'll remind our participants across the spectrum that if you have questions or things that you would like to address to either the entire panel or to individual presenters, please write those in the comments. So I will go ahead and share my screen to do the presentation. And hope that I can do this properly. So, lovely. Can everyone see the slides, please? Okay.
Yes, we can see them.
Thank you very much. Okay, so my research is actually looking at policy considerations. And what I'm calling the distant digital is the idea that if planning and implementation is projected from the beginning for the furthest reaches of the concerned area, then implementation and planning for the closer things will actually happen as milestones to get to that furthest reach. But from what I'm seeing in my initial research right now, most of the policy implementation that is going on is actually happening at one specific point that's toward the beginning of the projected area, going to major cities and not necessarily planning for the outer areas. So not just in the geographic space are we talking about digital, but I'll get into some of the different aspects of the distant digital when I go through the slides. So the basis for this is research that I did in the last 2 years that will be published in early 2022 by Lexington Books, called Transitioning Education in Emergencies in Africa is the projected title. What I've done is look at 11 countries within Africa that I have pegged by my own creation of the term authoritarian governments, and made several findings based on a 2-stage qualitative research design. And that was initially doing a focus group questionnaire, doing the questionnaire first and then working from interviews. 2 of the major findings of that research are that there does not appear to be appreciable planning or implementation from the ministerial level for education in emergencies, and specifically for transitioning that from what I call external education providers, organizations such as NGOs, IFIs that have technical consultants come in, that are currently working the education policies and plans in emergency environments and to vulnerable populations. They're not making plans to transition that responsibility to the hosting country, Ministry of Education. It also looks at, let me back up a little bit and discuss the term education in emergencies. I was specifically focusing on post-conflict countries. And so while the overall symposium is looking at COVID-19, there are a lot of similarities that we can get into during the discussion time regarding education in emergencies, how education is provided during post-conflict to vulnerable populations such as refugees, and how the current pandemic education situation can be mimicking some of the major characteristics of emergency situations. So that is where that tie-in is. So the second finding is that US education administration programs focus generally on the school level, but not necessarily at the national level. Now, I did put an asterisk next to the US because the studies that the universities that I looked at for their education policy programs were in the United States and Canada and English-speaking Europe. So that's why that is an asterisk. And what I'm working toward is the future project of looking at sustainable education that's based on education policy, specifically that education policy, which is owned by hosting countries, by African countries themselves, instead of by external education partners. So the considerations that I wanted to put forward in terms of policy prescription do, as my previous colleagues have stated, touch on several different things. But I'd like to broaden the discussion to planning principles and hopefully have those planning principles turned into implementation milestones. So if we look first at the goals, one of the things in my research on the education policies of specific countries found is that a lot of the ownership of the policy is not necessarily specific to the country. There's an example, there's a lot of cookie cutter education policy goal setting that's used from one country to another country, despite whether or not the government, the education processes, the financial economic systems that support that education are the same in those countries. But if you, the political science, public policy, termination of policy borrowing is occurring at a great pace. I'm also seeing a lack in the national education philosophies. There's a very, very broad strokes that such titles as we want to increase the digital footprint, the digital capability of the faculty, students, and the education ecosystem at large. But there is not necessarily a national philosophy of how that should be done, what the goals are to be for that education program. And when I've done some preliminary research on those countries that have things specific to their country within their education policy, there's been a greater stability in the country, both in terms of education and decreasing conflict. So the last thing regarding goals and planning, again, for the distant portion of what the goals should be, is to ensure that there is a functional, stage-by-stage implementation plan. A lot of us have been talking about the same ideas, but what I haven't found in my research is a great amount of, in terms of quantity or quality of implementation plans. So that's another encouraging, an area to encourage activity. The next area that should be considered as a policy principle would be the distant digital scope. There can be a chronological scope, and that's in terms of the African Union has made their plan for 2063. That's very far into the future, but again, regarding implementation and planning, I have not seen very many countries that have, this is what we plan to do at year 5, this is what we plan to do at year 10, etc., and make the chronological goals a specific set of milestones to be achieved with incremental plans for them. There should also be a geographic scope. And as the previous presenter stated, well, as actually all of the presenters have stated, there is a vast difference between what is going on in major cities and what is going on in the countrysides or in the cities that have smaller populations. And so if the planning is done for the distant geographic areas, then by necessity, the implementation will take into account getting to rather a hub and spoke approach to providing capability. But if we focus purely on the major cities, then a lot of times the distant geographical areas are not as considered as they should be. There's also economic scope to this that should be considered in planning. In my research, I've found that most of the time, the education, and this is primarily basic education, primary through secondary school, and not necessarily concerning higher education. But the education plans often consider and are dependent on external financing, whether that's through the IMF, World Bank, individual NGOs. I have not seen yet a financial education plan that is strictly based on the resources of that country. And so I think that if countries will begin to plan for what they can implement on their own, then when what is happening now, such as a decrease in educational funding from external entities, continues to happen, then the nationally held programs will still be sustainable. External funding or anything that's granted to come into that program can then be bonus or gravy or planning for the future. Again, I briefly touched on populations in terms of the scope, but I did want to pay specific attention, as my earlier colleague did, to looking at vulnerable populations. As she mentioned regarding women and girls, the populations that I specifically looked at were refugees in camps, but there's also people who are suffering from internal migration issues, that they might have gone to the countryside to move away from the city, especially during COVID times with the densely packed people. But there are also people who are moving from the countryside into the city for employment. So different populations should also be considered and specific implementation plans considered for them. There's also the consideration regarding the administrative capability at the national level. In my research, what I found oftentimes is that there's a minister of education who is appointed who has no background in education, but oftentimes got into position because of political networks, etc. And oftentimes those ministers will change. And every time there's a change at the top, there's a ripple-on effect that it has negative impact for policy implementation and making a sustained policy that can then gain momentum and grow. So administrative considerations, not just from to include the ministerial level itself, the office functionaries that will, if you will, I'm more familiar with the US system in that we have civil servants that are the day-to-day administration to administration, people who work in the Ministry of Education. Those types of government officials need to have their capabilities increased with training. So we'll move from the scope and move on to the distant digital outcomes. When we're planning again for the longer term, the necessary waypoints and milestones between where we are now and where we would like to go come into tighter focus. So I did note that in the African Union 2063 document, actually number one, a little bit difficult to find the original document on the AU website. It does have what's called the popular version. And for those people who are working on implementation and planning, senior level organizations that are actually able to provide in a publicly available forum the specific plans that are as they are written, it does help with understanding the nuances of what other organizations are doing. But when the overall plan has been reduced for popular consumption, then there are a lot of details that can be left out that would be of very significant import to individual sector planners. And with that said, most of the planning that I did see was toward African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Now, while that is incredibly important for the economic sector, about a year or so ago, when I was listening to a presentation at a think tank here in Washington, DC, one of the presenters who was giving an update on the status of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement stated that they were trying to come up with licensing mechanisms that would be appropriate for teachers so that if someone was moving from Ghana to Chad, then their teaching credentials would be recognized at a wide level, that there would be some sort of a standard between regions or even within regions between different countries, so that that teacher could then provide gain a livelihood and provide their service to the community and travel very fluidly. But there does not seem to have been that implementation yet. So if we plan for when the AFCFTA does actually come into full effect in all of its phases, that there are mechanisms for administrative qualifications for education administrators and for education practitioners and faculty, and even professors at university level, so that there would be international recognition within the continent for, again, ownership. The same difficulty is had at the regional level within the regional economic communities regarding standardized policy and even standard principles, understanding that the difference between policy and principles is actually quite broad. Regional economic communities might be able to provide guiding principles for the countries within their region. The final thing in the distant digital regarding outcomes is the navigation. Trying to understand how these things are implemented, how different goals and measures are implemented in each of the countries is quite a feat, because of the difference between so many countries in how they implement policies, how they regulate policies, and how they hold policy implementation accountable. So understanding and developing professionals that can navigate each one of those systems and then navigate the different levels from local to province or county level to the national level, and then to the regional and continental level is going to take quite a bit of development, professional development, and as has been termed previously, upskilling. I like that term. I'm going to write that down and borrow it. So the last thing is, again, focusing on the administrators. This is one of the areas that my research has shown that there is a significant lack of capability in professional development. There do need to be skilled and respected functionaries that are at every level of education administration. It's one thing to have a wonderful idea, but if you don't have administrative staff that can implement it, a lot of times the actual policy goals will be caught short. These administrators should be deliberately created and nurtured in a system where they can grow professionally from a very entry level to an intermediate level and to a very senior level, and not necessarily be shifted in and out. Again, that's growing and creating knowledge bases that will help with successful navigation of different systems and different levels of systems. The other benefit to growing and creating and nurturing administrators is that they would be empowered by whole of government. One of the things that's very key that I'm finding in my research is that most of the time, the education sector is on its own. There's not necessarily a formalized interworking between the education sector or the education ministry and, as an example, the trades industries, or between the ministries of defense, etc., so that those other areas of government will have a say in the education that the country's people are getting, so that those people will then be able to take on the administrative roles, so that African countries can rely on their own citizens and decrease the reliance on external technical assistance and support. With that, I will leave those as principles to discuss regarding considerations for the distant digital. Again, emphasizing the idea that when we plan for those things that are the farthest out, making good solid considerations, not only for the principles, the ownership, the what is to come and who is to do that, then those things that are closer will actually be more successful. Thank you for your time and attention to my presentation. I'll stop sharing my screen. And I will look over into the comments section and we can begin to take questions that are posted there. The time that I have right now is 9:42, and I'm not sure if the African Studies Center has an administrator on, but I believe that we started our panel early, but let's plan for about 20 minutes to have an appropriate Q&A, and then I'll turn back over to the Africa Center, the Center for African Studies at Howard University. So the first question that I see is, from Beatrice, and it's in the chat room. I'll go ahead and read it for those who are having difficulty with their chat. There are many examples of good policies that are not implemented. What would motivate policymakers to invest additional resources to implement the policies that drive education in quote unquote the new normal? Would any of our panelists like to address that or address a part of the question?
I can go ahead. I think there are a lot of good policies, but I think it points back, a lot of it points back to what Dr. Koroma said. There's a lot of cookie cutter policies coming from the multilateral institutions that are not necessarily very thoughtful of country level conditions and existing practices that are going on. So from the policy world, Levinson, that we don't really think through the communities of practice at the policy level happening within the nations and the context in which those policies are being implemented. And so you put the policy on paper, and the community of practice of that is supposed to implement the policy does not line up with the policy. So you then have a misalignment of policy and practice within those contexts, especially within the educational and technological context. So what we really need to think through is how we who is pushing those policies, why they're pushing those policies, and how it affects our actual practice that is on the ground. Until we have that alignment, it becomes a little difficult. And I think it goes back to a component of that goes back to the question that Abakar Jean was asking about, the split between French Africa and English Africa, and then Lusophone Africa. And, Tieku does a really good job, and Tieku is a political scientist. That's a good job of talking about the informal rules governing a lot of these policies and how they're being implemented. And so we need to really take a look at those informal rules and see who is pushing those policies and who is shaping those informal rules, and why do those informal rules end up always affecting the formal policies that are adopted in African countries. It's a very broad approach, but until we tackle those structural inequalities, and I'm choosing my language very well. I'm choosing my language very carefully. But until we tackle those structural issues, we are going to have the same recurrent problems.
Absolutely. I do see Dr. Ola nodding her head. Would you like to address a point?
Thank you very much. I think before we can really go into this discussion, we must look at the reasons why we don't have the reality or the practicability of the policies that we have in existence. And I think one major problem, like we all know, is the issue of lack of will, particularly from our leaders. And why is it that they lack this will to actually implement or execute a lot of plans that they have for the people? One reason that they give is lack of money or poverty, but we know that the background is corruption. If there is a way that we could actually deal with this mindset, just like the mindset that places women at the level that they are presently, if we can adequately deal with that to an extent. We have talked about poor budgeting. My colleague my colleague here who just spoke now, sorry, Dr. Kwateg. Yes, I call that for you. Receive it. Yes. So he spoke about this. The problem of people who make the policies, people who draft the policies. Do they know what they are drafting? This politicization in Africa, bringing somebody who has no knowledge or understanding of a particular sector, putting them in place in a forum to come and draft policies, to come and put laws down for us. At the end of the day, they can't give us something concrete. A combination of all these factors is what has brought us to this level that we are in. If we're able to change our political mentality, the way we think, the way we reason, the way we administer things, I think it will go a long way in helping us in Africa. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to address a few points. Specifically, the question asks about policy maker motivation. And I think that point has been very well addressed by my colleague. But I did want to address also the fact that policymakers a lot of times are not being held to account, or their appointees within the technology sector of government, within the education sector of government, are not being held to account. I understand that the president, the prime minister of a country makes election promises. This is something that happens in every country. But he or she also makes appointments to specific organizations, and to go to those organizations and say, Minister of Education, now that you are on seat, what are your goals? What are your programs? What are your emphasis areas? And I'll come back to you in 6 months. I'll come back to you in 12 months and say, how are you getting on with those things? That kind of accountability from people who are stakeholders, from the families of the children that are involved in the school, from other education administrators that are saying, you promised to do these things for us, and for training in technology, for continued workshops, things like that. That continued accountability to policymakers a lot of times is not being done. And the second point, and I've just got three, the second point is regarding the, and I will borrow the assumption of mindset, additional resources. A lot of times the resources that are in place are not adequately accounted for. And so sometimes what can happen that is very effective is if a public office, no matter which ministry, in this case, we'll talk about the Ministry of Education, if there is an audit done, not so much for punishment purposes of the administrators themselves, but for tracking how expenses are done, what is actually being paid for? Is there an actually more efficacious way to allocate money? Are there economies of scale regarding textbooks, regarding school supplies that can be had that might actually save and free up money? So a lot of times when you have public administrators that are focused on education, that know these things, that have a skill in these areas, that have been trained on how to look at money and how to look at curriculum and how to look at facilities, then there's the capability to actually get to squeeze that dollar, that naira, that shilling into being more effective in the long run. The third and final point I'll make to this question regards the aspect of corruption that was previously mentioned. And sorry for the shameless plug, but the book will be coming out hopefully early next year. And one of the things that I address is patronage corruption. But I don't address it from the purely internal perspective. I look at it from the external educator provider perspective as well, and from the perspective of international financial institutions. One of the things that was taught to me as a lesson early on was, if I give you $5 to go to the store and I tell you to buy a loaf of bread, if you come back, you don't have the loaf of bread, you give me only $1, I say, where's the $5? You haven't done what I asked you to do. You haven't done what you said you would do. I give you $5 more. Who is corrupt? Right? Is okay, there's a level of corruption on the person who didn't do what they said they were going to do, what they were tasked to do. There's also a level of corruption on the person who keeps giving them money when the accountability for the initial money has not been done. So I look at external patronage networks and at a lot of the IFIs and their actions regarding funding education that calls into account what kind of accountability is it that allows, as an example, I believe it's the 2016 UNICEF education program, to allow 72% of all of its incoming funding to go to administration. That leaves 28% of the money that came into UNICEF for the education programs to actually be used for operations. So I think that there is a potential to review not only the necessity of having additional resources, but also redefining corruption so that corruption in all aspects can be weeded out and dealt with appropriately. Are there other comments from the panelists on that question? Unfortunately, I don't see any other comments from our participants, but I'll give one last call. And then if our panelists would like to have any final words, I'll open the floor to them. I have currently 7 minutes before the hour, and we can turn over very quickly after that. So seeing nothing in the chat, I heard a ding. I don't see a hand raised. Okay, so I'll turn it over. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Honest, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly, for me, I think that really among the cases that are coming here, that also Katina said, the issue of capacity in its very broad sense, capacity in terms of, and now I'm talking about when it comes to capability.
Oh, sorry, sir, you've frozen.
Of delivering education online in this part of the world, Africa specifically, issue of capacity in terms of how it's an issue that brings now digital divide, yeah, especially rural-urban divide, but also within students. There are some students who can afford really the gadgets and stuff, and there are some who might not afford. So at the end of the day, it's the capacity of the state. If governments could have really financing to make sure that they invest in those hard and soft infrastructure needed to deliver education online equitably, that would be very, very fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that comment. Understanding that we do have, the center has said that we can take a bit more time. There are some things that I would like to ask if a couple of the presenters could elaborate on. And since we do have you, Dr. Honest, there was something that I wanted to call attention to regarding cost in your presentation. And that was regarding the study, or what your findings are, if you can elaborate on your ideas regarding the cost loss for African universities and what that might portend for the future, in your opinion, post-COVID, since the students have not been able to participate very well, and some of the university revenues might go down, which would then impact the university itself post-COVID. Do you have any ideas or thoughts on that?
Sure, thank you. Out of experience, really, and we have two dimensions here. When it comes to the cost in terms of, for example, when universities were closed, specifically taking the case of Tanzania, we had two kinds of impacts actually. Private universities suffered more than public universities, because public universities, those of us, I'm in public university, the government could keep on paying salaries, wages, etc. But private universities that are totally dependent on school fees, and here students were not on campus, they are not paying fees. Lecturers in some universities, professors, they were asked really to go home without pay. Some go home on half pay. Some were forced to take unpaid leave. For public university, really life went on as usual, especially when it comes to salaries. But of course, we also observed a substantial revenue decline, because again, we also depend on student fees, and the students were not on campus. So because the government pays for salaries, at least the salary part of which could go on. But also universities depend on revenue from consultancies, from training. Number of short courses, we are closed because social distancing. A number of consultancy assignments, especially those that depend on donors, and donors were affected by COVID-19, and so funds went down. Universities really suffered. So this is my quick reflection on this.
Thank you very much for that. And I do see that Dr. Kamara has raised his hand, and I've just realized my own technological skills are a bit lacking. There's a separate Q&A section. So I'll read that, but as I do that, I'll turn over to Dr. Kamara, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. For some reason, I couldn't put my question on the Q&A. My question is this. For the last 30 to 40 years, African countries have pursued regional integration and created these regional economic communities, SADC, ECOWAS, and you name it, throughout the continent. Do you panelists think that it would be reasonable and practical to envision education reform, especially integration of universities or creation of integrated universities at each, within each region that would go above and beyond the national universities that seem to be somehow jealously preserved by each country, considering it as an important aspect of their national sovereignty. So would regional frameworks of education, particularly digital education, be reasonable and practical to consider in 21st century Africa? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, sir. Do we have a panelist who would like to address that? And while someone is thinking about that, or if not, I can. I would like to acknowledge, thank you, Dr. Lisana. I do now see there are questions in the Q&A, and as soon as we finish with Dr. Kamara's question, we will go directly over to that area. Thank you. So would a panelist like to address Dr. Kamara's question about the future of regional education frameworks and integrated universities?
I would take a stab at it. And again, will it be helpful? It goes back to the point of what has regionalism actually brought so far and what has it helped us do? Now, there's a school of thought that is very critical of regionalism in Africa and regionalism and in total, because they feel like it is a concept where it pushes national governments to abdicate, and that the most extreme example of that would be the Brexit movement in the United States, in the United Kingdom. That is a very rightist argument. I don't always subscribe to that. The flip side of that is that in the African context, again, I really lean on Tieku's work here, where in terms of regionalism, in terms of say bodies like ECOWAS, we've seen that though it's become a point of leverage for various entities outside of the African continent to really push through their policy preferences. And we see that in terms of technology, we've seen that in terms of education. And it becomes really difficult to see how practically a regionalization of education, especially with the different blocks and with the different organizations of education. So for example, the French West Africa organizes education very differently and very streamlined with the French system. English West Africa, depending on the government of the day, organizes it the way they want to do it, mostly along the lines prescribed by either the IMF or the World Bank. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge to see how the regionalization of digital environments will be helpful if we don't have a larger rethink of what these regional bodies have already brought along and where they already are, where they become more, for lack of a better word, paper tigers who just push policies that don't necessarily end up affecting the common folk. So an example would be, there's supposed to be cross-border movement across West Africa. Anybody who's driven across the West African border will tell you, if you don't pay, you don't get across. You are more likely to move freely if you fly. And the problem is, how often can we fly? Because just flying from Accra to Dakar, for example, costs me more than it costs to fly from Accra to London. So how many people actually do that? And so those are some of the common examples where you end up seeing that as much as regionalism has helped us, there is still a long way to go for that. And so sometimes proffering solutions based on regionalism becomes a little problematic because we don't see it at the ground level of practice.
Thank you for that. And I would like to add a brief comment as well to that question before moving over into the Q&A section. One of the things that I'm finding is there are a lot of people who are not paying attention to the existing regional education organizations. The African Union does have Pan-African University, which has stood up 5 centers that has been working diligently to make very active the 5 colleges, if you will, that have different focuses, one on science and technology, one on agriculture, etc. And they are supposed to be linking together even more tightly than they are, just as my colleague said, as paper tigers right now. There's also the African Association of African Universities, which is trying to be more inclusive and continent-wide, but there are efforts there, I believe, also to promote continental as well as regional standards. And there's also, specific to the IT sector, I did see recently that there is an organization in Western Africa and one similarly in Eastern Africa that is looking at consolidating efforts under the financing of an external, of several external organizations, building the IT infrastructure to be able to provide to universities. One of them is done by MasterCard in the West, and I don't remember what the sponsor is in the East. But again, the difficulty with that, my understanding, although there are economies of scale that are able to be had by going through political organizations and different regional organizations, the actual ownership of it and being the sponsoring money coming from off of the continent is very perilous should MasterCard have a downturn in finance, etc. And the regional education system on the continent would suffer. So those are my quick thoughts. Let's move over into the Q&A. Abakar Jean says, thank you for this very interesting topic. Do you think it is necessary that international organizations, especially the AU, must intervene to define a Pan-African digital policy? He then goes on to discuss his beliefs on distance learning, his own research, an example in West Africa, especially West Africa higher education is poorly distributed between French-speaking and English-speaking countries. There's no sub-regional strategy to define a West African higher education system. And I'll leave the rest of his comment. So would any of the other panel members like to address Abakar Jean's question, please? Oh, I think Dr. Oloyinka, I think that you're muted.
No, I don't. I'm still trying to understand the questions. Are they comments or questions?
I think it's a bit of both, actually. But this one, I believe, some of it was addressed in the answers that we just made for regional considerations. But he does specifically bring up the intersection of within one region, when you have 2 language focused or 2 different education bases, one Anglophone and based on British education system, one Francophone and focused on the French pattern of education. How does that bode for West Africa as a whole making standards? Because with the very disparate systems.
It becomes a challenge along with everything in terms of integration, because again, you have a very different set of orientations and philosophies guiding the educational curriculum. and educational planning, and you have a lot of times policymakers looking to those external guiding principles to make their decisions instead of looking internally to make their decisions. And it goes back, and a component of that goes back to a question Dr. Lisanza asked about how does that affect the marginalization of language, especially African languages in technology. So to just use that language example again, and again, these are all components of my research that, so I'm able to pull this together really quickly, is the fact that we do know that a lot of these, for example, a lot of these countries organize language in the colonial tongue, so either English or French. We also know that moving from mother tongues to other tongues, there is a level of contextual and critical learning loss that happens there. Now, when you come to technology, and theoretically, right now we are considering technology as a third language. So if you have students who are being taught in colonial tongues, having to move from their mother tongue to the colonial tongue, be it English or French, and then after that, they have to also move from those colonial tongues into more technical languages, like Python, like C++, like whatever the language, like Ruby or whatever the language is. There is a lack of contextualization of why they're using the technology and how it affects their environment, because everything is not the education they're receiving is not necessarily oriented to their context or their situations. It's oriented to an external context and situation. So then you have that critical transference loss back to, why does this affect me? Why should I be doing this or creating something within my environment that makes my environment better? And I find that to be a critical problem, not just across West Africa. Like, I've traveled in Southern Africa to some extent, and I find that to be a problem sometimes in Southern Africa. And it's something we have to address. It's not an easy solution because, there's a myriad number of languages across the continent. How do we standardize that? But it's a problem we have to address, because if the Chinese are coding in Chinese and the Japanese are coding in Japanese and the Koreans are coding in Korean, and they still are able to transfer it back into English and other languages, we should be able to code in Hausa and Akan and Ga and Wolof and reframe it back to other folks. It shouldn't be such a big barrier for us, but it is a challenge, especially if we're doing education for the masses. Thank you.
Absolutely, very good response, I think, and especially the last bit of a parallel between how other regions manage language barriers. But I would like to take a step back and look at the policy level, or take a step, depending on how you do hierarchies. But I think that if the goals are focused on, then it doesn't necessarily matter what the language is, whether it's English, French, Portuguese, or Python, right? So if there's a standard that's set that is students at grade level F, students by the time they are finished with primary school, whether your primary school is grades K through 5 or K through 6, graduates from primary school should be able to do these core functions in the area of history, in the area of science. Then that leaves that up to the individual school systems in whatever the pedagogical dynamic is, to figure out how to get to that goal, right? Without being so prescriptive at the individual level. So I just thought I'd leave that. And I'll give the final comment on this to Dr. Ola Yinka before we go over to Dr. Lisana's question, please.
Thank you very much. I want to look at it from the perspective of policy. And I think it boils down to the first point in your presentation when you were talking about ownership. Now, it's not really an issue of language, but in the context of the source, the brain behind the policy. Do we own it? Is it owned by us, or it is one of the bearings that was handed over to us by whoever was the colonial master of a particular country? And so if that is the mentality behind it, is it fit for our purpose, or we are just following because it was handed over to us? Can we really actualize it? Because it's one of the things, it's actually one of the factors that affect the implementation of things that we have. We think this way because this is the way it has been done. This is the way we're taught to do it. Does it fit our context? Can we actualize it? Because it's difficult for us to concretize what we don't feel, what we don't see. So when it comes to the issue of policies, I think the ownership, the source of it, the mentality behind it is what is in context in this particular question. And I think it matters a lot, not about language, but about owning it, being able to come and defend it, that this is what we need, and so we can actually actualize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Onyeka. And now we'll go over to Dr. Disana's question. Given that you are a leader at Mzumba University, what has the university under your leadership and others done to prepare faculty for digital and online teaching? I believe that one is to Dr. Honest, if he is still here. Oh, yes.
Thank you. If this is my question, yeah,
Yes, sir,
I would say specifically from my university, thank you. Mzumba University, yes, there has been quite a lot of training with experts on, education specifically and education technology, who have really done a number of training on e-learning, blended learning, and those kind of stuff. But also there has been some investment in infrastructure, specifically in I am principal from Mzumba University Dar es Salaam Campus College. We, when it comes to infrastructure, we subscribe to Zoom and of course train the staff on that. But really, we are far from being exactly where we want to be. So a lot still really needs to be done. We have a project that we are expecting to start this time around, Tanzania World Bank funded project. It has substantial investment on infrastructure, and in that matter for e-infrastructure, So those are part of efforts, but of course, we have somewhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that it might actually be instructive for some of the education-focused participants if we might hear from some of the other presenters on how your universities have handled transition during COVID to digital learning, if there are any, how those best practices have been shared so that either other people in your university or sharing between your university and other universities, has that occurred, how has that occurred, etc. For any of the panel members?
So I work in Southeast Ohio, which is in the United States, and it would shock most of some people to realize that they do have some of the same challenges we have back in Africa. So in my university, we are located in Athens. I will consider that an oasis of access. There's really good internet access. You have great technology. When you're within the campus, it feels like everything technology should work. 5 minutes in either direction out of the campus, you have to stand on top of a hill to try and get internet access. They don't even have broadband access there. And my previous role, I was a director for a federal grant called Upward Bound. That was back in 2010, 2015. And we had to find different ways to deploy technology to students living in this area. And so that technology, that digital divide, and that is actually one of the reasons why it drove me to study the digital divide in Africa, because the same scenarios you see back in Africa, it's pretty similar to what you see in parts of the United States. So during the COVID, one of the things that has happened has been providing large meeting points with technology access that used to be closed for community members to be able to come and do technology work there. Another component has been a focus on training faculty on a continuous basis, providing them with help both at the institutional level and departmental level, but also at the individual level through consultations. So you do departmental workshops for folks, but then you make sure that when folks are working on their curriculum, when folks are working on their syllabi and stuff, they can also call people and say, hey, I need this, can you help me? And you can do one-on-one consultations. Now, the one critical component has been the infrastructure. We have had to change the infrastructure and orient it. So I was responsible for Lighting Spaces technology, and it used to be mainly face-to-face. One of the things we are doing now is that we are trying to make all these spaces hybrid spaces. What we are finding out is that you cannot afford to make a 300 classroom or an 800 classroom university hybrid in one go. So you have to be smart about that, because it comes with technology, it comes with hardware costs, it comes with personnel costs, it comes with software costs that you have to think through. Along the same lines, in terms of some of the technology we are using now, you have to think through privacy and data issues. Who owns the data? Who has access to the data? What laws are you infringing on, and what laws are you not infringing on? So a lot of it has become very legal very quickly. A lot of it has become, do we have the manpower to sustain the technology, or do we have to farm it out to a third party or a company to do that? And if we do that, what are the parameters that we are able to live with? Luckily, the state of Ohio has this consortium called the Inter-University Council. So a lot of procurement is being driven through there and flowing down to the universities. There are pros and cons to that, but being part of that larger system helps us negotiate better rates for us along the way. So in terms of regionalization, to Dr. Kamara's question, that might be one way West African countries could go to regionalize their technology procurement, so that we can share manpower across the board and kind of support each other in some of the data stuff, instead of giving all our data to Western companies and then dictating how we access them. Thank you.
Very good. And Dr. Ola, did you mention that your university was doing some technology training as well for the faculty and staff? And are there best practices that have been shared?
No, I actually work online.
Okay.
I reside in South Africa and I have my family here, but I work with CPITs in Kenya. So the people I actually discuss with us, because I live in a residence of students from TUT, and I relate with lecturers, doctoral candidates, and students also. So that is how I got the discussion that I was able to input in my presentation. No experience of how personally, no experience of how we're able to deal with it, because I work online remotely. Okay.
I did have one follow-up question for you also regarding the specificity to women. And you mentioned the disadvantage that they have regarding if there are two cell phones in the house that the children need to study or to access their education, that often it's the mother that has to give up her mobile. And I was wondering if that is being addressed, if so, how? Is that maybe there can be a suggestion for a shared system between the father and the mother, or is it simply that the mother has to suffer through, or maybe is there education toward the father that this is a good thing to do? How is that being addressed? Or is it too new?
I think that is what I gathered from personal experience and from discussion with most women in academics, particularly in the place where we reside. I realized that even with me, I've fought it, but I could not win. I think we need a change of mentality. When the children have assignments that they must do, their father, who is also a researcher, will not put down his laptop or his phone. It is mommy's phone or laptop that everybody has access to. And it's really a tough one. So I think what we need is actually a change of mentality, like I said. You understand? It should be shared responsibility. And that's why I said the whole society must come together to resolve this issue. If we give women more access to this, I think everybody will benefit from it. Don't let's make it an issue of it's not only the one that holds the children. When they achieve it, the success is for everybody. Let the men too be able to come down and let their possessions open too, not only the finances. Let the possessions open too for the children to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I did want to, again, say thank you very much. The university, Howard University, has been a wonderful host. Dr. Kamara, thank you very much for inviting the panel, for convening the conference, and thank you very much to the staff at the Center for African Studies. I'll ask one more time and leave it open and then ask Dr. Kamara to come back on. But if there are any final questions, I'll leave it open and he can address them. Dr. Kamara, thank you again, and I'll turn things back over to you from the panel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cromer, for so capably moderating this panel. And I would like also, on behalf of the organizing committee and Howard University, to thank Drs. Ngowi, Adeniyi, and soon to be Dr. Owusu Kwarteng. We applaud you for this excellent presentation and discussion of very relevant questions from our audience. The Department of African Studies and its partners within Howard and outside look forward to following up with you, all four of you, on this presentation so we can together better and more consistently address all these fundamental questions that you raised in your brilliant presentations. Thank you very much. And at this point, I would like to invite panel 2, composed of Dr. Daphne Agaba of the University of South Africa, Dr. Angelina Arrington, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, Dr. Thierry Lienu of Howard University, and Ms. Michaela Rai, a graduate student at Howard University, and to indicate that Dr. Serge Njoyu Kamga of the University of South Africa sent his regrets because he is not feeling well, so he won't be with us on this panel today. However, we are confident that the colleagues who are here will do the panel justice. So panel 2, please, on the topic, innovative approaches to digital learning in Africa.
Hello, it's really a pleasure. My name is Dr. Thierry Lienu, and I will serve as the moderator for this panel. So I'm going to introduce all the panel members, and each panel member will give a short presentation, and we'll have a discussion at the end. And during the discussion, we'll take some questions from the audience. So I am Dr. Lienu. I'm a clinical assistant professor in the Department of Occupational Therapy at Howard University. I have a clinical and academic experience as a licensed and training clinical specialist in physical rehabilitation. My doctorate capstone, which was at New York University, focused on telehealth and rehabilitation. And my findings were presented and published nationally at the Rehabilitation, Engineering, and Assistive Technology Society of North America. So I'm the primary professor of assistive technology at Howard University, and I have experience working with assistive technology and special need population with caregivers and practitioners. So I also have experience working with diverse and marginalized population and I have a bilingual background. My first language is French, and I also have some international research exposure in Israel and Cameroon. The second panelist will be Mrs. Michaela Rai. She is a level 2 Master of Occupational Therapy student at Howard University. She received her Bachelor of Science from Virginia Tech, and she focused in human development. She was born in Durban, South Africa, and she came to the United States as a child. However, she maintained strong roots at her home in Durban. So since coming to Howard University, Michaela has become a member and the president of the Pi Theta Epsilon, which is the Occupational Therapy Honor Society, which recognizes high academic achievement and seeks to promote research and scholarship among students. Now she's in her second year in the program, and she's been awarded a teaching fellowship in the Department of Occupational Therapy. She's set to present her work as a group research effort, and the title of her work is Shifting the Disability Paradigm, Reframing How Occupational Therapy Supports Children and Family. She will present that at the Occupational Therapy Africa Regional Group that will be held in Namibia in August 2022. So after graduation, Mrs. Michaela plans to pursue her clinical doctorate in occupational therapy and eventually work to bring greater awareness and access to occupational therapy in South Africa to fill a much needed gap in care. The third panelist will be Dr. Angelina Arrington. She is a dynamic veteran educator who specializes in curriculum, strategic planning, school policy implementation, and teacher training through a global equity lens and special interest in education and community development in the African diaspora. Dr. Arrington is a West African Research Association postdoctoral fellow, and she holds a Doctor of Education in Education Policy, Organization, and Leadership with a concentration in global studies in education from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She also holds a Master of Art in Education from Pepperdine University and a Bachelor of Art in English from the University of South Carolina. Dr. Arrington's most recent research is a timely case study of how Ghanaian rural schools community utilize WhatsApp and radio to implement a distance education program in your school and surrounding community when other means of technology were unavailable. Dr. Arrington has been a volunteer teacher, training and consultant with an American school in Sissin, Ghana in 2018. Her most recent project with the school was a month-long research residency writing and implementing COVID-19 school policy in collaboration with the local Ghana Education Service Division to safely reopen in January 2021. The fourth panelist will be Dr. Daphne Kabagambe Agaba. She is a postdoctoral research fellow at Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, which is affiliated to the University of South Africa. Dr. Agaba holds a PhD from the Faculty of Law, University of West Cape, which she obtained in August 2017. Dr. Agaba also holds a master's degree in human rights and democratization in Africa from the University of Pretoria. Dr. Agaba's current research area includes decoloniality, political leadership and governance, human rights, health law and policy, and critical learning, and much more. So I'm going to start by completing a presentation on my current research related to the topic. So I'm going to share my screen Okay, so my research is focused on the potential for effective telerehabilitation of orthopedic injury in Cameroon. And I'm currently doing a review of the evidence. So to make the connections with digital learning, a quick overview of digital learning is that it's a process of integrating technology mediated synchronous or asynchronous approaches. And it includes assessments, assignments, and tutoring. And it could enable learning at any time, location, and without any location restrictions. So a quick background, there's a lot of orthopedic injuries in Cameroon, and due to the proliferation of motorcycles users, given the physical context in Cameroon. And the access to qualified rehabilitation healthcare professionals is very limited. So here in the US, there's been a quick proliferation of telehealth, mainly post the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the social distanciation, clinicians were brainstorming other ways to provide their therapy. However, the need for telehealth services has always been has always been huge back in Cameroon, because even before the pandemic, there was still a lack of professional healthcare present in Cameroon. So I'm completing a systematic review, and the aim is to explore the outcome of telerehabilitation while treating adults with orthopedic conditions. So in this review, some of the telerehabilitation platforms that were found included video conferencing. That includes Skype, Microsoft Teams or Zoom, and so many more video conferencing platforms that are out there. So the researchers were completing telehealth services using these platforms. Another platforms that they were using were digital systems, where they were making all these sophisticated digital systems, and they were providing it to the service receivers. They were installing it in those service receivers' houses, and they were performing their telehealth services through these platforms. Another platform was virtual exercise rehabilitation assistant, where it's pretty much an avatar, and it's a sophisticated platform where the service receivers will have the avatar in a visual system, and that's how the telehealth services will be provided. Another platform is video or photo interface. This platform is a platform that has been used by many healthcare professionals even before the COVID-19 pandemic. It includes something that we call, for instance, a home exercise program, where we have pictures of specific exercises, as you can see on the picture on the left. Or it could be a recorded video of what you want a service receiver to perform. So I'm going to play the clip. It's a short clip just to illustrate how it can be performed. So this type of telehealth platform has also been used by the researchers. And another platform that has been in the research were over-the-phone supervision, where the researchers were providing specific instruction via cell phone, either via cell phone calls or text messages. And the other platform was virtual reality and mobile application, which is also a very sophisticated platform. And the results was that telerehabilitation, they yield statistically significant improvement for specific outcomes that included pain, range of motion, quality of life, and function. So when we talk about function, especially with my occupational therapy background, we're talking about occupations. So, and occupations definitely vary depending on the context. So if you're looking at your daily routine from getting out of bed, completing your day and going back to bed, everything that you do, those are part of your occupations. So a quick discussion that is important to keep in mind is that, these are a lot of different possibilities of using telerehabilitation to compensate the lack of qualified rehabilitation specialists in Cameroon. However, the context of Cameroon, the physical context, the socio-economic context, the political context is completely different from that of the United States. So which of all these telerehabilitation platforms that have been proven to be effective, which of them can be actually implemented in Cameroon? So also the concept of digital literacy is also important. So the ability of people to use all these different technology within their local context. So this current review is provided a good preliminary information to guide rehabilitation specialists to treat individuals remotely. However, I believe that there's still room for more research, especially a research that can be performed locally in Cameroon. Thank you so much. So now the next panelist, Mrs. Michaela Rai, will go ahead with her presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lanu. Let me just share my screen quickly. Okay, so my research is actually related to Dr. Lanu, or even supplemental to what Dr. Lanu has been researching, whereas my focus is more on implementation of telerehab around the globe. So I'm going to be sharing a systematic review with you titled The Implementation of Telehealth Physiotherapy Services for Musculoskeletal Conditions. The purpose of this study was to look at the implementation of telehealth services in physiotherapy, specifically for musculoskeletal cases in terms of the effectiveness, the challenges and barriers, and the guidelines for implementation. So studies from around the world were polled, and then a total of 32 were included in this review. And as you can see, the countries represented are Australia, Brazil, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Nigeria, Portugal, Italy, Macedonia, Qatar, the UK, South Africa, Norway, Spain, and the United States. And as you can see, with a few exceptions, most of these countries where studies have been polled are from wealthy first world nations, just something to keep in mind. The main concepts being investigated were the clinical and cost effectiveness of implementing telehealth platforms for physiotherapy with musculoskeletal patients, the willingness to accept the utilization of telehealth by both clinicians and patients, and barriers and enablers to implementation, and then guidelines for improving the telehealth care that's being provided. So what was found, there was evidence of the clinical effectiveness of telehealth musculoskeletal physiotherapy, especially for back and knee patients, although lacking for upper limb patients. Cost effectiveness was demonstrated, and acceptance of this platform was shown to depend on how both clinician and patient accept their new role when shifting from an in-clinic model to a remote one. Barriers and outcomes commonly identified across the studies in this review. Barriers commonly found for technical literacy, so ability to operate systems and devices needed for telehealth. Lack of desire to utilize this method of service delivery, and then cost of implementation. So the cost of going digital, which was identified from studies in countries, the studies included from the countries where the transition would not necessarily be easy. For example, a study conducted in Brazil identified their medical infrastructure would not allow easy data integration that's needed for digital practice. So as patients are remotely treated and assessed, the clinicians need access to relevant health data, which can be particularly challenging in a country where hospitals and clinics have different electronic health record systems or no electronic record system at all. So outcomes that were generally found for the patient include decreased psychological stress, increased autonomy, and increased cognitive abilities. So in conclusion, telehealth was found to be an effective and feasible method of service delivery, but not in lieu of clinic services altogether. So it was identified that telehealth should be integrated with both in-person and virtual interventions. Additionally, further guidelines and regulations considering structure, legal issues, social issues, assessment and treatment are needed to improve implication of this fast expanding service. So an important aspect I want to bring to everyone's attention and to keep in mind is the context of this review. So this is only one systematic review with a relatively small number of countries where the United States, the UK, and Australia are producing the highest volume of studies that were included related to telehealth in musculoskeletal physiotherapy. There were only 2 studies included from 2 African countries, from South Africa and from Nigeria, out of the 54 countries on the continent of Africa. So something to keep in mind when interpreting the findings from this study. And it shows us that future studies are needed and need to focus on implementation in Africa because it is a unique context for healthcare service delivery. And we know that telehealth for musculoskeletal conditions is feasible in the context described where these studies were conducted. But the question that I have and the question that I want to leave all of you with is, how will this work in the African context? How will people access it? And realistically, how can the current medical infrastructure adapt and transition to a digital model of therapy? And within our profession, within the profession of occupational therapy, the World Health Organization has identified telehealth, that telehealth can improve access to effective occupational therapy services for people in their homes, schools, workplaces, and communities. But in some ways, research is still trying to catch up because of the pandemic and the emergence of telehealth in occupational therapy. A lot of new populations have access to care that didn't before, and not all of the outcomes have been assessed yet. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Makela, for your informative presentation. And you may stop sharing your screen. Okay, so thank you for really highlighting the need for further research within the context of Africa about telehealth. So our next presenter will be Dr. Arrington.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Kamara and Howard University. I'm going to share my screen and we will begin our presentation. I will be representing the point of view of rural schools in Ghana during COVID-19. And my research is a case study of a rural school and how we used information and communications technology to launch online learning, or distance learning rather, and continue teacher training during the pandemic. And let's see. So this is our agenda for today. And basically what I want to do is provide you with some background on my case study and a little bit of context in terms of where our research site is located, some of the themes that came about during the research, and what I believe to be the significance of the research to digital learning in Africa in the future, and what are some of the opportunities and recommendations that we have for future research. So just to give you a little bit of context about my research site, my school is an American school, it's a Mancha American school, it's in Ghana, and we are located about 9 hours from the capital. So we are quite a distance from the center of the city, and that context is really important for you to understand our research. My relationship with the school started because I was introduced to the proprietor, who is a local Ghanaian from this particular village, who built a school because he wanted to offer a sort of alternative approach to education in his village. And he was specifically looking for an American who had two very interesting areas of expertise in American curriculum policy and school planning, but also expertise in culturally relevant teaching, learning, and teacher training in order to be able to bridge the gap between American instruction and Ghanaian local context and Ghanaian tradition and the Ghanaian education system. And we were connected, and it turns out that I had the expertise that he needed. So we have been working together since 2018. I have done 3 residencies in Senasi, and I also do regular trainings via distance, WhatsApp, Skype, throughout the year, doing administrator training and teacher training. And in 2020, during COVID, we collaborated on launching a distance education program, which is what I'll share with you today. And in January 2021, I joined them on site to reopen safely and write school policy with the local Ghana Education Service and get the school up and running again. So here's a little context just about the school. This is the school environment. And what we thought about during our research was, how can we crystallize this time period in the literature? And it just so happens that COVID, the school closures, coincided with the time and point where I was to write my dissertation. So the school and I agreed that we will crystallize our work so that we could possibly influence future emergency education planning, not just in their community, but in Ghana in general. We also would love to be able to influence some policy and infuse more of the voice of rural educators and rural schools in national policy. So here are our research questions. We thought about what the challenges to and barriers and opportunities were for instructional delivery in Senasi during COVID, during the lockdowns. We thought about our barriers, what were our solutions, what forms of information and communications technology were available to Samaja at that time to address those challenges and those opportunities. And we also took a look at what are some of the best practices in sub-Saharan Africa during COVID-19 lockdowns. And the center of my case study really is capturing the voices and experiences of the rural educators during COVID-19. Because as the literature has said during my, what I saw during my research and read in the literature, is that quite often we don't capture the voices of the educators on the ground and how they are challenged with implementing policies that are implemented at the national level or the regional level. So what we've done is I captured interviews with faculty and staff, specialist government officials, looked at their lesson plans that they wrote during COVID, listened to radio broadcasts, social media, emergency reports, existing literature. And as we all know that the literature changed really quickly during COVID. There was a lot of information coming very quickly. So it was a really exciting project, a really exciting thing to write about, a really exciting time. And what we found in the literature was that worldwide, the digital divide was exacerbated by COVID-19. And here are some statistics. I won't read everything to you, but what I want you to know is that there were millions, hundreds of millions of students who did not have internet access or who did not live in areas that were covered by mobile networks in general. So here we are in the field of education, and we are getting the recommendation to launch digital distance learning, but we are in a community that does not have a mobile network that is accessible to everyone. We have a school population that didn't have devices, and our situation in our rural area echoed the situation of many other schools and students and educators around the world. This is what the literature has said about digital resource access in Africa specifically. So there were 6 areas that I read about to really get a good foundation for the research: emergency education, the accessibility of online learning, radio and WhatsApp in emergencies, how to use that in emergencies. What is a framework for disaster management in rural areas? What are some of the infrastructure challenges in rural sub-Saharan Africa and rural Ghana? And how can we leverage cultural community wealth to manage disasters? And these 2 bottom quotes really encapsulate what the literature pointed out. Basically, the first quote is from the Association of the Development of Education in Africa. And it basically says that there is a new reality and we have to rethink education and how it can be delivered in an inclusive and equitable manner. And what is the role of technology? Also, it pointed out that inclusivity and exclusion were some of the ongoing issues in many African countries in terms of the implementation of digital learning. And then we look at the second quote from World Bank, and the World Bank and others pointed out that transitioning to distance learning really continue to raise and highlight concerns about equity and access, particularly between socioeconomic classes, urban and rural areas, educated versus uneducated families, and most importantly, the low to moderate income countries versus the high income countries. So this is the foundation for my research moving forward. These are some of the themes that arose in the research, some of our barriers. One of the things that was repeated in the interviews, in the literature, and emergency reports, in social media was the poor infrastructure that we have in our rural area. And again, I want to remind all of our attendees that this is a single case study, but we are crystallizing this case study to encourage other policymakers and other researchers to continue this research and scale it so that we can find solutions to things like poor infrastructure. Another theme was digital equity and access, and unequal distribution of digital access. Another theme was financial issues. And then another theme was the inadequate disaster management networks that were in place prior to the emergency. These are the themes in depth, and I won't go through each one of them, but I'm presenting this so you will have an idea of some of the sub-themes that we encountered. One of them was the high cost of data. If anyone is familiar with being in any rural area in Ghana specifically, or even in the city, the way that you purchase data sometimes is not connected to a network or a monthly fee. It's sort of a pay as you go format, and that can get really expensive and be very inaccessible to people. Also, even if there is a network in place, there may be places in sub-Saharan Africa where the network is not of good quality, it's not consistent, it can be affected by the weather, it can be affected by your location. There could also be unreliable electricity. So there are a variety of barriers that we experienced in our school community to implementing digital learning. And this is the words of some of my research participants. And I also included this in my dissertation because I feel that it is really important to actually hear educators' experiences and to crystallize that in the research and to crystallize that in the literature. The research participants reported having to move to different locations, for example, because the network is inadequate in one place. So our teachers were, my 6th grade teacher, Oba, was working from home, and sometimes he would have to leave home to go to a different location to access the network. Or he may have to switch from one network to another, MTN to Vodafone, for example, to be able to conduct research, to get training, and to create lessons for his students. We also heard from our teachers about the theme of digital access and equity. And basically the proprietor, when given the mandate by the Ministry of Education to implement digital distance learning, the proprietor had to take a look at what was actually available. And he realized that, yes, Zoom was a common tool that was being used during the pandemic, but the data was too expensive for his school community and his teachers. And he realized that platforms such as WhatsApp, commonly used in the community, was available. So they had to, again, face challenges of digital access and equity. I won't go too much into these frameworks because that's a whole panel in and of itself. But I do want to point out 2 things. There is a framework on the left and a framework on the right. And what I found in my research, trying to find theoretical and conceptual frameworks about rural resilience in emergency education situations, is that the frameworks were inadequate to really describe the work that we were doing at Symposium. And if you look on the left, this framework really is focused on using their social capitals just to build trust, just to create networks. And then this also on the left talks about economic and human capital as 2 separate forms of capital. But what happened at Symposium is they didn't have economic capital to be able to launch their WhatsApp and radio, but what they did have was a wealth of social capital. So what I did is I reframed the original framework to really pivot off of the community's social capital and how they use their social capital and the existence of their connections with their networks within their community and outside of their community to acquire economic and human capital. And I think this is really important to point out, especially for communities that are underserved or marginalized, that there is capital there. And I use Yaso's concept of cultural wealth to really reframe. And cultural wealth meaning that there are certain types of capital in underserved and marginalized communities that are often not seen as wealth. Social capital, aspirational capital, resistant capital. And it is important in times of trying to launch education in emergency that we really do use social capital as something, a foundation for being able to be resilient and to launch programming. Please stop me if my screen is not being shared properly. I'm thinking everything is okay, but in the audience, if you can't see me, please chime in. And to conclude, I'm going to share with you some of the opportunities and ways that they did deliver instruction in the absence of the ability to launch a digital program. The school launched a WhatsApp program whereby the teachers would record a voice recording of a lesson and distribute it to the classroom on WhatsApp to the parents, and the students would listen to the lesson in their homes and then respond to the teacher through WhatsApp. SAS also launched a science and language arts radio education program, and that program was not just for their school community, it was for their entire community, because they realized that part of their responsibility was to help the community continue to be educated even in the midst of lockdowns. And the radio program provided a social network. It provided a means by which the community could continue to stay connected and encouraged during the pandemic. And it was through their international global networks of supporters that they tapped for funding that they were able to launch this radio show. And then they also created an on-site library at their school that the community could access. So there is some significance of the findings here. The most significant for us is that we've had the opportunity to add rural educators' voices to the growing body of research on digital and distance learning during COVID-19. That was important for us to be, again, crystallized and included in the literature, and to contribute to the understanding of how cultural community wealth can play a central role in disaster management. And we have some opportunities and recommendations, which I won't read the entire slide for you, but we would recommend that, again, inclusion of rural educators' voices in the creation of policy. Future research could center around how to improve equity and access to ICT infrastructure in rural areas, and the creation of an emergency education program ahead of time so that it's ready to launch during emergencies, because research says that we will have more epidemics and pandemics. So this is a great time to get ready for that. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. This is how I can be contacted. I thank you for allowing me to be on this panel, and I will be present for any questions after the next presentation. Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arrington, for this outstanding presentation. So it's really thrilling to see how the research is being conducted in Africa and how we could possibly model this type of research in other areas of Africa. So I invite the audience to post their questions in the Q&A. And as Dr. Arrington was saying, those questions will be addressed after Dr. Agaba finishes her presentation. Dr. Agaba, I think you are muted.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Muted, but I don't know if I'm speaking very slowly, so you can't hear me.
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm unmuted. Yes, okay. So with it, we'll first wait, and I go into sharing the screen. Okay, so here we go. Okay. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Okay. So first of all, I would like to put a big disclaimer that I am new to the digital learning space, coming from the policy and law side where we tend to talk a lot, we are wordy. So when I saw the pictures and the diagrams, I was really impressed and envious at the same time. So you will forgive me if my screen is more of a word kind of thing. I'm learning and excited to learn more from the digital spaces. Yes. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to give a case study kind of approach, drawing from two fields, one case study from South Africa and one case study from Uganda. The purpose of this is not to go to say that I'm an expert on this field, as I say, but to capture some nuances that we can possibly carry on in the discussion. So I thought I could start with the introduction, which even though I know people have already said a lot about this, but I just want to lay a brief background and sort of scope for my discussion. So as we know, COVID-19 has transformed the learning landscape across Africa. It has highlighted the already existing learning deficiencies. Prior to COVID-19, in most of our countries, face-to-face learning was the predominant form of learning. And online was used mostly to complement face-to-face learning, but not as the first form of learning. The onset of COVID, of course, led to the closure of most institutions and the suspension of most learning activities, forcing most institutes to adapt their online learning atmosphere. However, as you've noted and as people have been saying in the previous discussions, this online learning has by and large been met with numerous challenges. So the challenges of access to Wi-Fi, very expensive internet, data connectivity issues, which are worse off always in the rural areas, electricity challenges, power outages, access to computers, lack of appropriate skills by both teachers and learners, all of which have really compounded in making the digital learning experience difficult. So the prioritization of digital learning in Africa is very vital in, first of all, improving student skills so that they are employable after their education. In many settings, we've noticed that when the teaching is happening prior to COVID, very little of it was online based. So it's very possible for someone to go through the online education system and go through the 3 or 4 years of learning without interacting excessively with the computer. If I'm to give my own experience, I remember very many years back with my undergraduate, the only time I really interacted with the computer was when I got my first internship. And so you find that students get out of university without even the basic computer skills. So this is why the online learning is very important in order to prepare our students, especially from the poorer backgrounds, for the employment world. So hence the need for digital learning. So this paper selects 2 examples, one from South Africa and one from Uganda, as I told, and basically draws a little bit from the highlights of those in order to allow us to add to our discussion, really. And again, another disclaimer, not an in-depth into each of these ones. So the first one that I want to talk about was the UCT Online High School. So in a groundbreaking move, the University of Cape Town launched an online high school, which is scheduled to start next year, January 2022. So they said that the school is aimed at being accessible to high school learners across the country. The school has 2 offerings. The first is the online high school option, which can be accessed at home, at any home. And they said this would be at an affordable fee of 2,095 Rand per month. The second aspect was the free online blended platform, which they talked about for all high school teachers and learners using the same platform, but which would be available in what they called micro schools. So they said they would establish these micro schools in community facilities such as community centers, churches, libraries. These will have mentors in place who are not necessarily teachers, but who will be available for supervision and holding students accountable. So the Western Cape Department of Education came on board with this, and it agreed to license all the content as open content, making it available to teachers and learners at other schools in the country or on the continent. The Vice Chancellor highlighted that the initiative is part of the university's Vision 2030 of unleashing human potential by addressing inequities in access to education, thus changing the trajectory of high school, especially in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So as you know, there are huge deficits in South Africa as regards high school education. And due to these challenges, we are finding that when the students are ready for university education, most of these students arrive unprepared and lacking in so many of the key skills. So this is one of the areas that the high school is hoping to tackle. So in late October, Sanlam Group also came on board and partnered with the high school in order to provide scholarships for talented young South Africans from formerly disadvantaged backgrounds. So Sanlam reported that it would pay full tuition for 100 academically strong learners who had challenges paying for themselves. The school went ahead and looked for a principal and a director. And they got the director who is called Yandiswa Kaza. You'll forgive me if I somewhere mispronounce that name. So Professor Yandiswa, on taking on the position, first expressed her hesitation and said that in the beginning she had been reluctant to contribute to what she called a world of robots, which is children studying from their bedrooms and sitting rooms without any human interaction. So she said, as the principal of the school, despite the big role of the online education, she would still emphasize the role of human interaction, which would teach the vital people skills and build relationships. However, she iterated and was and noted that the brick and mortar system served its purpose for the second and third industrial revolution. But the world that we are preparing for and where we are heading is a world which is online. And anyone who doesn't come to that realization would be left lagging behind. So the UCT Online High School received a lot of praise as a groundbreaking venture. However, as always, there were some critics of the online high school. And some of the critiques, some of the points that they brought forward was one, that the school was not very steeped in the decolonization agenda, as its underlying framework is external and is just integrated into the African space. So these critics said that the school is based on data sets that are developed elsewhere in a form that has been called digital colonization. So the digital colonialism. So they are very hectic about carrying on the negative effects of colonialism into the digital space. And I had someone in the comment section talked about the challenge of local languages. This same challenge was still raised by the school, where they were saying that it doesn't promote the integrating of local languages into the school in ways that would localize and decolonize education. The other critique of the online high school was the issue of privatization, which, as you know, in higher institutions of learning has become an issue. The partnership is between University of Cape Town and a private US-based company called Valentia Institute. And so the critique was that the issue of marketing education is one that is ever increasing in public education. And despite the acknowledgement that there is ever shrinking funding, which is forcing institutions to turn into quasi-privatized institutions, this is the wrong way to go. The right way to go should be finding ways of accessing quality, public, independent education, because of the fear that private entities may indirectly influence the university and the school agenda. The other critique that came for the school was that the model that was forwarded by the school is one that is more suitable for middle income and affluent families, which have laptops a favorable working space, and these areas are often located in urban areas. Oh my gosh, sorry. So, yes, Jackie, how are you? Oh my God. Yeah, sorry. I apologize for that. Yes. So, so those were among the critiques that were raised by the school. And another issue that came up about the school was the issue of cost in terms of affordability. So the school said that they would be paying 250 rand schools. They compared it to the average salary of most average households in South Africa, and they found it to be a bit on the unaffordable side, which ties in with my previous point of quasi-privatized institution, which begs the question, is the school meant to compete with other private schools and offer a favorable rate, or it's meant to promote quality public education? Then the other critique was the issue of being wary of overpraising online teaching as an option for replacing classrooms, on the basis that face-to-face learning is still very important in terms of improving student social skills, teaching extracurricular activities like drama, sports, and music, which students remember long after they've left the school. The other critique was its sustainability and longevity, where people wondered whether the school would be sustained beyond the private sector interest, because there's always the fear that private sector is always, they may lose interest and move on to other lucrative things. But as I said, the school is yet to start, and all these things are yet to be put in motion in order to see how this would work out. The other issue was the issue of micro schools that I talked about. That was the second model they thought about. And what they were saying about the micro schools, they were saying that how many students would these micro schools be able to retain in the community centers and in the libraries? Because even though you talked about 5,000 students, at best, it's still a minuscule number compared to millions of school-going children. So the question still with the UCT raised is it a tool that is contributing to access to education for all? Or could it be contributing to private homegrown alternatives which are already readily available? This might be too early to tell, but remains to be seen. However, what the Vice Chancellor expressed in her sentiments and what the critics were saying was their hope that the school would continue to contribute to efforts to recenter quality public education for all, contribute to decommodifying education, and combating against austerity politics in the university space. So that is the UCT online high school. The other example I wanted to bring in to compare in order to bring the comparison to a standstill was the one of Uganda. So with Uganda, we're going to talk about the Makerere University e-learning environment. So the Makerere University e-learning environment is a Moodle-based electronic platform for online learning at Makerere University. It was also formed prior to COVID in the early 2000s in order to supplement face-to-face teaching, improve and increase access to higher education in order to cope with the emerging trends in education. So prior to COVID, the platform was active and running, but there was reluctance in systematically including the teaching format in the part of teaching staff. And because teaching staff really did not have sort of a push factor in order to transition to online, they always had the option of face-to-face learning. They could always rely on face-to-face learning and use Mwele haphazardly. That was the experience prior to COVID. Now, when COVID came, COVID forced the migration of staff and students to the Mwele system. And this posed a series of challenges. And some of these have included the fact that it is a slow system, which doesn't allow many users at the same time. For instance, when the transition happened last year in 2020, students were required to open university emails in order to use it. First, the people to help students and enable them open these university emails were very few. They were outnumbered. The colleges, for instance, have over 6,000 students in these colleges, and you have almost 2 people who are authorized to open emails for these students. So that creates a challenge to how quickly the system will run and its efficiency. Because of this challenge, most teachers and lecturers went back to Zoom calls, which also had their challenges in terms of how many students they would take. So a class of 300 would have at most 70 students. And also because of the challenges of data connectivity, the internet challenges that I mentioned above. As you know, Uganda already had internet challenges prior to COVID, but the government also introduced a levy on the internet, a 12% tax levy on the internet, making it even more expensive for ordinary Ugandans, later on students who are scraping by for a living. The other factor is that when COVID, at the onset of COVID, the government insisted on online learning. However, there were no measures that were put in place to facilitate this kind of learning, such as the internet, the laptop, the data for students.
We are having some technical difficulties. So Dr. Agaba is currently located in South Africa.
Like what was done elsewhere, even imperfectly. For instance, South Africa laptops to some students, they have the SA Connect.
Okay, as I was saying, Dr. Agaba is currently located in South Africa, so she may have encountered some difficulties with the internet services. Hopefully she'll get back to us. So now we are going to have a panel discussion, and before that, I encourage the audience to post your questions in the Q&A, and we will answer the questions as they're coming. So there's been a couple of questions already, and the first question is, let me locate the question. Okay, the first question is for Dr. Arrington. So Dr. King is asking if your PowerPoint will be available. And I know that Dr. Kamara mentioned all the panelists to send in your presentation, and all the panelists' presentation will definitely be made available. So the question that, there's another question for Mrs. Makela. Let me locate the question. So the question is from Mr. Duwingoma, and the question is, can you elaborate more on how telehealth cannot be used as an alternative in clinic services? If so, is it necessary?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lanu, and thank you for that question. So telehealth is a necessary service because it has proven to bring services to individuals and populations who did not have access before. So people are able to receive care who never did before, which is very important. However, the implementation is not perfect yet. So we're in transition to remote healthcare. We have a lot of work to do for it to be feasible for everyone and in every context. So even with the study that I presented, over half of the studies in that review are from the last 2 years. So research is still new, and we're not ready to replace in-clinic services with virtual services because we don't have all the evidence on outcomes of all services historically performed in person, but the fuse has been lit. So that may be the reality one day. And even in a place like South Africa, for example, recently they've been experiencing stage 4 load shedding. So they're sharing electricity across the nation, and different parts, different regions don't have electricity there. The lights are out, they don't have internet for an hour or hours at a time. So that system can't support a Zoom session with your therapist, but that's what we're working towards.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Makela. I'm going to add that in addition to the access of digital learning platforms, it's also the effectiveness. What platforms will be effective in what context? So there's still room for research in that area. So it's one thing to use, to be able to use the digital platform, and it's another thing to use it effectively. So there's definitely a need for more research, especially within the African context. I'm talking about the physical context, the location, the type of platforms that are available or doable, the socio-economic context, as well as the values and beliefs. So I'm going to go to the next questions. Is for Dr. Arrington. Given the Simanhia American School is an elementary middle school, what role are the local Ghanaian languages playing?
That
is from Lizanza.
Thank you for that question. That is an excellent question. Officially, the school's language is English, and they encourage students and teachers to speak English throughout the day. One of the areas that I'm working with the school on is the cultural relevance to the school population. And that includes allowing and encouraging local language to be spoken. They speak Twi. And research shows us, and anecdotal evidence as well, shows us that language is not just words, it also has context, it also has meaning, and it also has culture. And sometimes topics can be better expressed in the local language rather than one of the Western languages that are some of our African nations' official languages. So we are working on that. It is not officially spoken on campus, but you hear Twi quite a bit. And especially when I go to do teacher training or administrator training, I always encourage faculty, staff, students to, if they need to say something in Twi to me, someone can translate for me, because I want them to be able to express themselves and ask questions in a way that they are most comfortable with. And also, my American English accent is sometimes difficult to understand. But again, we are working on the language piece. That's one of our priorities, not at the top of our list, but we're aware of it. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for asking.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arrington. So I encourage the audience, if you have any follow-up question, to post it in the Q&A. So I see that Dr. Agaba is back. So I'll give her the opportunity to complete her presentation.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm going to just leave it like this and not do anything with it because the challenges I was talking about presented themselves. Yes. So let me just finish it up so that we can just, so the other challenges were, of course.
Are you able to share your screen, Dr. Agaba?
Yes, I'm able to share my screen. I'm just scared that the moment I share it, we might run into other challenges, but let me share again and hoping that, yes, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So I was, we were talking about the reluctance, we were talking about the challenge. So the other challenge that was noted was the reluctance by teaching staff to include the Mwele system in their teaching practices. I mentioned that, with most still preferring to use platforms like Zoom, which also had their challenges. I'd finished with that. The other challenge were the high data costs that were required to be on Zoom. And so student attendance remains low, at most 70 with classes of hundreds of students. Internet challenges, I also mentioned that. Introduction of the internet option without facilitating the type of learning with internet subsidies like data and laptops. Then the social aspect of education was further emphasized. I said this before when I was talking about the fact that with online education, the students still talked about the fact that they learned more in their groups, they learned more when they consulted with each other, they learned more when they interacted, and also the other social aspects of interaction at school are still very important aspects of the educational experience. The other challenge on the technical part was teaching staff who are not skilled in the information systems themselves. And these teaching staff always talked about the challenge of frequent upgrades to the system, which discouraged them. And without the proper education and without the proper people on staff to enable them, walk them through the various changes to these upgrades. So as a result, it was noted that most teaching staff simply uploaded material right from the face-to-face classroom to the system without the adequate instructional design, support, and the adaptation of these staff to fit the online mode of teaching. The other challenges, as you know, most of our universities in the African setting always suffer with low resources. So in this case still, there was a very limited budget which was put in place to support the technology which was needed to establish a functional e-learning environment. For instance, the purchase of associated hardware with capacity to cover the whole university, and the smaller ongoing budget to cater for periodic operations, support, and maintenance. The other challenge that was reported was the fact that the perception of staff also needed to be improved. They needed to be worked in order to improve or increase or change their perspective. So very many of the staff still view it as an informal kind of learning. And because they lack the institutionalized policy for proper monitoring of lecturing, for proper measurement and enforcement of the online mechanism, this has not changed much. In fact, as of this year, most lecturers had started reverting back to the face-to-face learning, and others reverting back to the Zoom approach without necessarily integrating the Mwele system in their kind of teaching. This also ties in with the lack of proper communication about the objectives and values of the project. So as I said, the project was meant to enhance the teaching and the learning experience. It was formed to adapt a flexible and a more affordable kind of education, and maybe increase access to higher education for those who might not be able to physically walk to Makerere University. But because these objectives and values were not properly communicated to both the teaching staff and the students, the goal of the Mwele system has been lost in there. The other one is the lack of adequate instructional designers and information system programmers who are able to implement and maintain a complex information system for the university. So with these challenges, we found that online learning, despite COVID, which was supposed to be a wake-up call and a change and a transition to a blended learning system, has just had very little impact on the system, with where it has been noted that most teaching staff are reverting back to what was there prior to COVID. So unless these challenges are addressed and unless the system is is deliberately thought of, there's a proper mechanism of monitoring, there's a budget for the running of the hardware that is involved to run such a huge institute for a huge university than this, then the challenges are still persisting. Thank you very much. And that was my presentation. Sorry for the internet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agaba. If you may stop sharing your screen.
Stop share.
Thank you so much for your very informative presentation. It's very important to explore how digital learning can be used to provide quality education in the African continent. So I'm going to continue with the questions. There's a question from Ahmed Moen. I believe this is for any of the panel members. Is it true that China competes with US CDC to cover access to COVID-19? How many regions does CDC Africa cover besides WHO? So I believe that CDC Africa is within the African Union. So CDC Africa will cover all the countries that are members of the African Union. There is another question. Dr. Arrington, did you want to provide an additional answer? Okay. I saw your camera coming on. So I have another question from Samuel Nixon. For Dr. Arrington, how does your research in the rural schools compare with other rural education research in taking cultural context into account?
Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for your question. This is a really good question to consider in the context of my research. I have found both in the literature and anecdotally that cultural context when researching rural schools in the field of education is not considered when policies are implemented or created. And it is problematic. And this is another reason why my research is undergirded by cultural context. For example, when you look at progressive education policies that are implemented in Ghana or in other regions on the continent, progressive education reforms have a very Western perspective to them. And trying to implement, let's say, small group learning, but in a rural classroom that has 60 students and 1 teacher is impractical. And it does not serve that community. And what you will find is that the voices from the people in those communities is not integrated into the policy. So what my area of expertise is and what my work has been with Samantia in Ghana is how do we bridge that? How do we bridge the best practices from these Western progressive reforms that are often attached to funding with what we need in our community in Sanasi, what's best for the kids at the school, what's best culturally. So that's a long way of saying that no, you don't find a lot of cultural context when there is research about rural schooling, rural education, and implementing national policies in rural environments. And thus, this is why we crystallized our research during COVID, so we can have a voice in future policy making and in future emergency protocols and procedures. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Arrington. The next question is still from Mr. Nixon. It's for Dr. Agaba as well as you, Dr. Arrington. How integral was the incorporation of the parents, of the students, and the schools processes incorporated in both your research area, and how was it done? Please advise. Dr. Agaba.
The incorporation of the parents. So from what I have found is that that was not done, that has not been done, because as I said, there was a lack of proper communication of the goals and values and bringing on board the key stakeholders. When COVID-19 came, it caught everyone off guard, and it was suspension of school and people went home. And so people were looking for alternatives. I see someone else has asked about whether the Zoom option was a cheaper option. No, the Zoom option is not a cheaper option, but the Zoom option was what was available. So those who can afford data can get onto the data or internet, and it is basically, if you can afford, then you will be present for the lectures. In line with the parents' incorporation, no, that did not happen because the system has not yet been properly planned to now meet with the COVID challenges and address the COVID challenges. Same with Zoom, the challenges of data, of course, are still ongoing, but the data was Zoom was used only because of its ease of accessibility, not because of its cost. Yes. Hope I have answered those two questions.
Thank you, Dr. Agaba. Dr. Arrington?
Yes, I'd like to add on to that. So our school is unique in that we actually have a parent-teacher association. We're the only one of the schools in that region that has one, and that's something specifically to our American school model. So some of the work that we've had to do is creating a PTA from an American school model that fits in the Ghanaian context. So there was some parent input in terms of how we rolled out our program and what was most useful. And that looked like we couldn't have a PTA meeting because everyone was on lockdown, but the school administrators and proprietors have a board of advisors from the PTA that they communicated with to hear about some of the issues and challenges that were going on at home with maintaining education during COVID. So it was really sort of an informal relationship, an informal polling of the community in terms of how the school could serve not only their parents and students, but also the wider community. And I also would add too that because we had a radio show, we launched a radio show that did open up even more communication with the parents outside of those few board members that were advisors. So the village is so small, once the radio show would air, they would see people in the market, they would see people on their way to and from church, and they were able to engage and get an idea of how useful the lessons were and what people needed. So again, it was really a very sort of localized cultural approach to education during COVID-19. So I hope that answered your question, Dr. Nixon. We're very unique in that we did have a parent input. Oh, and I wanted to say one more thing too, is that when we reopened, there were parents at our school who actually work at the Ghana Education Service. So we did have access to some of the government officials, local government officials as well, to help us navigate through COVID-19.
Thank you, Dr. Arrington. Mr. Nixon has a follow-up question. Were the parents' viewpoints understanding and willingness to support the research processes welcomed immediately and sustained to date in the proposed and ongoing research? This question is for Dr. Arrington.
Oh, I apologize. I thought it was for anyone. I want to make sure all the voices are on the panel are heard today. Again, just to reiterate what I said for our school is very unique in that we do highlight parent voices, and we have systems that we're learning to put in place for them to be heard and for them to contribute. And it's not a traditional approach to have all of the parent voices. And so there's been some challenges trying to figure out how to best do that, how to do that in a way that maintains the school as the authority on education, but also respects the parents' feedback. So that's very specific, but I want to emphasize it's very specific to us. We are the only ones in that particular village that actually has systems in place for parent input.
Thank you, Dr. Arrington. And I would like to encourage the audience. We're running towards the end of this panel. If you have further questions, there's definitely our contact information that will be made available if you have any follow-up question. So the next question that I have is for any of the panel members. What are the barriers to digital learning within the African context, and how can these barriers be overcome?
Maybe I could take that and say that most of the barriers are the barriers which are technological, which most of them I have covered. And the issue, of course, cannot be run away from. How can internet tariffs be cut in countries to be more accessible? And if these internet tariffs cannot be cut, how can, for instance, within the university space, have access to, Wi-Fi, and how can we think of the issue of access to the computers and the laptops themselves? It really comes back to the basics, because for internet, you need the internet connection, you need the data, you need the laptop, you need the phone. So we cannot run away from that technological or physical aspect of it. The other aspect of it is the software aspect, where people are still, believe it or not, even in the lecturing space, still very skeptical about digital learning, still very skeptical about taking on these new practices. On the facilitator side, people would rather stick with what they know. The only way this can be done is with a very deliberate plan of action, where the digital learning is integrated into the facilitators' learning mode, a retraining of the facilitators, so to speak, so that they overcome their biases, so that they can be able to get on board with the digital literacy skills. Yes, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agaba.
May I add as well, too, it is a policy issue on the national and regional, even the local level, whereby digital access networks, devices are more widely invested in urban areas, areas that are closer to cities, in populations that have more socioeconomic means, have more power to lobby for themselves and for resources. So this is also, it also needs to be a policy discussion. How are the digital resources distributed countrywide? And it's not just on the continent of Africa. If you look at the digital divide worldwide, almost all countries have the same policy issue, whereby if you have the power and the money, you usually have most of the resources directed to you because you have the power or the money. Alternatively, if you are in, let's say, a rural area or a marginalized or underserved area, you may have money directed to you, but it may have stipulations that don't serve you. So it's sort of what we call a ball of yarn or a ball of rubber bands that really needs to sort of be untangled. And there are many issues that are interconnected. But I did want to add that policy is also one of the important issues as well when we're talking about digital access.
I definitely agree about the policy issue. And to add on the remote location issue, it's really a problem in the African continent. What I'm what I've observed is that, most of the digital learning is available in the cities, and it's a lot of remote areas where, in general, the educational level is low and the physical context is, the access of those locations is really difficult. And a solution for that would be to definitely explore what type of platforms can be adapted within the physical context. And that should definitely be encouraged by policies. So here we're talking about the political context. So the next question is, what can be done by the African governments to maximize the use of digital learning in Africa? And this is for any of the panel members. So I believe that WHO is currently working on how digital learning and digital services can be provided worldwide. And I believe that the African government should really work with these international organizations to explore what digital learning strategies will work within the African context. And I believe that these African governments also should budget the resources, the financial resources to support the research as well as the provision of these digital services in the continent of Africa. So I see that there are more questions. Dr. Arrington, did you want to add?
I do want to add one point that, in addition to what you said, I think from my research and experience there, I would suggest that governments also, African governments also start with their own human resources. There's so many intellectual resources on the continent already. And starting there and training the human resources, intellectual resource that you have there, starting from there rather than bringing all the experts from the outside. There, from what I see, the continent could use more direction on how to, instead of creating this West is best hierarchy that some countries have, to make it more of a collaborative, more of an equal, balanced collaborative between the country's intellectual resources and resources outside the country. And I'm talking as an outsider, as someone who is Western and who has explored my positionality and was sure not to come in a hierarchical manner and saying that I bring the knowledge, but rather, what is the local context here? What capital is here? What resources are already here? And what can we use that you already have here to grow your path toward digital resources? So I think governments can use that philosophy on a larger scale.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arrington. Thank you for all the panel members for participating in this panel on digital learning in Africa. We'd also like to thank Dr. Kamara for providing us this opportunity. And this will be the end of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lienu, for again moderating this panel that has presented us really a wealth of information, and also doing something particularly important for this project, which means here identifying some of the fundamental challenges that Africa and Africans have been encountering in different ways, but also sharing certain basic solutions, like the use of radio and television as means of tele-education in Ghana, in South Africa, and elsewhere. Because when we identify key areas in which we are challenged and the key challenges we are facing, that will be a big first step towards looking for solutions to those challenges. And also telehealth that Dr. Lenu and Mrs. Rai addressed are very important. And thank you, the panel, for all those, this good work. And again, I would like to encourage the panelists, this panel and all other panels, if you are using PowerPoint slides, please email the slides to the Center for African Studies so we can share them with the audience. And I would like also to encourage members of the audience who wants to receive these slides to email us, and we will send them the slides as soon as they are available. So at this point, I would like to invite the next panel. Oh, I'm sorry. We should have a break from 2:05 to 2:20 p.m. And when we resume from 12:05 to 12:20, please share with me. At 12:20, we will invite the panel 3 that will present on language learning and inclusivity in virtual education. So please, let's take a break and come back at 12:20 p.m. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, thank you and welcome back from our short break. Next, we'll have panel 3 that will present on language learning and inclusivity in virtual education. And the panelists are Dr. Patrick Oyinda of the University of Nairobi in Kenya, Dr. Isaiah Lupogo of the Mzumbi University of Tanzania, and Dr. Anne Jabet of the University of Virginia. So please, let's welcome the panel. Anya?
Yes.
Do we have the panelists yet?
Let me see. They do not seem to be present.
Okay. Do we know if there are any technological issues or?
No, it's not technological issues.
Okay. All right. So this is something else.
I see Dr. Lupongo, who is in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I have asked him to join the panel.
Okay. All right. One is in Kenya, one is in Tanzania.
Yes,
Dr. Lupogo is in Tanzania, he's here, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What about your other co-panelists?
Hello, Lupogo speaking. I'm here. I don't know whether you are getting me well.
Yes. Yes, we're getting you well. What do you know where if the other 2 panelists are available?
Dr. Lupongo, who is in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I have asked him to join the panel.
Okay. Dr. Lupogo?
Yes, yes, I am here. I am.
Okay, do you know if Dr. Ayinda and Dr. Jabet are going to be? Yeah, he's here, right?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What about your other co-panelists?
Hello, Lupogo speaking. I'm here. Yes, I am. Whether you are getting me well. Yes,
Yes.
I'm hearing you, and I'm Lupogo
Yes,
from.
we're getting you well. What do you know where if the other 2 panelists are available?
Dr. Lupongo, who is in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I have asked him to join the panel.
Okay. Dr. Lupogo?
Yes, 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 I am. Here I am.
Okay, do you know if Dr. Ayinda and Dr. Jibre are going forward?
In fact, no, I don't know. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What about your other co-panelists? Anya?
Yes.
Yes.
The sound is coming from Dr. Lupongo's computer.
Yeah, I understand, but that recording keeps playing.
Yes, let me remove his sound 1 second. Okay, he is currently the only panelist present.
Okay, listen, I think we should have him make his presentation. If the others join in the process, they will continue, or what do you think?
Yes, Dr. Lupongo, it sounds that perhaps maybe you are playing the video on your computer simultaneously, and therefore we can hear the conversation again at the same time. So if that's the case, if you could turn off the video that you are playing, if you are also playing it on YouTube perhaps, and then you can turn your microphone back on and start your presentation.
Dr. Lupogo?
Sounds that perhaps maybe you are playing the video on your computer simultaneously, and therefore we can hear the conversation again at the same time. So if that's the case, if you could turn off the video that you are playing, if you are also playing it on YouTube perhaps.
Okay,
You can turn
it
your
looks
microphone back on and start your presentation.
Okay, let me check it, and I have realized that something is wrong.
Dr. Lupogo?
Yes, I am. Is everything now okay? Because I was hearing like something is recorded and it is coming back.
Yes, it stopped. I believe it was coming
Okay.
from your side, so maybe you turned something off. Maybe you are playing the video on your computer simultaneously. Oh, now we hear it again. Again at the same time. So if that's the case.
Okay, Dr. Lupogo, you can hear me?
It's every time that Dr. Lupogo turns on his microphone, we hear the replay.
Something is wrong. Let's see.
Dr. Lupogo?
Anyway, I'm thinking of
Yes, I am.
I'm thinking of restarting my device. Let me restart and see if that what is happening.
Yes, it stopped. Yes, please go ahead and restart.
Okay, stop it.
You are playing the video on your computer.
Do you know if he's still on?
No, he is not still on. He is restarting.
Okay, I just received a message from one of the panelists, Patrick Oyinda. He won't be on. And I haven't heard from Dr. Anne Jubet. So it's likely Dr. Lupogo will be the one presenting for this panel.
I've sent Dr. Jabet an email just to check if she'll be on.
Thanks,
Okay.
Renee.
Thank you. Renee, do you know if we have a phone number for her?
No, I only had her email.
Okay.
Dr. Lisanza wrote in the Q&A that Dr. Jabet is connecting.
She's connecting?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
Okay. Okay, is she here yet? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, if she is connecting, I recommend that we begin with Dr. Lupogo if he is back.
Neither one of them is present yet.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Jabet has joined us.
Maybe we should begin with her until Dr. Lupogo comes back.
Dr. Jabet, welcome. Are you ready to present?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. Let me find my presentation and I will share it in a minute.
Hello.
Hello,
Dr.
Dr.
Lupogo, we can
Lupogo.
hear you as well.
Yes, Lupogo, I'm back.
Okay.
I think I'm well ahead and things are now clear.
Yes, Dr. Jabet is about to start her presentation.
Okay, who is starting now to present?
Dr.
Is it me
Jabet.
or someone has already started?
Dr. Jabet is going to start in a minute.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Jabet.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, audience and panelists, for your patience while we resolve these technical issues. So for panel 3, we have Dr. Ann Jabet of the University of Virginia and Dr. Isaiah Lupogo from the Zumbe University in Tanzania. Dr. Patrick Oyinda of the University of Nairobi, Kenya, just sent a message with his regrets that he won't be able to participate. So panel 3 on language, learning, and inclusivity in virtual education will be composed of Dr. Jabet and Dr. Lupogo. So panel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So I'm very sorry. I had a long day, but it's going to work out. So today I'm going to be presenting about fostering inclusivity and student engagement in online classes. And I'm going to be talking a lot about my experiences as a teacher teaching online during the pandemic. And I'm going to show some of the tools that we have used that have been successful, and ways that we have engaged even other students from other universities in Kenya. So I teach Swahili, and for the purpose of this presentation, I was able to do a survey with my students, and it's the results of that survey and research that I'm able to present to you today. So some of the scholars that talk about inclusion and student engagement, they all show that methods of teaching need to be changed. So if we know that with remote learning, our settings changed. We changed from in-person to online. So our teachings have to change, not the setting. Vygotsky also said that we need to change our our attitudes towards teaching so that we can be more inclusive and engage all students. And for your information, you know about Vygotsky's work
he spoke more about teaching students with disability. So when students have disabilities, teachers have to find ways of including them. And this is where inclusion comes in. How do we include students with disability? In this case, we are not talking about students with disability. We are talking about students who have been affected by the pandemic. But Vygotsky's ideas also apply in our settings because we have students who are challenged because of being of learning online. So that is why their ideas are very pertinent in our discussion about inclusion. When we talk about inclusion also, we know that this is a philosophy that started very early, especially during the civil rights movement, the idea of including people, diverse peoples. So this also applies in our teaching. We need to reflect on our practices so that we can close these equity gaps and make sure that every student is involved, every student is an active learner. And this also means that we have to make sure that our teaching is learner-centered. So some of the questions I'm going to be discussing today is, what are examples of inclusive practices? What barriers to inclusivity do our students face or us as teachers face? And what are the possibilities for creating equitable, inclusive experiences? And what discoveries can we take forward post the pandemic? So, as I said, it's based on my research, a pilot study that I did with my students. And these were some of the challenges and barriers that came up from both the students and from myself. Realized that there was lack of motivation, maintaining attention, frustration with technology. Students disappear and don't participate. You just see their names on camera or their cameras are off. Students also are missing classes because of COVID-19. The conversations didn't seem inclusive. There were just a few students participating. During the exams, there was lack of honesty in exams, and there was also Zoom fatigue. So how can we promote inclusivity? So the students also provided suggestions on what they would like to see in the classroom so that it can help them participate in online classes. And I also did other research about what other research shows about what we can do in our classrooms to include or promote inclusivity. So one of the things that came up is providing a detailed instruction or detailed instructions and tasks that require participation. So when you're teaching in person, usually you are there with the students and you show them what you want them to do. But when they're online, it's hard to demonstrate to them. So the students have more questions on exactly what is required in the task. So with my class, I realized that I need to put every detail that of instruction that I want them to do in writing or in a separate sheet so that students can follow along. I also realized that I needed to provide roles for each student. As I said, I'm teaching Swahili online, and I had to make sure that each student has a role. And this is because I would give a task for them to do, and I would put them in breakout rooms. But when I go to the breakout room, I realize that they're all quiet, they're not participating. Maybe just one of them or two of them are participating. So providing roles for each of the students ensures that each of them is going to participate. When they come back to the main room, they have to demonstrate what they were practicing in the online classroom. We need to make online teaching exciting. That was really hard to do it online. It is easier to do it in face-to-face teaching, but online it's really hard. So finding ways of making it more exciting can be useful in the energy in the classroom. guided discussions. Students will need a step-by-step guide to the discussions. Because you're putting them in breakout rooms, you will not be in each breakout room at the same time. So they need to know, how are we going to continue these conversations in the breakout room? Unlike in face-to-face, you are there, you can go from group to group to see what they're doing and help, or you can overhear what the others are struggling with, and you can go and provide assistance. We can use also available tools online for teaching. There are so many tools that were available. There was a Flipgrid and others that you can use. We have Kahoot that I've used a lot in my teaching. Developing interpersonal relations. This is important because it makes you closer to the student. You get to know them better. And you get to be able to check in and see what's going on with them today. Are they having challenges today in class? So this is very helpful, especially at the beginning of class. Being proactive in identifying issues and finding solutions. So if there was an issue that came up, it is important to find out what the issue was and what solution you can provide, so that make sure that all the students are engaged. Other practices would be to meet the students where they are and provide support. What I did in the beginning of class, I would just make sure that I talk to all the students, tell them, I want to provide them support. And if any one of them has other issues that they need help with or might hamper their learning, they can come to me privately and discuss. Because during the pandemic, there was some, like most universities have programs that deal with accommodation of students with some kind of disabilities. But in remote learning, there were some kinds of issues that were not qualified as a disability. So these are kind of issues that I want the students to share with me so that I know how to help them so that they can do well in my classroom. So getting to know what these issues are in the beginning of the course is important and ensures that you can provide them the needed support. The issue might just be, oh, I can't have issues with my eyes, I can't spend too much time online, I have to turn off my video, things like that. And then, you can know how to support them with that issue. Being flexible with deadlines for assignments, I had to do this so that I can allow them more time to complete the assignments. So my deadlines were not very strict as they were in face-to-face learning. And increased communication, understanding, and patience. That was very key in supporting each of the students. Finding solutions and alternatives in cases where students are struggling with internet or computer trouble. I had students who for weeks did not have a computer or did not have internet, finding ways of accommodating them. Ensuring active participation, taking note of each student and involving them. So I made sure that every day I call on them and I talk to them so that I can hear if they're paying attention. Also, regular reflection and evaluation to get students' feedback. So I'll try to ask questions. They might be anonymous. Sometimes it will just be in class. We reflect on what is going on well, what is not going well, and that helped me change my lessons. So sometimes I would go to class and I would have to change the whole lesson because of the feedback that I've gotten from students. Creating lessons deliberately that include each student's participation. This means that in the planning of the lesson, I had to sit down and think of each student and then think of how I can include each of them. Other best practices, checking in with students before class, that was key. asking them, how are they doing? Is there anything that's going on? Have they been affected by COVID or not? Things like that helped a lot, so that even when students are absent, I know why they're absent. Paying attention to inactive students and trying to follow up with them, flexibility in changing lesson activities, including an inclusive learning statement in our syllabus. I used not to do this, but I had to start now including this statement. A simple statement that says that in my classroom, I want to make sure I support everyone and everyone is included in my class. If there's anything that you want me to know about you, please feel free to let me know so that I can make sure I support you. Such statements are very helpful, and they make students feel that they're free to come to you and they can get help. Providing opportunities for peer support was also very important, and mostly for those students who were absent one day and needed to catch up, peer support was very helpful. What are the takeaways? Before I talk about takeaways, let me mention about another opportunity that I had included for my students. So there's what I call telecollaboration. So I paired my students with students in a university in Kenya. And these students would meet every week, maybe twice. They would meet through social media like WhatsApp. And so my students are learning Swahili. These students from the university in Kenya are also wanting to learn about American culture. So I'll put them together. My students will speak with them in Swahili, and those students will respond to them in Swahili. So kind of like a pen pal. So they used to communicate weekly. And I found that to be very useful and very helpful, because it provided an opportunity for students to have an extra addition or chance for speaking in the target language, Swahili. So they would speak on the different topics that we had every week. They would engage those topics. A topic might be music. Okay, so my students will talk about music in America, and those students in Kenya will talk about music in Kenya, and they would share that in the target language, Swahili. So that was a practice that was very useful and helped a lot during the pandemic when we had to use online tools in teaching. So some of these things that I've mentioned here as best practices in teaching remotely, I'm going to make use of most of them. Checking in with the students before class, I'm continuing to do this even now. Regular reflection and evaluation to get students' feedback. Instead of doing once a semester, I'll do it more often. Structured assignments. I've learned to do structured assignments, very detailed, so that students understand what is required in their task. And then more communication and including this equity and inclusion statements. So these are some of the things I'll take away, and they're all based on different research on inclusion and student engagement. So there are things that can apply to any context in any university in the world, in Kenya, in Africa, wherever it is. These are things that can be applied. And I will end there with my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jibet. Dr. Lupogo?
Okay.
Yes, if you're ready, please.
Yes, I'm ready.
Hi, David.
Hi, how are you?
¿Qué tal, Ray?
Dr. Lupogo?
Yes, I'm trying to share.
Okay, we can see.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yes, my name is Isaiah Lupogo from Mzumbe University, Tanzania. And my presentation is about Kiswahili language conferences via Zoom in COVID season in Tanzania. And this is my personal, this is an assessment through my personal experience in attending these Kiswahili conferences. Introduction, as it is widely and obviously known, COVID has changed the life systems. Kiswahili associations have not been left out. We used it to undertake our conferences physically, face-to-face. But during COVID-19, we had to adapt a very new culture of trying to use this new technology, Zoom. In fact, it was a very new experience to many Kiswahili people in Tanzania. And in fact, Kiswahili associations understood, as far as my personal experience is concerned, I was involved, or I am affiliated to 4 Kiswahili associations. The first one is in Kiswahili we call it as Chama cha Kiswahili Afrika Mashariki. The previous presenter, I understand you are speaking the very same language. Its translation is Kiswahili Association and in Tanzania, and it's basically this association, its members are Kiswahili university lecturers from Tanzania. The second association is Global Association for Promotion of Kiswahili. In Kiswahili, it is called Chama cha Ukuzaji wa Kiswahili Duniani. Its abbreviation is CHAUKIDU. And the other association, understood, is Tanzania Association for Language and Literature in Tanzania. And the last one is Tanzania Kiswahili Preservers Association. As you can just see these pictures, the first one is before. The right hand side is before COVID-19, and the first one in your right side, this is Lupogo. You see the one in t-shirt beside the one who is presenting, and this is one of the Kiswahili associations I've mentioned. And the right hand side, after or during, this is now CHAUKIDU, a global association for promotion of Kiswahili. And this is a poster for online meeting. As you can see, this was about social services and the entrepreneurship discussion during COVID-19. The word Uviko-19 is just the translation for COVID-19. Therefore, these are just some evidence to confirm what was happening before COVID-19 and what was happening during or after COVID-19 to these Kiswahili associations. Therefore, this paper presents the reflection of Kiswahili associations Zoom conferences by using authors' experience as one of the members of associations under study. This paper presents generally it presents the effectiveness of online or Zoom meeting of Kiswahili associations in Tanzania. Then through experience of attending more than 10 Zoom meetings prepared by the stated Kiswahili associations, the following have been noted. The first one is a very positive one, despite the fact that COVID-19 is more of a negative kind of thing. But one way or another, these Kiswahili conferences, we gained a new technology. We gained a new technology knowledge of using Zoom, which we had not, we did not have before. Therefore, this can be regarded as a very positive kind of impact. A positive impact of COVID-19, gaining of new technology, the use of Zoom. The second one is the difficulties in coping with the Zoom technology. The other one is the internet challenge. And the last one is lack of Zoom license. To clarify further, difficulties in coping with Zoom technology. In fact, despite the fact that some instructions were given prior to attending these Zoom meetings, but still some participants face the critical problems in using this new technology. These critical problems or difficulties includes failing to capture the connection of Zoom from downloading the app up to joining the Zoom meeting, but also ups and downs in setting camera and microphone, failing to switch off the microphone when one is speaking, you know, this has been very common. Failure to use Zoom icons for different notifications, you know, like raising hand, and etc., etc. Another challenge, as I just mentioned, is the internet challenge. This is a very common challenge. And of course, this can be termed as a very main challenge to many Zoom participants, as the internet has always been weak to many of us, particularly in Tanzania, generally to speak, not only to Kiswahili associations, but this is like a general problem in not only in Tanzania, I think, but in some other places. Therefore, off and on was common to many participants. Sometimes presenters failed to deliver clear and full presentation because of weak or poor connectivity. But the other one, the other challenge was the lack of Zoom license to many Kiswahili associations. As we understand, Zoom requires a license which is paid annually, you see. Therefore, among the 4 Kiswahili associations under study, only one association had the Zoom license. Can you imagine? Therefore, the remaining associations had to seek the sponsorship of Zoom facilitation from somewhere else. Therefore, meetings with less than 40 participants, at least basic free online Zoom was used. As we can understand, there is this free Zoom, online Zoom, which is very limited, you know, just 40, I think the meeting lasts for 40 minutes and the participants are very limited. We cannot join more than 40 participants, I think. Therefore, this was the challenge pertaining to Zoom license itself. Therefore, recommendations. Basing on these challenges, the following the recommendations now. The first one, every Kiswahili association should think to invest and own or buy Zoom license for easy conduction of online meeting. Another recommendation is more Kiswahili associations members should be encouraged to use Zoom or online meetings. The problem of weak internet should be reported to the ministry, to the concerned ministry in our country, so as the problem can be solved nationally, because the problem is not only to these Kiswahili associations, but it is like a national problem. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lupogo. And before you, Dr. Ann Jabet, for these informative presentations. And I don't know if one of you wants to take on the role as moderator, or if I could just read you the question or questions that have come through the Q&A. All right, let me just do that. I see a question here, but it seems to be addressed to Dr. Arrington. Says, did your ministries of education suggest or require that schools add learning time to your schedules to make up for learning that was lost during COVID? But I think this question also does apply to your panel.
It's from Dr. Arrington.
It's from, oh, I'm sorry, it's from Dr. Arrington. I apologize. So I think this question goes to both of you, Dr. Lupogo and Dr. Jabet. Who wants to
Can you come
pick it up?
Can you come again with the question, please?
The question is, did your ministries of education suggest or require that schools add learning time to your schedules to make up for learning that was lost during COVID?
Okay, in Tanzania, things are a little bit different. As Professor Ngowi said, we did not go for critical closing of schools. Therefore, to us, the story is a little bit different from other countries. Classes are going on, academic matters are going on, no lockdown, things have been moving forward under our two leadership, the late Magufuli and the current Samia. Yes, we are moving forward.
Okay. Dr. Jabet, do you have?
Yeah, I teach at a university here in the US, and yes, it did affect our timelines. However, the university already planned it for us, so we didn't have to worry about that. The dates that we had for our courses were the same hours that we used before. So let's say a course is 45 hours, we had 45 hours. So nothing was missed during COVID.
Okay. If I may follow up with Dr. Lupogo on that same question, you said in Tanzania it was a little bit different because there was no school lockdown. Did that lack of lockdown in any ways affect the safety and health of teachers and students?
Yes, the impact of COVID-19 is unescapable. People have been suffering, people have been dying. But what probably our leaders had imparted into our mind is the is not to impart us with the strong fear. Therefore, we just took COVID-19 as just normal like other diseases, because before COVID we had the other strong diseases like HIV, cholera, and other very strong diseases. Therefore, COVID-19 in Tanzania is just regarded as any other disease, malaria, HIV, etc. Therefore, as we are affected by HIV, by malaria, by cholera, then it is the same way we are affected by COVID-19. And this is the bottom line we have in Tanzania.
Okay. We have another question from Dr. Sharon Lee Minor King. Are there differences in Zoom licensing for international meetings versus license in the US, especially the size of audiences?
That's a very nice question, and in fact, I also want to learn and to be taught on the very same, because I have been participating in several Zoom meetings, and because I have never been a custodian of a Zoom license, therefore I have no enough information about that question. What I understand is that there is a free online Zoom, which is very limited in terms of time duration and the number of participants. But at least what I understand, those Zooms which are working under licenses, they have no these limitations. But knowing exactly the license operates under which conditions, I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gibet, you are in the United States, so it might be different. Okay. We have another question from Dr. Esther Lisanza. Dr. Lupongo, were there many conferences during pre-COVID compared to post-COVID? So I think I think she's trying to say if there were more conferences during pre-COVID compared to during COVID.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But by the way, no. In fact, after COVID-19, we were stuck a little bit, and we were in a dilemma. And in fact, conferences stopped for a while. And after some time, then this Zoom kind of thing was introduced. Therefore, it is very obvious that after COVID-19, despite the fact that there were these online conferences, Zoom conferences, but the number of conferences cannot be compared with the number of conferences before COVID-19. And not only number of conferences, also the effectiveness of conferences. As you can recall my presentation, there were a lot of challenges. Some of members did not manage to attend the conferences effectively as far as the challenges of online processes, online conferences are concerned. Therefore, not only number of conferences, but also effectiveness. If we compare the effectiveness of physical conferences were so much effective compared to the online conferences. If I have to talk about the experience from Kiswahili associations.
Okay. We have two questions from Dr. Anita Plummer. One goes to Dr. Gibet. Your presentation was very enlightening. Your strategies to increase student engagement are very helpful. Moving forward, what's your take on Zoom learning as a way to provide education to non-traditional students, working parents, for example? Do you think that the quality of instruction on Zoom can meet the same standards as in-person education? Dr. Gibet.
For the last part of the question, yes. For the first part of the question, my take on Zoom as a way of providing education to non-traditional students, I will use an example. I also work with African immigrants, particularly those who are from the Congo, who are here in my area here. So I usually, I've been doing research with them, trying to find some of the problems they're facing during COVID-19. And one of the issues was that they had language classes that were going on in person. And because of COVID, it was stopped. But after some time, the language classes started on Zoom. So they're African refugees who have very little knowledge of technology, but they were shown how to use technology, particularly Zoom, to do their language classes. And they loved it. They said they're able to be present all the time for their language classes. They learn more on Zoom, and they have more opportunities to attend to their classes, unlike before COVID, where they didn't have time to join those Zoom classes, join face-to-face classes. So I can say it has worked really well for working parents who are going to school. I think Zoom has worked really well with their schedules and with their children, because they can still do their classes even with their children at home. The quality of instruction, I can say also from my example, when I started teaching on Zoom, when the pandemic just hit, I was not the best teacher I could be because I was working on new technology, also trying to learn the technology and trying to be best at it. But after a few months, I can say that my expertise in using technology really improved. And because my expertise improved, I had more success in teaching. So I think it's just a matter of using it more, and we will have same standards or same success or outcomes from our students.
Thank you. The next question from Dr. Anita Plummer goes to Dr. Lupongo. Thank you for your presentation. Have there been any efforts to connect with US-based academic associations to either lobby tech firms to provide access to online applications like Zoom, or to provide other technical support?
Yes. By the way, it is a question, but in another way, it is also a suggestion. But among those four Kiswahili associations, one Kiswahili association, which is Chaukidu, the headquarters of Chaukidu is in USA. And when I was saying that one among those four associations is the one which managed is the one which had the Zoom license, is the very one which is based in USA. Therefore, probably now the collaboration and the affiliations are there. Maybe let us. I shall just take it as a suggestion, probably to expand that kind of affiliation, and maybe it can benefit other associations, because for the other Kiswahili associations, if they had to undertake a conference, then they were sponsored by that association which owns the Zoom license. Therefore, it was Chaukidu which was sponsoring other Kiswahili associations online conferences. Therefore, what has been asked is partially done, but probably it has not been done in a wider manner. Thank you.
If I may follow up on those questions to both of you, but maybe more to Dr. Lupongo, who is in Africa. Do we know of any efforts on the part of China, for example, or Russia, or Western Europe, to compete with the United States, for instance, in terms of facilitating online conferencing, online teaching and learning in Africa?
I've never contacted with any other part of the world pertaining to what we are discussing, rather than USA. It is only USA through one of the Kiswahili associations, which I am affiliated to. Then probably maybe we can think of trying to connect ourselves to the other parts of the world, as it has been mentioned. But so far, we are only affiliated to USA, and not to USA in general, but to USA referring to the Kiswahili Association, which is based in USA, called the Chama cha Ukuzaji wa Kiswahili Duniani, a global association for promotion of Kiswahili. If I have to translate it in English.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Professor Ernest Prosper Ngowi has his hand up. Professor Ngowi.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to contribute a little bit on what Dr. Lupongo was speaking when it comes to China. You know, to answer the China question, what we have seen recently in Tanzania, you know, we have quite a number of Tanzanian students in China, and after COVID-19, they are kind of stuck back home in Tanzania. And so what China has been doing is kind of finding collaborations with some institutions in Tanzania, particularly, where the Chinese, you know, the Tanzanian students who were studying in China but stuck in Tanzania due to lockdown, they could proceed with their education while they're in Tanzania, partly through Zoom, but then in collaborating with some universities. So I think that is partly what China has been doing, and doing very strongly, to ensure that you know, there is no disruption when it comes to, you know, providing education. So some students have spent, let's say, a part of their first year in Tanzania, but studying in Chinese university, partly in collaboration with their local institutions. Now, the problem, of course, is the question of capacity in some universities in Tanzania, specifically when it comes to internet accessibility and all those, you know, edtech technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ngowi. I see also on chat from you, Professor Ngowi, if I'm not mistaken, a comment. As a professor at Mzumbi University in Tanzania, I find it very efficient to lecture via Zoom. Is that from you? I don't want to attribute.
Yes, it
Okay.
is. It is from me. It is from me. Even now, actually, I'm at my home, but I've just delivered my lecture. My university situated some 23 kilometers away from my home.
Okay. A question about that. For instance, we know learning a language might be more efficient. I'm not a linguist, so please. The human interaction, the social interaction between teachers and learners and among learners themselves could be very instrumental in facilitating learning the language, not just from the purely academic sense of it, but the language as a vehicle of thinking, expressing feelings and thoughts and everything. Do you think perhaps the comfort we are taking into teaching from home, learning from home, we might be also missing that aspect of human and social interaction as an instrument of language learning?
Yes, if I may respond, maybe not necessarily, I'm not a linguist, I'm an economist, but from experience, really, face-to-face teaching always is better, I would say, in terms of interaction with students, gestures and all this. There are some limitations that Zoom lectures do pose. For example, what I normally do is on my first 2, 3, 4, 5 lectures, I make sure that it is face-to-face, students get used to you, they understand you, and some students when they are on Zoom, they don't have the videos on, so you cannot even figure how they look like. But then after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lectures, you get used to, and then you migrate online. I think that's what becomes, more effective. Of course, even now, this lecture, this conference, this symposium, in my view, would have been much better. Connections would have been much better. The social networking would have been much better if it was physical than Zoom. So I look at Zoom as a fallback position, as a second best alternative to face-to-face teaching.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Dr. Esther Lisanza to Dr. Jibet. Assessment is very crucial in learning. What are your suggestions to minimize cheating?
Good question. Yeah, I had a lot of issues with this. But some of the things that I took into consideration later, after I realized that there was some dishonesty in exams, I started, for example, when I was doing oral exams, I used to do like group oral tests. And then I realized that when they do it as a group, each student will have online, they will have their notes maybe somewhere on where I will not see, but you will see their eyes moving and reading. So I decided to make the oral exam as an interview. They don't know what to expect, so they just have to answer the questions as I give them. That really helped. Another thing about online tests, because we had to give online tests, one of the things that I decided to remind them, in this university, we have what we call honor policy, where the students have to sign a contract saying that they will not cheat, they will not be dishonest. That helped a bit. And another thing that I was thinking I would do, I haven't gotten to that yet, is setting an exam that shows one question at a time, and it is also timed. So that if it's a question for 2 minutes, they'll just take 2 minutes to answer. If they can't, it goes to another question. Maybe that will help so that they are not able to go to Google and find an answer. Proctoring the exams would also be helpful. And yeah, so those are some of the suggestions that can be used. And then also when setting the questions, setting it in a way that they have to use their mind, they cannot find an answer anywhere.
Dr. Lupogo, do you have any ideas to add to that?
In fact, I just wanted to respond the question which has already been responded effectively by Professor Bowie, the issue of learning language through Zoom. And in fact, just to second what has been said, no matter how effective Zoom lecture is going to be, it cannot, we cannot compare with the face-to-face. Face-to-face is going to be the super compared to this Zoom or online, because there are so many ups and downs in online or Zoom kind of teaching. Therefore, in my view, face-to-face remains to be the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Ngowi, you have your hand up.
Yes, sorry. I wanted to add my voice again on, controlling cheating when in exams through, in Zoom, and maybe not so much exam for the final, what you call the final university exam. Really, it has to be face to face. But we normally have continuous assessment. We have tests. What I do normally, I have a relatively small class, like executive programs, where you are having maximum 10, 15 students. I would normally give them an assignment, which is a kind of a take-home assignment, and it's very practical, and it is tailored to the type of student that I'm having. Our executive students are working people from various institutions. So I'll give them a question which is tailored to his or her organization. So really there is no cheating. There is no way he or she can be cheated, because the question is tailored to him or her. Yeah, if it's a question specifically for Lupogo, he cannot answer a question which is for Prosper Ngowi, for example. This way, partly, helps, because even if they copy paste, really, the context will be very different.
Wonderful. Okay. If anybody in the audience, has a question, please raise your hand or put your question on the Q&A. Do we have any more questions for our panelists? I know both of you teach Swahili, but have you come to contact with colleagues who teach other African African languages in contexts that are similar to yours? And if so, what kinds of differences in your experiences have you observed?
That's a good question. Yes, I have come into contact with other professors who are teaching other languages. And most of what I did during remote learning was asking them, how do you do this when this happens? So we were able to share our experiences in teaching languages online, particularly the question on ensuring integrity in exams. That is something that I learned also from my colleagues on how they do it. So it was trial and error to see what works, and whatever works for someone, we'll try it and see if it works. So that has been very helpful.
Okay, Dr. Lupogo?
On my side, I have a very little experience in undertaking these language courses or teaching language courses online. I interact with my students face to face, therefore probably I might not have a very good contribution on it because I have a very little experience in undertaking online, in undertaking or processing online classes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If we don't have any more questions from the audience, I believe we do. Dr. Ahmed Moen of Howard University says, the question I have is to the Tanzanian colleague, well, presenter. I believe that would be Dr. Lupogo. He seems to compare malaria and other infectious diseases with COVID-19. Language is only one component of access to scientific and epidemiological assessment. Can you clarify your conclusion about the integration policy in Tanzania? Do you?
I don't know whether I've got well the question. Probably can you make the question simpler to me? Can you dilute the question for me to understand it well, please?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm just reading what is here. If he clarifies it, I will read it back to you because I don't want to, put words in his mouth.
In fact, I didn't get well the question, but probably I want him to clarify it well, so as I can respond perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe he was just going from what you had said in your presentation about when you mentioned malaria and other infectious diseases. And he says that it's kind of like you're comparing malaria with COVID-19. And
yes.
He's saying that language is only one component of access to the epidemiological assessment. So he wanted you to clarify that conclusion that you made about malaria and COVID-19 and the integration policy in Tanzania.
In fact, what I was responding to the question about the lockdowns and the closure of schools. Therefore, I was just responding as far as the practical situation is concerned. Number one, we did not have critical lockdown in Tanzania. We didn't have critical closure of schools in Tanzania. Therefore, even without relying on what document says, on what policy says, but that is the reality, that is the practical in what is taking place in Tanzania. Therefore, COVID-19 has been regarded as just the other diseases. Therefore, our leaders have set away fear from us, their citizens, in perceiving the COVID-19. And life is going on. No closure of schools, no lockdown, no strong effects, like probably there is massive death, people are dying, but in a very normal and common rate. That is what I meant, and that is the standpoint which I was trying to clarify or to make clear. I don't know whether I'm trying to make myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we don't have any additional questions from the audience, I do suggest that we take about 10 to 15 minute break, because at excuse me, at 1:55 we will have the executive roundtable. And so let's take a break until 1:55. Thank you very much, both presenters, Dr. Jabet and Dr. Lupogo, for this excellent presentation on language, teaching and learning and conferences during the pandemic.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr. Kamara. I was just making sure
Dean
my
Williams.
computer works. I'm on someone else's because my battery won't charge. So I'm just checking in.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I thought that I was doing something being here early, but now I feel confident now
Okay.
that I'm glad I checked.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, colleagues, welcome back. At this point, I would like to invite Professor James Davis of the College of Arts and Sciences, who has gracefully accepted to moderate the executive roundtable. Dr. Davis is the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, Student Affairs, Academics, and the Humanities in the College of Arts and Sciences at Howard University. So I'm going to turn it to Dr. Davis, who will introduce the members of the Executive Roundtable, which brings together leaders of academic institutions here at Howard University and from Africa. Dr. Davis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a distinct pleasure to serve as your moderator for this most significant executive roundtable. Let me dive right into the pool of excitement. Dr. Dana Williams, Dean of the Graduate School at Howard University, will serve as chair of the roundtable and is representing the Office of the Provost and Chief Academic Officer. Chair Dean Williams, will you please share with us the context of this roundtable for this symposium?
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis, and thank you to the organizers of this symposium and to all of the participants. I want to say thank you all for being here today. As you can hear, I am on Howard's campus, and just outside of my window is 4th Street, so you'll forgive me for the ambient noise. It just reminds us of the ways that we are back in, at least in part, after quite a bit of an extended period of quiet on this campus after COVID. If the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us nothing else, it has taught us that we are connected one to another, that the health and the wellness of one country impacts us all. Beyond the deaths, illnesses, and infections, the pandemic has impacted our ideas about public health, about higher education, about our world of work, and about our social engagement. Border closures, trade restrictions, and confinement measures bring to bear the need for global solidarity and support. So we're excited about the opportunities that this or the work of a Pan-African Digital Consortium that follows from this symposium will help us to move toward. This session is an opportunity for us to share lessons learned from the pandemic and to plan and implement a Pan-African Digital Consortium that will enable us to develop adequate learning management systems that can also help us enhance teaching, learning, and research in Africa and in the global African diaspora. While there is no substitute, and we all know this, for classroom experiences, the COVID-19 pandemic did teach us that learning can take place anywhere. With the right motivation and the right collaboration, higher education leaders can continue to make advances in creating high quality digital teaching and learning experiences that can reach every kind of learner. The Pan-African Digital Consortium is needed today as much as it has been in years past. While we're years away from the periods of enslavement and colonialism that made early Pan-Africanism of interest to so many people, there is still great value in our collective effort to unite against the vestiges of colonialism. As a humanist, I feel strongly that we must defend African values and African ways of knowing and being, even as we find ourselves in the new world. As a student of history, I know that some of our most remarkable thinkers in the world were Pan-Africanist, and we follow in their footsteps. And as a citizen of the world, I know that any real achievement of democracy beyond rhetoric will require a global cultural and political movement that understands peace, fairness in use and extraction of resources, and structural conditions that undergird our mutual benefit as preconditions for all of our survival. It's my pleasure to join this conversation and to pinch it, as Dr. Davis suggested, for our provost who couldn't be here, at this particular session, but who will join us at different points over the course of the symposium in providing these remarks and later closing remarks for this session in particular. I now turn the session back over to Dr. James Davis, who will moderate us and guide us in our time allotted together. Thank you all again for joining us and look forward to the conversation. Dr. Davis, you're muted. I'm sorry about all of my noise. I'm sure it encouraged everyone to mute.
Okay, I am certainly unmuted at this point here. So I said, thank you, Dean Williams. Now I will introduce the members of the roundtable who represent some of the brilliant minds at Howard University and on the African continent. They will speak to you in the order of their introduction and will address 3 questions that I will share with them after their introductions. Well, first I'm going to, let me just move on here. We're going to begin here with the introductions with Dr. Melanie Carter. Dr. Carter is the Associate Provost and Director of the Center for HBCU Research, Leadership, and Policy at Howard University. Next would be Dr. Ruben Patterson, who is the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Howard University as well, and Ms. Tonia Hope Navas, Director of the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard as well. And finally, Professor Sibusiso Vilkomo, Director of the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa. For our panelists, we have 3 questions, but I'm going to read the first one, and then the second 2 and 3 will be read together as they are connected. But I want each of the panelists to respond. We are going to give you a little bit more time because all of the panelists who were supposed to be here are not here. So we're going to give you from 10 to 12. We had said 8 to 10, but 10 to 12 if you need that amount of time to respond. I want you to consider this first question. How has COVID-19 affected your institution? And what lessons have you learned from the related challenges and opportunities? Dr. Carter, the focus is on you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Davis, and certainly thank you to the Department of African Studies and the Center for African Studies for sponsoring such an important discussion today. And so I'm really happy to be a part. I don't know that I'll need the entire 8 minutes, but I'll certainly try to respond to this question, which I think is certainly a critical one. And there's been a lot of discussion during the heat of COVID, and certainly even now about how our institutions collectively, HBCUs and individually, have dealt with this COVID-19 pandemic. And as all of us know, and I've listened to some of the other sessions earlier, certainly it has, and also I teach history of higher education. I'm teaching it this semester, and I said to my students that this is without a doubt a critical moment in higher education. I mean, we certainly we faced many things before, and we'll continue to face others, but certainly this pandemic forced colleges and universities to stop in ways or pause in ways they haven't had to before. And so COVID-19 has affected our institutions in a variety of ways. So certainly I think about those sort of just broad statements that impact all universities, just the idea that we're dealing with a pandemic that is gripping the world. So the issue around humanity, I mean, what is our responsibility as institutions and as educators to make sure that we're behaving in safe and responsible ways? At the same time, what does that mean for our institutions? So one issue has certainly to do with finances. Most universities are heavily tuition dependent, and they have a host of other responsibilities and obligations that are critical in order for the institution to operate. And so when the university must stop for a moment, even if that means, for a few weeks or for a few months or several, or in months or even a year, what does that mean? And so at Howard, certainly, we actually stopped all face-to-face instruction for the academic year, last academic year. Not all HBCUs were able to do that. Some HBCUs continued to offer face-to-face classes in a limited way. Some offered some hybrid versions, some students on campus, some not. So again, a part of the discussion around what this has meant for our institution at Howard meant one thing, but what it meant for every institution is uniquely different based upon where they're located, their student population, et cetera. So the finances of the university, whether or not the university can bear the cost associated with moving to online instruction and having greatly modified their operations is extremely important. The other issue certainly is in terms of thinking about what this means for our communities. Certainly we know we certainly serve in terms of our students and also our faculty and our staff. We're mostly Black people who are often most vulnerable financially. And so what that meant in terms of pandemic, that meant that we lost lives at a higher rate, certainly. We were impacted financially in greater ways. So what that would mean in terms of actually serving this population in a responsible way. And so for our university, for example, we know that we moved to online instruction, but had to provide devices for many of our students and our faculty members as well. Had to also expedite and intensify training in a way that, so we could at least be responsive to the emergency situation. Part of this too is that the university's ability to respond in an emergency-like fashion. Not all schools, not all universities were able to do that because certainly there's some costs associated with that. So certainly not only the financial responsibilities of the university, but then also how the pandemic affected our communities, extremely important financially and otherwise. Dealing with just not only in terms of making sure there are devices and making sure that we're able to teach and to reach our students, but also to show care for our students in our communities during this period, I think was extremely important and continues to be, because again, we're affected disproportionately. We know that, if the nation gets sick, then certainly we, find ourselves in real critical condition because of our already vulnerable state. The other thing is that also being able to quickly rebound. I mean, I always say that we're still in the pandemic, we all know that, but also sometimes the expectation is that because we are no longer at Howard, for example, remote in terms of our operations or also our instruction, that everything can return to pre-pandemic standards or whatever we might call that. And that's certainly, it's going to take a while for us to recover. Certainly when we think about some of the losses that we've encountered, first of all, human losses, but also the kinds of losses we've incurred in terms of operations, staffing, in the nation, there's this whole, the world really, there's this conversation about the Great Resignation. We recalibrated in many ways in terms of our lives. So what does that mean for our students, for our faculty, for our staff? How do we envision and actually engage our ideals and notions about the world of work and our responsibility to ourselves and to others? I think is extremely important. Again, as many of our institutions are vulnerable institutions, these are critical questions that will impact us for some time to go. I was reading recently an article written by Beverly Guy Sheftall and someone else from Spelman in a article by AACU, I think, in terms of thinking about what will happen for HBCUs post COVID. And again, all these issues come to the fore again. But certainly part of our response is going to have to be that we're even more agile, that we're able to, we're flexible enough to deal with issues such as the one we're currently encountering, and that we have really developed our capacity in such a way that we can respond in a way that doesn't negatively impact our institution, but also just to be patient with us. And so Howard was able to quickly transition to fully remote teaching. However, certainly getting everyone trained and acclimated and making sure that all the kinds of systems that needed to be in place could be in place was certainly a challenge. At the time, I was still Associate Provost for Undergraduate Studies and making sure that we could welcome students virtually and also register students virtually, make sure that they were sort of acclimated to the university was very important. So we spent a lot of time with making sure that our services would be accessible and available. And in many ways, we could help students feel connected or a sense of belonging to our university. So that meant wellness checks, reaching out to them not only, but also really reconfiguring how we engage our students. So all those things were important in terms of regular contact, being responsive, being receptive, and also, again, being patient with ourselves and with others. So those were some things that we certainly engaged in terms of undergraduate students, and just in terms of thinking about university operations writ large. But so those are just some general things in terms of thinking about how COVID impacted us, how our university responded, and then certainly thinking about the response across the HBCU environment.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Dean Patterson is supposed to be the next speaker, but I think he's going to join us a little later. So we're going to move on down to the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center with Miss Tania Hope.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this important conversation. I appreciate it. My name is Tania Hope. I'm the director of the Ralph J. Bunche International Affairs Center at Howard University. From the Bunche Center, just to provide a little context, the Ralph Bunche Center is the place on campus that administers most of Howard University's study abroad programs for undergraduate students. So our students going out into the world, but we administer some fellowship programs for the U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development, as well as now the U.S. Department of Agriculture and their Foreign Agricultural Service. But we also do a lot of global programming on campus to complement the in-classroom learning that our students are engaged in their coursework, to provide some context from experts, scholars, practitioners in the field, in all kinds of different fields, to share with our students and our larger community about kind of relevant issues, challenges, things happening out in the world that are tied to what they're learning about in class. So when the pandemic hit, I'll start with our study abroad situation. We had over 100 students out in the world somewhere. And as the pandemic started spreading, we were hit both with parents who wanted urgently to bring their children home, and some parents who desperately wanted their children to stay where they were because they didn't want them transiting home given what was going on. So we had to navigate all of that. Eventually, we brought most everybody home. There are a few students that did decide to stay in the countries where they were. That was quite an experience, bringing all of the students home. But they came home, and when the next school year started, it was, there was some hope that we might be in person, but that quickly proved not to be the case. And so we had to pivot to how are we going to do this kind of experiential learning without the mobility factor. So the whole world of study abroad shut down as the whole world shut down. So all of our partners, our study abroad provider partners, they had to lay a lot of people off. A lot of study abroad offices in many universities were closed. It's only just now rebuilding as people are starting to travel a little bit more. But when our school year started, we obviously didn't send any students abroad last academic year, but we did continue with our global programming because the question became, we still need to make sure that our students are engaged with the world, and we're going to have to figure out a new way to do that. There was, like I said, a hope that we were going to be able to do something in person. And so we had come up with the idea to use the local community in a way to reach out to the world. You can travel the world without leaving the borders of Washington, D.C., quite frankly. And so we had come up with a whole way to do that. But again, we weren't on campus. So we used this platform, Zoom, very regularly to engage our students on a number of different topics. We have an annual series, which last year was focused on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So every month we had a different Zoom session with experts from around the world, which was one of the silver linings of the pandemic, was that we were able to engage with people literally all over the world on a range of topics pertaining to one sustainable development goal every month. And that allowed for our students to still have the interaction with these experts on a variety of different topics, and be in community. We also had other events that we had speakers. For example, we had the ambassador of France who spoke to our students in quite a lively exchange. So we figured out different ways to continue to engage our students with the world using this platform. Embracing these technologies was not great. I don't think any of us were really a fan of it. But when we are so used to doing work that involves like face-to-face interaction with people from all over the world, to now have to not have that opportunity was a challenge. But that happened, obviously, we were not the only place, the only field that was impacted by this. But it definitely has forced schools to figure out different ways to connect and embrace technology, even with some reluctance. And now that we're back on campus, we're transitioning back into this in-person interaction, which has its own challenges as people have now gotten used to this platform and kind of the ease that it allows with the interaction. But we can tell in our students that they have been, waiting for this moment to re-engage face-to-face, and they are showing up for literally everything that we are doing. So now the issue is capacity restrictions and figuring out how we can make sure everybody that wants to be included can be included in a face-to-face environment, but also still utilizing the Zoom feature to allow for more people to engage who might not be able to be physically present. So I will leave that there.
Okay, thank you. Gracias. We're going to now happily travel to South Africa and visit with Professor Sibusiso Binkomo at the University of South Africa. Professor?
Good evening from South Africa. It's evening in South Africa. I guess it's afternoon over there in the United States.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the question on how we dealt, or what were the benefits we derived from COVID-19. I want to call it benefits. We didn't look at COVID as a setback. As a Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, neither did we consider the fact that new modes of teaching and learning are coming into play. We didn't consider that to be sort of a setback, but we said we've got to build on the history of the University of South Africa. As you probably all know, the University of South Africa is probably in the top 2 universities in the world which have historically provided education globally, nationally, and continentally to students in the form of distance learning. So what we did was to actually build on that, to actually introduce the use of MS Teams, which is Microsoft Teams, as well as Zoom, to communicate with the rest of the world and also to communicate with students. We actually used the opportunity, which is a very interesting one, when we embarked on establishing the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. It happened at a time when COVID broke loose in the world. That was in May of 2020. what we did, we capitalized on that to actually create a school of major significance. We didn't shy away from the responsibility that we can actually create an outstanding school, a globally competitive school, and a postgraduate school. So we've done pretty well with all the lockdowns, and we've been able to communicate with the rest of the world, the United States, the UK, Sweden, China, and we also have been communicating with other nations like Singapore. Very much committed to making sure that in the future, when we keep on building on the needs of the world, we don't only focus on in-class teaching, but we also incorporate virtual learning and virtual teaching. So we've done very well. Let me ask Dineo to put on the screen just to demonstrate to you our arc, what we have developed during the period of May 2020 to up to now. Now, if you can put, Dineo, if you can put the arc on the screen. What you see here is what we have developed as areas of study, just through virtual means or virtual ways of communicating. These are the areas of specialization we've put together virtually: citizenship studies, public leadership studies, peace and conflict studies, the study of government affairs, urban and rural affairs, simulations and futuristic studies, security and intelligence studies, sustainable livelihoods and resource management, and international and diplomacy studies. So this is what we created virtually without having actual meetings face to face. And we have seen very good responses from not only South Africa, but from the continent and the world, where academics and potential students are interested to come into these programs. So we used technology to communicate effectively and efficiently. And we're happy that the responses are positive. I must also say, we also used the virtual platform, which has been a benefit from COVID-19, to actually explore collaborations. We're currently now in discussion with many other universities in the world to collaborate with them. Singapore, the National University of Singapore, Howard University itself, the host of this particular symposium. We're in conversation with them on collaborations. We're actually discussing collaborations also with institutions in Sweden and the African continent as such. So it has been a great opportunity for us to explore different ways of communication and different ways of actually finding each other without having to get on the plane and fly to a place all the time to actually explain yourself. We took technology and said technology is an advantage. We said technology is an opportunity. Technology should make it possible for us to communicate effectively. Now, I want to summarize just addressing this question by saying, we bring this to HBCUs now. Howard as an HBCU would like to see more and more interaction with other HBCUs in the United States, because we believe that we have a common destiny in providing an education for freedom for young people. And if we can find a way in which HBCUs being led under the auspices of Howard to interact with us as the University of South Africa, and in particular as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, if we can get that interaction to take place, we will have achieved a lot as a Pan-African movement in education. And for those who don't know who Thabo Mbeki is, Thabo Mbeki was president of South Africa after Nelson Mandela. And Thabo Mbeki has a high intellect, excellent intellectual, very well known for peace studies and actually finding ways to actually resolve matters of conflict in many parts of the African continent, and has been also all over the world to actually address issues around peace and development and effective leadership. So, in a nutshell, HBCUs are very important to us. At the end, I will share with you some quotations which go back to the history of Lincoln University in Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right, that's it for you, Professor?
That's it for me. Yes,
for the first question, we have another question or two coming up for the panelists. Is Dr. Patterson, did he join us yet? I don't believe so. I did scroll across the screen. I didn't see his name. At any rate, we'll move on and he'll jump in when he comes in. The next question or two would be, what role is your institution prepared to play in the planning and implementation of the Pan-African Digital Consortium, PADC, that will enable HBCUs, African and Caribbean universities to work together and enhance teaching, learning, and research in Africa and the diaspora during and after the pandemic? Quite a question. Dr. Carter? Oh, and let me say, I was going to read the third one too, because it relates to it, so you can mix the two together. From your perspective, how should the participating institutions proceed toward accomplishing this objective in a timely manner?
Well, thank you, Dr. Davis. So I'm certain, we have Dean Williams here, who's the Dean of the Graduate School, and certainly the Provost joined earlier and will return. But I'm sure the institution, I'm sure Howard is very much interested in being a part of the Pan-African Digital Consortium. And in fact, when Dr. Kamara reached out to me to be a part of the symposium, I was very excited because we have we've just established the center that I am leading, the Center for HBCU Research, Leadership, and Policy. And really, for me, an important part of that work is to connect with colleges and universities throughout the diaspora. So it's an exciting venture for me. So any way in which this center could be involved, we certainly will want to be involved. And I think this symposium is a first step, a great first step, which means bringing people together to talk about the issues around COVID-19, for example, that lead to some of these even larger discussions, if you will, about digital connections among universities and how, in fact, certainly we share some of the same goals and missions and serve similar communities, to say the least. And so I think it makes sense for us to come together in this way. One of the things I think is critically important is to build capacity in this regard. And certainly we do that by strategically leveraging resources across universities and throughout the diaspora. So for me, I'm having conversations like this one and other opportunities to engage and partner in formal fashions. I know Howard certainly has done that in South Africa in a variety of ways. And so we want to certainly continue to do that in South Africa and this means South Africa, I mean, many countries on the continent and beyond, and in the Caribbean and other ones. Right? So we want to certainly continue to do that in any way that we can in terms of my role, certainly, any way that we possibly can. And so in terms of proceeding, I think more opportunities like this one, I know the ultimate goal is to establish this consortium. And certainly I think it would be a good idea to certainly talk more about what that would entail, what our responsibilities would be, or commitments would be, and sort of begin to provide opportunities for us to actually engage around those responsibilities. So it's an exciting venture, well needed, given the conversation that we've had today, and I'm sure we'll continue tomorrow. I think there's just a ton of evidence for why it's important to have such a consortium, and I look forward to participating in any way that I can.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Carter. Ms. Hope, we hope that you will chime in at this point.
It'll be my pleasure. So let's see, there's a couple of different ways I want to come at this. So what I did not mention previously is that I am also a PhD student here at Howard in the Higher Education Leadership and Policy Studies PhD program in our School of Education. And my research area of interest is around internationalization at historically Black colleges and universities. And what has happened since I've started this research is kind of looking back at the role that HBCUs have played in connecting the African world since their creation. And when I look at the field of international education today, you would never know that HBCUs have ever done anything because our story is not present in the field of international education as it has been across our existence as institutions. And so I've been looking at Black internationalism as a way to bring that history forward, and particularly in the field of international education today, to make sure that everyone knows this is not new. This is not something that HBCUs have not engaged in. This is something that HBCUs have always been involved in. We just might not be telling our story the way that you in the field are expecting to hear it. So when we look at the history of particularly Howard, Lincoln, Cheney, Fisk, Tuskegee, all of these institutions, and I'm sure others, have always been engaged in international education and primarily through connecting with the African world, whether it be the continent or the Caribbean, through anti-colonial movements and that sort of thing. So today, I think Howard continues to play this role. We, through the Bunch Center, have been involved in connecting HBCUs in a kind of a network through the people who are more or less responsible for internationalization on these campuses. We've convened them twice at Howard through our HBCU Symposium on Study Abroad, and really just trying to make sure that senior leadership at HBCUs know from whence they came in terms of this history that we have always had with regard to connecting the African world, and making sure that they keep it as a priority or put it back as a priority moving forward when thinking about their future strategic plans. And this obviously should be something that is front and center in said strategic plan, figuring out how to connect all HBCUs, not just the ones that are most well-known, but all of them have a role to play in this kind of a consortium, and everyone can benefit from this kind of a consortium, all HBCUs and institutions throughout the African world. So from where I sit at the Bunch Center, it certainly would be my pleasure to try to make sure that my colleagues at the different HBCUs are aware of this initiative and are plugged into this initiative, and hopefully, can figure out a way to advance it in a very positive way.
Thank you. And Professor,
you want me to come in? Yes. Thank you very much. Let me ask Dinewa to put on the screen that what is titled "The Drivers of Africana Studies." The drivers of Africana Studies. While she's getting ready to put that on the screen, let me share with you something which is very important. When we embarked on establishing the school I've referred to, which is the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs, we deliberately injected the word African. By implication, it's known as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Therefore, by implication, our focus is certainly continental. It is also, our focus also is on the diaspora, the African diaspora. And our focus also is to make sure that we become very competitive internationally as people of African descent, wherever we are. We are ready to roll out and make sure that we all work together through collaborations and through research work to actually advance the African agenda in the world, or the African diaspora agenda in the world. And we shall not stop at anything, really. Nothing will stop us, in other words. We will continue to push along to make sure that our word and our knowledge and understanding is understood throughout the world. So this is what we see as the drivers. When we talk about participating in the world and participating as Africans in the diaspora, we are driven by the need to shape knowledge and knowledge that is grounded in scientific endeavors. We are also driven by the understanding that we must be the influencers of thinking post-COVID-19. We're not willing to take the back seat and let other people define the future. We believe that Africans and people of African descent, wherever they are, must influence the future of thinking in this world. We also hold the view that our ideas must be nationally, continentally, and globally comparative. We will not compromise on those three. And we also share the idea that we must contribute significantly, not in a little way, to the new emerging world order that is based on no conflict, no aggression, and no war. We also hold the view that being part of the technological inventions is very important. We should not just be recipients of technologies from somewhere else, but we should also be the creators of the kinds of technologies which are necessary. I listened to the panels previously, people talking about licensing, battling with licenses to use Zoom and all of that. We are saying people of African descent can actually create these technologies, can create these virtual platforms and influence the world and let other people, for a change, want to get licenses from us as people of African descent. And we also will not, we believe that Pan-Africanism, if it is to flourish, it must be futuristic in thinking and futuristic in human capital development. We hold those views very strongly. And academic excellence is one of our important understandings, that we do not compromise on academic excellence. African studies or Pan-African studies must also advance the transdisciplinary approach to understanding research, understanding how to generate knowledge, and how to teach and effectively create a different world. So as you can see, we've already defined exactly what we would like to see happen with ourselves as the Thabo Mbeki School, ourselves together with our partners, our other compatriots in the African world, to develop and advance a way in which Pan-Africanism flourishes. We shall not compromise again on making sure that African studies is actually a scientific endeavor. I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It seems that we will have some time for questions from the audience to interact with our panelists. I want to ask again if Dr. Patterson has joined us. I don't see him. Dr. Williams, you will be asked to give some concluding remarks, but did you have anything to add to that discussion that we just had?
I'll reserve them for the concluding remarks because they actually speak to some of the very issues that we're discussing. Okay, very good. All right. I wanted to ask the panelists, do you see these organizations writing some grant proposals together to come to that? Is that necessary? What are your reaction to that? If the three groups of universities you have spoken of would come together to write some kind of grant proposal, and can you think about the organizations or agencies to whom they would be sent?
Who's going to go first?
Huh?
Who's going to go first?
You will. You've already started. Okay.
Oh, okay. I can go first.
All right.
There is no doubt in our minds as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs that we should actually work together in proposal writing and seeking funding for the projects we all want to put on the table. We hold the view that if we work together, we can be able to actually get the kinds of resources which are necessary to make our programs to flourish. For example, about a week ago, my colleague and I, David Letswalo, had a wonderful meeting with the American Embassy, the Cultural Affairs Department. And it was about the possibilities of exploring collaborations through the Fulbright program, through the Humphrey program, and also linking our institutions with institutions in the United States. We are also looking at South African resources, looking at the South African private sector as to what can be obtained from the South African private sector to actually create opportunities whereby the Oppenheimer foundations and all of that, to find ways in which we can jointly fund academic and research projects together with our colleagues from the other parts of the world in the United States and other parts of the world. We have no doubt that grant making, grant proposals should not only rely on one institution doing it by itself, but we believe that if we all work together, we can actually get it to work very well. The question you have raised is a very important one because it also leads to the understanding that when you work together to put together proposals, you're working as partners, you're working as equals, you're working as colleagues who have a common purpose, a common objective, wanting to achieve the same and wanting to actually contribute to knowledge through proper funding. So yeah, it's a very important point, and we take it very seriously that institutions like the Thabo Mbeki School or the University of South Africa, Howard University, and other institutions must consistently work together to raise funds, and actually raise funds also amongst ourselves as Black people, because we do have money, but it's the way in which we spend the money, and it's the way in which we waste the money, is the way in which we are not willing to give anything, but we want to just take all the time. So we've got to change ourselves too, and we're willing to change the minds of people to say we can make contributions to our own future and determine how we can actually produce young people, particularly students. We fund them ourselves out of our own pockets rather than depending on other people to give us charity money. Yeah.
Very good.
That's the name of the story and the name of the game.
Right. Anyone else want to chime in?
I would certainly. I'm sorry. Oh, I would say.
Yeah, Dr. Carter.
Okay. I would say I would certainly agree with those comments. I think that certainly there are many opportunities for us to work together in terms of grant writing or seeking other kind of support. I mean, I know I was a Fulbright specialist a couple of years ago to the University of the Free State in South Africa, and it was a great experience in terms of our partnership, and I continue to interact with colleagues there. So building or expanding those networks, I think, is extremely important. And certainly when I think about the work of the center, certainly continue to do that, and I'm having those kind of shared experiences. I was asked to come to work with them on some student success projects and talk about student success best practices or research, the kinds of things that work at HBCUs as a way of thinking about how to reach or better serve the students at that particular university. And so those are just some examples, but certainly I think that, again, we're stronger together. And it makes sense that many of the issues, we can learn so much from each other in terms of how we've addressed or how we have explored some of the successes and challenges. I think we have to build upon what the great work that all our institutions have done and are doing, and then identify ways to continue that work. Keep it in mind. Again, I loved what was said earlier about making sure that we're not passive recipients of anything, whether it be technological innovation or notions about practices that work best for our communities. I mean, we certainly we know that because of the work that we've done, the success we've had, and we need to build upon that and not have others talk with us about what works best in our institutions and with our students, and so or with our communities. And so I certainly look forward to any of that. And I think there are many opportunities for that. I think we have to pursue them, and I think we have to be intentional about the kind of support we're looking for and the kind of projects that we want funded that will best help us to achieve our goals. But certainly I think that's incredibly important.
Okay. Any more comments on that? Okay. Well, I sat on the board of one of these granting agencies. I really don't, but this is hypothetical. And I would like for you to imagine that once I see, my background is the humanities, and I look at this project and I see digital learning, and I immediately think, what is this? Is not a humanistic project. I want one of you to convince me that this is a humanistic project and could be funded by a major humanitarian agency.
I'll start and jump in here,
okay.
Even as I'm not in the Q&A session, but because I'm a humanist, I feel compelled. I couldn't resist the urge. I think it's a great question. And I think the way that I would respond to it would be the lead-in that I think about very often in terms of the way Wale Soyinka positions Africa's greatest gift or greatest resource is that it's that of its humanism. We read of Africa in freshman seminar 3 or 4 years ago, maybe at this point now 5 or 6 years ago, but I think that that's very true. The value system, the understanding of culture, the appreciation of being accretive and not seeing a thing and taking from it, but taking those things that are useful and integrating them into something that already exists, I think is incredibly emblematic of what this kind of collaboration would do, where we have strengths. And this is a situation where it's not all, the strengths aren't all on the Howard side or on the HBCU side or on the Continental African School side. And I think that that becomes kind of quintessential in the understanding of a humanistic thrust and humanistic inquiry that says every culture, every tradition, every iteration has something that can be valued. And when you bring those things together in community, everybody thrives. So thinking about ways of being that predate colonialism and that predate imperialism that would return us to the place where the earth is safe, where we are safe as humans, and ways that we can coexist with each other, I think is critical. I don't think that there is a better example of how that was done for thousands of years than the example that we have in Africa, and the example that by extension, people who are from a part of HBCUs have tried to hold on to for dear life.
Okay.
I'll come in.
Oh, certainly.
I'll come in. Yeah, let me ask Noah to put on the screen the slide titled "Observation and Comparisons." You know, education is the ultimate liberator. It is the ultimate liberator of humankind, and politics is merely a facilitator. But at the end of the day, what has liberated many human beings in the world is a good education, an education which makes them feel that they are human, which makes them come to the conclusion that they can make contributions to the development of their societies. If education also makes individuals to sincerely not just chase the dollar or the rand or the pound, but to chase what is important for humankind. And I would, with your question, I would also say to whoever is a donor, this world is a world of conflict. And it has been a world of devastation in many parts of the world. It is time that we actually come to you and we say to you, we want to use technology. We want to use technology for the sake of improving the well-being of human beings. Yeah, I deliberately selected these, what you see on the screen. And I will read it out because it's very important. We can't actually neglect what is being said here. I quote here, I was sent to boarding school on a scholarship at the age of 10. By the time I finished 8 years in New England prep schools and another 8 years of Colgate University and Harvard University, I had a pretty good understanding of the game. What is the game? The game was a game of manipulating people rather than making people to be useful citizens. I've also taught at Columbia University, New York University, and Princeton University. These institutions feed students, no matter how mediocre, the comforting reassurance that they are there because they are not only the best, but they are entitled to the best. You saw this attitude on display in every word uttered by George W. Bush. Here was a man with severely limited intellectual capacity and no moral core. This is the story being told by a Pulitzer Prize winner, Chris Hedges. Now, comparing this to what Horace Mann Bond stated in a book titled Education for Freedom, The History of Lincoln University, Horace Mann Bond underscored the significance of education as a tool to bring about humanism, the care for your brother, the care for your sister, and the care for your neighbor. He underscored that, and the care for Africans in the continent and also Africans in the diaspora. So I would use all of this to actually demonstrate beyond any shadow of a doubt that when we talk about technology and conveying knowledge through technology, we are actually talking about these elements which are very important to create better human beings as articulated by Horace Mann Bond and also identified by people like Chris Hedges, where they both underscore the significance of creating a better human being rather than human beings who are abusing others. So I would take it from that perspective, really. I would actually underscore that technology must be seen as contributing to the liberation of the human mind and the liberation of human beings, making human beings better persons who want to care for each other.
Very well said. Thank you. And now I'm going to go to the question and answer. I think I have two questions there, and then I'll just click on the chat to see if there's a question in there. But let me go to the question here. The first question is for Ms. Hope. It says, Ms. Hope, I liked your presentation. As you mentioned that you use new ways of reaching the study abroad participants. How was the new ways affected enrollment, or how has the new ways affected enrollment of prospective participants/students? Has the use of engagement boosted your worldwide engagement? Can this be the new way to go when it comes to the program?
Thank you for that question. In terms of using technology to reach study abroad students, they were forced to leave their study abroad program and come home, but continue their studies from the university abroad from their home. So in that sense, they used the new way that everybody was using, Zoom, Teams, whatever platform was available That's how our students finished out their semester in 2020, those who had been abroad. Has it affected the enrollment of our students participating in study abroad? Absolutely. This semester, we do have students abroad, but we only have 3. We have 2 students in South Korea and 1 student in Rome. Normally this time we would have 50 or 60 students studying all over the world, but we have 3. And in the spring, we have about 10 who have applied to go, but normally we would have, 80 or 90. So it's definitely impacted. But I also suspect that we were kind of planning for this, because our current juniors, which is typically the year that a lot of students choose to spend abroad, our current juniors have only been at Howard University for a semester and a half. So they've barely been on campus. And so they haven't really had that college experience that they had hoped to have had by now. And so most of them don't want to leave, because being at Howard is a very important thing. And so they're not going to leave. And so we kind of anticipated that. Our freshmen and sophomores have never been on campus before. So we also don't anticipate as many sophomores wanting to go abroad, because they've already missed out on 1 full year on campus. So we're going to look at this year's freshman class as being by the time they're juniors, that we might return to some semblance of normal pre-pandemic. And then the use of engagement, has it boosted our worldwide engagement? To an extent. Again, the ability to bring people in from all over the world to talk during some of our sessions and events, that has helped. But I will say, and I have been, throughout the pandemic, when we were all working from home, I participated on quite a number of panels and sessions, conversations about this use of technology, particularly around study abroad. And I will say personally, I am not for this technology replacing study abroad, which has been what a lot of the conversation has been turning to. And I'm mostly not greatly fond of it, because one of the issues that has made study abroad so difficult, particularly for students of color, is finances. It's not an inexpensive endeavor. And so, but African Americans, for example, for some data points, only 6.4% of all of the students in the United States who participate on study abroad programs, only 6.4% of them are Black. And so over 80% are white, and usually white women. And so for me, the technology, the conversations that I've heard are tending to go towards the technology being a way to provide greater access. But what I'm afraid of is that that access will be segregated between the haves and the have-nots. So, okay, you're a student of color, you can't afford to travel on an airplane abroad. Oh, but you can log on to this Zoom chat and you can have the same experience and at a fraction of the cost. And so that is what concerns me about the technology. I think that there is a way, I know that there's a way to make technology complement, but I don't think it can ever, nor should it ever, be a substitute for actual physical mobility of students from one country to another to have that fully immersive experience, because there's no way that technology is going to be able to replace that. But it should be a way to complement, certainly maybe get your feet wet, build the relationships. I have a program right now that we're doing with students in Colombia, South America, with students of African descent from 2 universities in Colombia and Howard University students. And they're engaging in virtual exchanges between now and March. And then in March, Howard students will go to Colombia. And in May, those Afro-Colombian students will come to Howard. And that is how I think technology can be used, but not negating the opportunity to have an actual physical exchange where people get on airplanes. I hope
Thank
I answered
you.
Your question.
The second entry in the question and answer is not a question, but an observation, and I shall read it as we are. This may promote some questions here. Kizerbo has shown the intrinsic link that exists between education and development. He emphasizes the need for education for development by writing in his book, When Will Africa Be?, that education must be considered as the very heart of development. Page 199 of his book. Educate or perish. Africa must wake up in time because the financial partners of African education impose programs on purpose in order to stifle education and hence keep Africa under the humiliating domination of neocolonialism. Okay. The same writer, Abakar Jean or Jean, depending on where he's from, or she, the digital is an opportunity that must be Africanized, not just copy. That is to say that the programming software of the African education system must be designed in Africa and by Africans for Africans. The development of Africa will therefore require the improvement of its education system through real education policies. And now I'm going to move over to the chat. Let's see here to see if there are any questions there. Please type your questions. Well, there was a question there saying, please type your questions into the question and answer feature, if you will. I don't see if there are any questions there here. Well, we'll give you the opportunity to type a question in or an observation in the chat.
While we're waiting, Dr. Davis, can I just add to that comment about Africa and educating or perishing and the domination in terms of neocolonialism, that's the case in the US as well. Many of you have been following conversations around critical race theory, and of course, in Virginia just last week, a week from today, in fact, part of the gubernatorial race seemed to have turned, at least in part, on the idea of freedom of choice in terms of who teaches what, and that is a response to the tearing down of monuments and the preservation of Confederate and really slave mentality relics. So I am just adding here that it is not just a situation where continental Africans need to be very clear about being their own drivers, or our own, because I do consider myself an African, our own drivers of education, but that is the case in the US as well. Otherwise, we risk every resistance to truth telling that one can imagine, the backlash from removing statues and monuments, and then the extended sentiments of a Trump era really continue to persist in our education system. And I'm deeply, deeply afraid of the dangerous ways that education can be ways to fortify neocolonialism and not resist it at all. So I'm really interested in hearing us think a little bit more about, in the future, what programming software looks like that does indeed come out of a culture that it will service.
Excellent point. Any more comments?
I can come in here.
Okay.
You know, we underscore the significance of understanding education as a liberator. Education is the ultimate liberator. We must not confuse education with politics, because politics is just a game. But with education, you shape the mind. You prepare people to actually drive the development trajectory of a people. And if you don't do that, then the African continent, the African world, the African diaspora will not go anywhere. So that sentiment around education for development is a very important sentiment, and it needs to be taken very seriously and be taken forward. It's a project which has to be undertaken, and it must be undertaken at all times. I also agree with the notion that digital or the world of digitalization must be Africanized. It must be, we must not only be recipients of what other people have created. We should create those digital platforms, those vehicles ourselves, and actually make a contribution and influence the world. I mean, that's what Asia has done. When you look at how dominant Asia is in the world, it's the Asian tigers, the Japanese, the Koreans, who are actually dominating the world when it comes to technologies and ways of producing in a very sophisticated way. You know, I'm tempted to share a couple of quotations because I do believe in these quotations, you know. Horace Bond writes, again, Horace Bond is the father of Julian Bond. He was president of Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. He writes as follows. He says, the necessity of a higher Christian education for African Americans is distinct from the necessity of skilled manual labor, but not antagonistic to it. He must have the higher education because he is a whole human being or whole man, and not merely a laborer with a hungry body. His higher wants are simultaneously with his bodily wants, and their supply cannot be deferred to a later time without destroying the man in him. That's Horace Bond. And, you know, Nkrumah, who was a very interesting African leader, he committed himself to making sure that he actually uses education to emancipate Ghana. And he uses education as an instrument to advance Africans, whether they be in the United States or whether they be in the Caribbean or whether they be in the continent. But I share with you all of this because from my side, if we don't understand this, if we are not the custodians of new knowledge, new ideas, we will just be recipients from others who will be actually manipulating our way of thinking instead of us influencing the direction in which the world must go. Yeah, I leave you with this, certainly.
Well, thank you so very much. I'll sign up for your class next semester. Sounds like an exciting opportunity to learn from you. At any rate, we're going to move here. If no one else has any comments, any of our panelists have any final comments before we move to Dean Williams, who will give some concluding remarks before we end. We have a little bit more time if anybody wishes to speak. I don't see any questions in the question and answer or in the chat. So Dr. Williams, will you grace us again?
Absolutely. Dr. Kamara's hand is up though.
Oh, okay. I did not.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think Dean Patterson is joining us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see him yet, but I believe he's trying to join. Okay. In the meantime, if I can venture a question, Professor Vilkomo, your remarks and suggestions on Africans of global Africa to own at least a good portion of the technology and the innovations that are going on. I believe that is fundamental if we are to cease being just recipients of somebody else's production and being dependent on what others are doing. How concretely would you recommend that our universities, our institutions of higher education and research become the hub for such an appropriation, or at least the development of an ownership of these innovations to give us the presence and the empowerment that we need and deserve in 21st century.
Okay. You want me to answer right away?
If you don't mind, while we're waiting for Dean Patterson to log in.
One, we need to look at our curriculum. Is the curriculum we're offering to our students the kind of curricula or curriculum that actually makes them to be creators of new knowledge and creators of new technologies? What one has observed is that in our institutions, we tend to continue with what somebody else has defined, and we're very shy to tamper or to change the curricula. And we can do it. If we change the curricula, then we'll produce a different kind of student or a different kind of candidate. Also, I think when we write our dissertations or theses, we must focus on the search for new knowledge which comes from our own perspective, and not be ashamed to take our perspective and put it on paper and make it valuable to other researchers in other parts of the world. We have to also liberate ourselves from believing that other people think better than us. And we have to just be followers of how they think and how they set up the curricula or the curriculum. So it's very important that we do that. We will not make a difference as long as we are caught in isomorphic mimicry rather than us being involved in knowledge development and knowledge generation. That's what we need urgently. And this is what worries some of us, that COVID has created an opportunity for us to sit and think and say, this is what we're going to do with the period after COVID. And what worries us is that, are we thinking enough as to what are we going to put to the world as a new world order comes into being? And it's not going to take long. In less than 5 years, there'll be a new world order, and it's beginning to show up, that new world order. And what are we doing about it? Collaborations. We must work together. We must collaborate. We must think together. We must think tank together. We must hold seminars together. We must challenge each other. And also financially must be willing to put in monies into actually promoting innovation and research that is generated and produced by people of our kind. Mm-hmm. I hope I've answered your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, we see that Dr. Patterson has joined us, having made a tremendous effort to get here with us. We're going to allow him an opportunity to speak to the questions that I posed earlier, but I'm going to personalize his a little bit by asking him to speak about the College of Arts and Sciences, where he serves as dean. But the question is, how has COVID-19 affected your institutions, in other words, COAS, and what lessons have you learned or have been learned from the related challenges and opportunity?
Yeah, thanks for that. Actually, I was hoping just to remain quiet here because I've learned a lot from Professor Vencomo here. It was very interesting, and as wish that I had an opportunity to have participated in much of the discussions up until this point in time. But I was just thinking that, it's been 20 years now since when I first chaired a Africana Studies unit in the U.S. And it was so 20 years ago that we started collaborating. We work with professors at the University of Ghana, University of Dar es Salaam, and the University of Cape Town, where professors at those campuses taught our students, and the students were enrolled from both units, from my campus and from those 3 campuses. Not only were they studying together in those classes, but they also conducted research together. They identified research projects and they collaborated, on those in every instance. And so I thought 20 years ago, for some reason, I got to admit that I thought we would be, the question that we're posing now, I thought we would have mostly have tackled those because that was so innovative back then. And I thought that the future will be much brighter and that we'll have much more concrete steps. And again, we'll have settled these questions up until now. All that said, though, there's still a lot to be built on there. We don't necessarily do as much of that as I think we should. Maybe not only in African studies, but in other units, as well in terms of collaboration. And maybe I shouldn't go too far there because I don't know all of the particulars of it today. I studied in a number of courses there in African studies when I was a student here, but I think there's more to be done in that particular area, and we are pursuing collaborations further. We have a dozen students preparing to go to Johannesburg in January to work on discrete environmental sustainability projects, and working with students at the University of the Witwatersrand. And then a dozen students are to return to Washington, D.C., and then to work on similar projects here in D.C. But then, in addition to that, we are collaborating. We're just identifying specific projects as we've been working to try to establish a joint program focusing on ethical leadership, where a number of universities in Africa will collaborate with us. And Dr. Kamara and I and others went to Angola to try to build this up as well. So we have a number of experts here at Howard University with keen interest in Africa and culture and politics and geography. You name the subject, we have the expertise here and we have the interest here as well. And for instance, everybody on this call here has traveled to Africa on numerous occasions, and want to and are working with students who want to also be experts in African affairs as well. So COVID-19, right? So we should take advantage of this opportunity. And with these digital tools that we have at our disposal to establish, concrete collaborative programs, research programs and projects, as well as teaching on a collaborative teaching as well, as I said, that we fostered, some 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. So again, thank you, thanking Dr. Kamara and his African Studies colleagues for organizing this outstanding conference, and this is the first of many to come. And again, I'm just so delighted that they organized this outstanding program.
All right.
And thank you, our guests, as well, for participating.
One final comment from you, Dean. How would you let us dream big here? How would you?
Now you're talking my language.
All right. How would you say that Howard University is prepared to play, what role it is prepared to play in the planning and implementation of this Pan-African Digital Consortium that will enable HBCUs, African and Caribbean universities to work together and enhance learning, teaching and research in Africa and the diaspora during and after the pandemic?
See, that's such an easy question for me, Dr. Davis, because of the leader here was Dr. Kamara. He is quite the entrepreneur. He is, I'm just so enamored with his with the proposals that he has, that he puts forward, and that so he is going to present to us, and working with his colleagues, because that's what his ideas come from. They don't come out of a vacuum. He collaborates with his colleagues, and they are going to make a number of proposals, and then I suspect that Dean Williams and I will be working to try to support them, in order to support them to be successful. So we're gonna allow their big ideas to take the lead. Dean Williams and I and others will stand behind them and then to support them. And I'm certain that Dean Williams will agree with me on that.
Mm-hmm. That was the right answer, Dean. Very good. All right. And so we have just a few moments left, and we're going to ask Dean Williams now to offer any concluding remarks for this panel this afternoon.
Colleagues, thank you so much for a wonderful conversation this evening. I won't repeat any of the things that have already been said, particularly those that Dean Patterson just mentioned. We just stand at the ready and excited about the possibilities for a collaboration between Howard, other HBCUs, and then universities and colleges on the continent. And the only thing that I can say is that it's something that we absolutely must do, because our survival literally just depends on it. Our thriving in some ways certainly does also depend on it. I'm grateful for all of the work that this committee has done to put this together. Dr. Kamara, especially in the support team in African Studies, and for the Center of African Studies and the work that they have done. We look forward to continued conversations. One of the things that I'm also supposed to help us to think about is how we can ensure that we don't lose the momentum here. And I would echo here Dean Patterson's comment that Dr. Kamara will continue to push us and guide us in that direction. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be with you today and look forward to our next steps. Thank you so much, Dr. Davis, also for, as always, really just guiding and moderating the conversation with lots of energy.
Thank you. This has been a tremendous moment for Howard University and the international community. I thank you and goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davis, for moderating this executive roundtable. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like also to thank Dean Williams for chairing the panel, Dr. Melanie Carter, Ms. Tania Hope, Professor Subisiso Wilcomo, and Dean Patterson for participating in this panel. We will definitely follow up on this and seek your guidance, your leadership, and move forward. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Jarpa Dawuni, Associate Professor in the Department of Political Science, but also the Director of the Center for Gender, Women Studies, and Global Leadership, who is chairing and moderating the last but not least panel of today on the topic, the gendered dimensions of COVID-19 and higher education. Dr. Dawuni.
Thank you very much, Professor Kamara, and to the organizing committee in African Studies and beyond for putting together this wonderful symposium, which really has been very informative, and we're looking forward to the second day of activities. So as Dr. Kamara has introduced, I'm Professor Jarpa Dawuni, Associate Professor in Political Science, and the Director of the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership, and we welcome you all to our activities. So I would like to really spend the time on this panel getting the speakers who have worked very hard on their papers and presentations to give us their knowledge. So what I'll do is briefly to introduce the panel title, which is the Gendered Dimensions of COVID-19 and Higher Education. We have 4 panelists whom together come with over 70 years of experience in higher education in different forms. So it's my pleasure to ask the panelists to please turn on their cameras if they would, if they don't mind, and to really explain that this panel brings together 4 papers, one of which has been co-authored. But the 2 of the papers examine the impact of the pandemic on learners, while the other 2 explore the issue from the general perspective of women as academics. And so with these papers, we're going to address some of the issues that have been, that have arisen within the pandemic from a gender perspective, and also provide recommendations for the future mitigation of disruptions to higher education from a gendered perspective. So it's my pleasure. And in the interest of time, like I said, together the panelists bring over 70 years of experience in higher education. So that means that if I'm really going to do justice to each one of them, we'll spend another 5 hours just going over their CVs. So I invite you all to look them up on LinkedIn or other spaces and get to know more about them and engage with them and follow them on social media if you are on social media. So I'll begin the introduction first with Mame Efua Adazikum, who is a law lecturer at the Faculty of Law at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, Ghana, and a PhD candidate at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. And correct me if you've completed, I know you were almost done, so you can correct me if that has taken place. The second speaker, so Miss Mame's paper looks at the title of her presentation is a survey on e-learning experiences of law students during COVID-19 in Ghana. So she focuses on students. The second paper is co-authored by scholars Mary-Ann Isabriye and Patricia Isabriye, PhD. The paper focuses on creating an enabling environment for digital learners in Uganda. Mary-Ann Isabriye has over 25 years of experience working in academia, high school and university, program and training, design, implementation, and evaluation in non-governmental organizations. From 2011 to date, she has provided oversight and supervision in training and development in Peace Corps, Uganda. Welcome, Mary-Ann. And her co-writer and author is Patricia Isabriye, who has over 13 years experience working in the nonprofit sector in East and the Horn of Africa, during which she supported and implemented humanitarian development programs in Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, and South Sudan. The third paper will be presented by Dr. Sherry McFarland. The title of her paper is The Impact of COVID-19 on Women's Education in Sudan and Beyond, a gendered perspective of smart cities and a viable approach. Dr. McFarland has been at the Regional Institute of Gender, Diversity, Peace and Rights at Akfad University for Women in Omdurman, Sudan. And prior to that, she worked at the Defense International Agency, where she specialized in geostrategic intelligence issues that affected the US and Africa interests. Last, but definitely not the least, is Professor Plummer, who is presenting on a paper Working from Home During a Lockdown, Gender and Familial Status on Service and Academic Productivity During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Dr. Plummer is an associate professor in the Department of African Studies and the Director of Undergraduate Studies still in the Department of African Studies at Howard University. Her research and interests focus on African political economy, transnationalism, and Sino-African relations. So panelists, welcome, thank you very much. Each person has 15 minutes to present. We will go through all 4 presentations, and then we can open up for Q&A. I invite all listeners, please use the chat box for any comments, questions that you may have, and please stay with us so all presenters have presented, then we can open up for Q&A. So it's my pleasure now to hand over to Ms. Mame Efua Adazikum.
Sorry. Can you all hear me now? Yes, thank you once again, Professor Dawuni. I'll be speaking on a survey of e-learning experience of law students during COVID in Ghana. And Schaefer and Redmount said, innovation in legal education comes hard and limited in scope, and permission and generally dies young. And this is what triggered this study for me, as in, is this statement really true for legal education today? And so that's the basis for which I undertook this study. So in this presentation, I'll be looking at the background, the methodology briefly, the results and the discussions, which is the main portion of the study, and then some recommendations and conclusions that came about. And so I'll not belabor the point of the fact that there was a pandemic of which Ghana, which also came into Ghana in March. Following that, there were closures of universities in Ghana. And so it triggered the transition to e-learning in all universities in Ghana, but I'll be focusing on KNUST, in particular, the Faculty of Law. Why am I looking at illegal education, if you can call it, in Ghana? It is first of all to test that narrative about whether conservatism is still entrenched in legal education, even in the face of a pandemic. And then the second reason is also that one said that the rapid switch to online learning, however, is not truly an online experience, but a pedagogical triage. So then I also wanted to know if for legal education in particular, this statement is true for that. And then finally, when you look at literature on e-learning in Africa, most of the literature speaks about the prospect. It's only upon the pandemic that you have, studies like mine coming up, bringing to the fore empirical data on the practical experiences that were generated as a result of the pandemic. So the methodology that I worked with, I used a cross-sectional online survey design, and then the study is also exploratory and descriptive. The setting, like I said, is the Faculty of Law, KNUST, which was the second faculty to be established. It offers law programs at both undergraduate and postgraduate level, but I focus on the undergraduate level, which are the LLB students. And for purposes of this study, there needs to be this distinction to understand the nature of the students that we deal with at the faculty. We have those we call regular students and those we call part-time students. They are not part-time per se, but regular students are usually those who are doing law at their first degree at the undergrad level, and so have their classes during the day between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. while the part-time people are doing law as a postgraduate degree, either as a second, third, fourth degree. And so they work during the day at their various workplaces, and they come to the faculty for classes in the evenings from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And so those are the groups of people that were considered or were used for this study. And at the time that I was doing this study, the student population at the faculty was 837. And then also the way in which KNUST transitioned into e-learning was that when the pandemic hit, we were in the middle of the second semester. And so the remainder of the second semester, we used e-learning or online platforms. And then when we resumed for the new semester, we employed a hybrid method where we did in person at some point and then online at some point. So at the time I submitted the abstract, there were about 144 responses I had received. But when I closed the survey, there were 204 students representing a response rate of 24.4. And then the sampling was through simple random sampling. I used an online questionnaire created through Google Forms. The link was distributed through the class reps onto their WhatsApp group pages. And in Ghana, WhatsApp groups are more effective and faster in communicating with students than emails. And so, which is why WhatsApp groups were used. And then the survey was also active for a period of 15 days. 2 reminders were sent to them. One was sent after 24 hours when they received the link, and another was sent after 8 days. It took approximately 5 minutes to complete their survey, and then there were a mixture of questions, both questions.
Mami, I don't hear you.
I think my connection. Right. So in analyzing my data, please, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. In analyzing my data, I used descriptive, I generated both qualitative and quantitative data because of the nature of the questions I asked. And so there were descriptive statistics was used for the quantitative, and then thematic and to some extent content analysis was also used for the qualitative data. Anonymity was preserved, participation was voluntary, and all the ethical issues were taken care of. The limitations of this study is that, first of all, it focuses on only one institution, and so you cannot really generalize to the larger Ghanaian population of all law students in Ghana. And then also postgraduate law students were not covered, and so they could also have peculiar issues within online learning, since their study or their curriculum is largely research-based, and they may have different issues. And then also this study focuses on students' perspectives rather than the views of the lecturers. Now to the result and the discussion, the demographics, as you can see on the screen, and there are more female respondents than male, even though at the faculty there are more male students than female students. And then when you look at the age distribution of those who also responded, majority, about 70%, are within the ages of 16 and 23, which reflects the age group of those in the regular stream and who are younger, who are largely Generation Z people and are digital natives, as compared to those who are 24 years and above, who are millennials, boomers, and may not have the time as the younger ones. And so when you look at the regular students who participated are more than the part-time students. And then when you look at the level of studies also, you realize that there are more first-year students that answered than second years, than third years, than fourth year. And it's also, I think it's also because the first years had more time on their hands, and they had not yet become susceptible to what we call survey fatigue, where they have been bombarded with surveys all through their life in the university, like the final year students. And so at some point in time, they are tired, and then they also have busier schedules. So they were asked before assessing the devices that they were used, whether they had a device. A majority of them said that they had. Some students said they did not have any device, and so they had to share with people. They had to sit with somebody when online classes were going on. But most, quite a number used their laptop. Just about 4 people used tablets, and nobody used a desktop. Now, online, the e-learning platforms were a lot, especially at the beginning when we transitioned. That was because KNUST had yet to subscribe to Zoom. And so at the time when we were in the early days of the transition to e-learning, there were lecturers had to use platforms that were suitable for them. So we had Zoom, we had Skype, we had Moodle, we had Microsoft Teams, we had the KNUST virtual class, and then we had others like Google Meet. And so if you look at the graph, you realize that all 204 students chose Zoom, because by the time this survey had been rolled out, Zoom was used throughout the university. But then the distribution for the others depended on who your lecturer was and what they preferred. Now, to the level of satisfaction, we asked 5 main questions. And these 5 questions sought to ascertain whether they enjoyed it and what they enjoyed about it. So how effective they thought it had been for them, how the university had been helpful, how their lectures had been helpful, what they enjoyed about online learning. Now, the first 3 questions are seen in this table. I use a 5-point skill question. And so you see the frequencies, you see the percentages, you see the mean, and then so I'll go straight to the explanations of the figures in the table. Now, when they were asked whether they found online learning effective, the mean score for that was 2.9, which means that majority of the students found e-learning to be slightly or moderately effective. With a mean score of 2.4, you realize that when it comes to the institution, that is KNUST and the Faculty of Law, they found that they contributed either moderately or slightly helpful in enhancing their online learning experience. However, there was quite a high mean score of 3.3 when it comes to the individual lecturers helping them in assisting their online learning experience. And so they found that most of the lecturers were moderately helpful and very helpful in smoothing their online experience. Now, they were asked whether they enjoy online learning, And they were given these 4 options, of which 53 said they absolutely enjoyed it. 75 of them said that they enjoyed it, but they would like to make a few changes. 64 of them said that they did not enjoy it because of the challenges that they had, and 12 said they absolutely did not enjoy it at all. And so the next reasonable question to ask for those who enjoyed was what they enjoyed about it. And 4 main themes stood out: convenience and flexibility. Now, when I did a quick content analysis, I realized that about 27 of their responses used the word convenient or convenience, or a variant of that, in speaking about what they enjoyed about it. And these are some of the quotations, verbatim quotations that some of the students said. Because of time, I will not be able to read them. The next one was accessibility, where they said that they were able to access the lectures anywhere they were, whether they are at work, whether they are at home, whether they were in their rooms, whether they are at their hostels. And then also when the lectures were recorded, they could access it even after the lecture, where they missed it for some reason or the other, or they didn't properly understand it the first time, they can go over it. And then interactivity. So when we talk of interactivity, 3 main issues, the comments that they gave. And in all of these, there were about 223 comments that students gave about the reasons why they enjoyed it. And of them, 3 of them stood out for interactivity, saying that a lot of people most people participated in the online class, especially also because they were faceless. So it gave them confidence. Like one student says, the student said, it helps me contribute in class better since I'm a shy person. And so some people found that it boosted their confidence. And then some people also felt that everybody got equal attention. And then time and cost effectiveness, commuting to class, the hassle of traffic, especially for the part-timers who will be heading towards the faculty at 5 p.m. when most people have closed from work, and then 9 p.m. heading home late, the risk of, in Ghana and in Kumasi in particular, where Kia University is located, there have been issues of robbery of late. And so, there's a scare, and then there's a cost issue and all of that inconvenience. And so they found it to be time and cost effective. So the challenges of e-learning, internet connectivity and insufficient data stood out. It is either you have sufficient data but poor connectivity, or you have good connectivity but insufficient data, or you don't have sufficient data and you don't have internet connectivity as well. There were other challenges like signing in, navigating the online platform, concentrating during lectures, because, for example, in Zoom, some people will not mute their microphones, and so you have a lot of background noise in there. You hear hens, dogs barking, people talking, children playing, TVs. It was an interesting experience having online in the early days. And so these challenges also reflect, especially internet connectivity, where the literature on Africa speaks to the fact that internet connectivity is the #1 challenge of e-learning in most African countries. And so when they were asked which mode of learning that they preferred, most of them said that they prefer to have a blended form of learning rather than having an only in-person or an only online learning experience. So they were asked, based on their challenges, to give recommendations. What would they change about it? And they gave quite a number of recommendations. They first said that all classes should be recorded and it should be mandatory. And this is because some lecturers prefer to record their class and give them to the students after the class. Some did not. And so they prefer that all the recordings will be given to them, especially where students are unable to join in, not because of by choice, but because the internet connectivity is poor and they could clearly not follow the class. Data allocation. Now, what happens in KNUST is that every month, all students are given, when you are admitted into the university, you are given a Vodafone SIM card, which is one of the networks in Ghana. And on that Vodafone SIM card, you receive 5 gig of internet data every month. And that is woefully inadequate, considering if you have online lectures for, if you receive if you have online lectures for a week, that's woefully inadequate. So they wanted an increase in the data allocation. They also wanted to expand the data rollout. Now, the issue was that most people coming to the university already haven't subscribed to their preferred network, whether it's Vodafone or MTN or whichever other network. And so rather than the school signing a contract with just one network and giving everybody another SIM card, they would want the students to be able to register their numbers so that the university contracts with the various networks and gives you that data with your network, so you don't have to change your number simply because you have been admitted to KNUST. Then we have training for students and especially lecturers, which came up a lot. And that was because most of the students in their responses stated that they realized that some of the lecturers, especially the older ones, found it difficult navigating the platform. And so it frustrated the entire lesson, entire semesters for some people. And so sometimes the lecturers in response just, set aside the entire online experience and then called for in-person class. That frustrated them. They also requested for blended learning. They also requested that we explore other alternatives because Zoom, according to them, was giving them issues, and that they prefer that Google Meet should be considered by the university and the faculty. And then also to adhere to teaching modes as scheduled. And what they meant by that was that what happened in KNUST, for example, in the first semester of the last academic year was that we're going to have in-person classes for the first part of the semester until the mid-semester exams are taken. After the mid-semester exams, which were taken in person, the rest of the semester was going to be held, was supposed to be done online, and then they will come back and write in-person exams. But what happened was that during the period where the university had designated that only online learning should be going on, because of the difficulty with the online platform, and coupled with the fact that some lecturers were not also conversant with using Zoom and all of that, some lecturers would insist that they come to class for lectures. And so you'd have, for example, a student having one class, an online class in the morning, in-person class in the afternoon, another in-person class in the afternoon, another online class following thereafter. So it was even worse because you had to switch in a day a couple of times, and it was inconveniencing. And then also adhering to the hours for online classes. And one of the reasons why they stated that, what they meant by this was that although there was a timetable, some of the lecturers went outside of the timetable because it was now online. So some classes started as early as 7 a.m. Even though lectures at the faculty never start at 7 a.m., the earliest class is at 8 a.m. And so they wanted lecturers to stick to the timetable, regardless of whether we are having online learning or not. Then they also spoke about that certain topics they think should be taught in person regardless. So the complicated ones, but that's relative depending on the course, the view of the teacher, and the view of the student. And then those who initially stated that they did not have devices were stating that the faculty or the university or both should consider setting up a fund to assist them so that they can acquire laptops. For that, I would want to say KNUST had already initiated a process like that, but it was for the whole university, and it was for a few people who knew about it, who could get access to laptops. And then the teaching pace, some students were complaining that teaching was faster online than in person because especially where the person is just, giving out information or giving the presentation, they run through the presentation and then the class ends without giving room for Q&A. And then another issue that came up was that we should have online assessment, or we should plan for online assessment, being that if we are having online classes, we should have online assessment. We shouldn't have online classes and come and have in-person exam, for example. So then they called for having online assessments. So if you are going all online, you should go all online. And then the Wi-Fi strength. So even though KNUST has Wi-Fi on campus, it is not very strong. And so when school is in session and everybody logs on, it is extremely slow and very frustrating, and you cannot rely on it to either teach or learn. So basically, these were the recommendations that came up. So initially, when I started, I was saying the statement by Schaefer and Redmount was what triggered it. And so would I say that there's still conservatism in legal education? I would say yes, because as I speak, or even at the time where I was undertaking the survey, most lectures were being held in person, and online lectures had probably been pushed to the background, and life was going on as normal in our faculty. And then from the findings that also came up through, the student preferred, although they enjoyed e-learning, because of the challenges that came up with, they prefer that we would have blended, so that the strengths of one will compensate for the weaknesses of the other. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mami, for that introduction. So I would like to move on to our next presenter. And I kindly ask that we try to keep to our 15 minutes. I know that was a lot of information and very interesting and informative data. So thank you very much. Let's try to keep to the 15 minutes so we can have time for Q&A. So I'm happy now to call our next presenters, looking at creating an enabling environment for digital learners in Uganda. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Dawouni. So I'm not sure if there's anyone in the morning hours, but good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Ann Isabidie, and I'm a distance learning student from Uganda Management Institute, Kampala in Uganda. It has been exciting to hear so much insight, experience, perspective, and research from this interaction today. I'm not going to use PowerPoint. I will share my insights, and I co-authored this with Patricia Isabidie, who might have an insight or two to share with you if the time allows. So the COVID-19 pandemic struck across the world, wreaking havoc on world economies, including institutions of learning. And in March 2020, the president of Uganda issued a televised directive to all educational institutions to temporarily close down for 42 days in an attempt to control and contain the spread of COVID-19. To date, all institutions of learning in Uganda have remained closed. Institutions that were economically advantaged devised creative and innovative ways and planned for and implemented classes online and organized to teach children in controlled homeschooling environments. These were majorly high-end private schools. The less advantaged schools have had their students sit and wait to date to have schools reopen to no avail. For higher institutions that are majorly governed and supervised by the government, any alternative forms of study from the approved institution schedules require approval by the National Council of Higher Education. That and the Ministry of Education controls, and these form barriers to accessing education. This presentation will provide insights and perspective from Uganda on some barriers, opportunities, and strategies related to the COVID-19 pandemic and higher institutions of learning in general. Much of these insights are from me and my peers' experiences as students of these institutions. So I'll start with the barriers. It's clearly evident that the COVID-19 pandemic is not gender blind, and it has impacted on the lives of both boys and girls, men and women across the globe. Girls and women, though, have faced the brunt of the pandemic much harder in Uganda, like in so many developing countries. Some of the challenges include, and are not limited to, the below. We have had health-related issues because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Boys and girls, men and women fell sick as a result of the pandemic and could not study. Students were infected and affected by the pandemic, which impacted on their learning. At the height of the second wave in March 2021, the president pronounced again that all institutions were to close and all students to return home. Note that school had been suspended in the first wave in March 2020 and just briefly reopened. For some students in higher learning who had just started their exams this year, like some of us, we were required to stop those and go home. In addition, Many students in higher institutions of learning struggled to meet the demands of study due to the pandemic and struggled with the mental trauma of deaths that were openly shared on social media platforms. These were students, majorly the females, who doubled as carers for the sick and as a result were exposed to the infection. We've also had challenges accessing vaccination. Up till late this year, the COVID-19 vaccine was offered in Uganda to specific vulnerable groups in which the student population did not fall. Fortunately, in the last couple of months, there has been a call for all students over 18 years and teachers to get vaccinated. The added burden, however, of queuing up to access vaccines is a put-off for many students who double as caregivers at home, yet have to attend to online classes. Students dropped out of school. Some of these students of higher learning doubled as employees or owned businesses, and they lost jobs and businesses and have remained unemployed as a result of the pandemic. It has been worse off for girls and women because where there is a choice, their male peers will have the advantage of maintaining their jobs and keeping businesses. I have female peers in the institute who doubled as teachers and lost their jobs because schools have been closed for about 2 years now. Many have since dropped out from their studies. There has also been a challenge accessing the requisite digital tools and internet, and many of the panelists have talked about this. Even when some institutions started and maintained distance learning opportunities through distance learning, access to these opportunities for especially girls and women became a challenge due to lack of requisite technology, data, knowledge of digital learning, and the tools. Many of these resources will be redirected to boys and men over the girls and women where a choice will need to be made. World Bank research shows that in many low and middle income countries, women are still 8% less likely than men to own a mobile phone and 20% less likely to use the internet on a mobile device, which would limit their capacity to keep up with homeschooling materials and study. Much has been said about the gender digital divide, and a UN study shows that women in many countries are 25% less likely than men to know how to leverage ICT for basic purposes, even simple arithmetic formulas in a spreadsheet. Research has also shown from some of our countries, from Uganda especially, that parents provide access to digital technology at a later age than their male peers, and that their access is more curtailed or surveilled. In Uganda, information technology has been a preserve of men, and even with numbers of girls and women who are learning and using digital skills, the gender digital gap still exists, with women struggling with a lack of digital tools and the knowledge to navigate some of the available learning platforms. Many women in higher institutions, myself inclusive, will reach out to their male counterparts for assistance in ICT-related topics. And where they cannot access this support and struggle to keep up with studies, some eventually give up and drop out from courses that are ICT-related. We've had increased unpaid care. According to the International Labour Organizations, women do 3 times more unpaid care work than men. Institution closures increase the level of women's unpaid care work with a potential impact on their learning. Women took on multiple roles, and during the pandemic, and as caregivers to the sick, put themselves at a risk of contracting COVID-19. Many have further taken on the role of teachers and instructors, supporting homeschooling of their children while doing online studies. Some have had to take on extra work where it is available to support men who lost opportunities to earn when they lost businesses and jobs. Some of these women are students at institutions like mine and currently struggle to balance online studies and their roles in the new normal. This has increased a toll on them, which has impacted on their learning. I also like to speak to the opportunities. Much as the pandemic has contributed to challenges to learning, there are some realized opportunities for growth and learning. Many of us have realized quality parenting care and self-development. Parents have become more involved in the lives of their children and supported their homeschooling and reinforcing of family values. Women who play more of the nurturing roles as primary caregivers to children have established structured time and schedules to support their children's learning at home, which they have equally taken advantage of to study and create other learning opportunities. I know of women, friends, who have learned new skills in baking, tailoring, hairstyling during this period, and are using this to enhance their economic status. I'm also aware of women who have taken advantage of this pandemic to finalize on their studies or start online degrees. Patricia is one of them. We've also institutions have established robust distance learning platforms. Many institutions are working on strengthening and establishing distance learning platforms to transform the education system and ensure access. Several institutions in Uganda of higher education now subscribe to the Open and Distance Learning System, shortened as ODEL. This comprises open learning, distance learning, and e-learning. Institutions are training their staff to use digital tools to ensure digital learning. This is evidenced in my institution. The Uganda Management Institution Distance Learning Department, which I attend as a student, already had an established platform to manage all the institute's distance and online learning programs. This needs to be replicated by the whole institute and other institutions. Another opportunity is improved skills in digital learning. Men and women have actively embarked on improving their skills in digital learning and navigation of the available tools where there is access to the internet. More people are studying online and garnering experience in their knowledge of navigating the online space, and others enhancing their digital skills in many ways. A few strategies as I wind up. We need to look at distance learning solutions. The Ugandan government, through the Ministry of Education, is responsible for education institutions, and it can work to ensure diverse distance learning solutions, cheaper options like radio-based and TV programs in resource-poor environments to support continuity of learning. It's also important to dismantle gendered stereotypes about digital skills and enable access for girls and women. Institutions can further develop and create foundational courses on e-learning and online study. Parents and institutions need to engage with both young men and women and allow them shape the decisions about their education. This can be done by including them in the development of strategies and policies around school closures and distance learning opportunities based on experience and needs. How about online safety? As the required institutions and ministries work towards gendered access to online study, it is important to address concerns around online safety in the design of online distance learning. In addition, training girls and women, especially on online safety, can equally help mitigate potential cyberbullying, harassment, and abuse, like is the case these days. I'm also looking at subsidies and waivers. Educational institutions have been hit hard economically, but they can institute policies to waive some tuition or subsidize tuition to enable students, especially girls and women hard hit by the pandemic, to return and enroll. Other subsidies can take the form of provision of internet data to enable access to online classes for institutions that have reopened. Accessible vaccination centers against the COVID pandemic. This is a big thing in my country. The required ministries, such as the Ministry of Health, can work with institutions of learning to encourage students to access these centers and get vaccinated to allow full reopening of institutions in a safer environment. Our government leaders have intimated that the economy can only fully reopen if we have half of the eligible population get vaccinated. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, gender inequalities pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on higher education may exacerbate gender inequalities that are already deeply entrenched in Uganda. It is therefore important to proactively develop policies to support girls and women to realize much needed support in institutions of learning to minimize issues encountered in accessing learning. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Marianne. This is wonderful, a great build-up from Ms. Mami Adazikum, who gave us a general perspective from Ghana focused on a law school. You have gone us through the general perspectives, but also honed into the gendered perspectives as well. And so with that transition, we're going to go on now to Dr. McFarland, who is also going to hone in now. The next two papers will be looking at it really from a gendered perspective. And Dr. McFarland's paper is titled The Impact of COVID-19 on Women's Education in Sudan and Beyond, a Gendered Perspective of Smart Cities and a Viable Approach. And I kindly ask our audience, please feel free to type your questions in the Q&A box, and we will get to you soon once we're done with the last presentation. Dr. McFarland, over to you.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm going to attempt to try to share my screen here. Okay. All right. As was stated, the impact of COVID-19 on women's education in Sudan and looking at smart city initiatives in the country of Rwanda. So I did want to just open up with a few comments about an article that I read in researching these issues. It was an article that was written in the International Journal for Research and Science by Dr. El Taib. He works at the Mashek University in Sudan. So the first part of the presentation will, of course, focus on Sudan. And his article highlighted the various responses that the Sudanese higher educational community had towards the current pandemic. And they were very diverse in nature. Many schools suspended all academic activities, whereas some schools had the capabilities to convert to online course offerings rather than face-to-face interaction. Now, the Afad University, where I spent the last 9-10 months as an assistant professor, they were among the schools that had to suspend all face-to-face interaction. They do have course offerings online, but it's very few. It's not as robust as it should be. So they suspended face-to-face interactions at both the undergraduate and graduate levels. In later months, however, they began to stagger student attendance by dividing students up into shifts, meaning 1 month undergraduates would be able to take their exams and go face-to-face, interact face-to-face learning. And that took place when I came to the country in January, because they started the dividing students in shifts probably around September of 2020. But when I came in January, they had started to move toward, like I said, making it more face-to-face, but dividing it on a monthly basis. And some schools were interacting, dividing their students up into weekly shifts. 1 week undergraduates would be able to attend school, and then the next week graduate school students would be able to attend schools. But AFAD would do it on a monthly basis, and that's actually when I came. But at first, face-to-face was all suspended. Amidst all of the challenges that occurred because of the pandemic, AFAD responded also through community activism. Community activism is a strong part of their mandate. Students and faculty are compelled, encouraged to participate in national and local development through research and learning. So everyone is encouraged to engage in community activism. Out of this community activism that occurred in response to the pandemic, the AFAD School of Pharmacy and Health and Sciences, as well as the AFAD Science and Technology School, partnered up with local businesses to produce a much needed hand sanitizer, which was in short supply and very expensive. Gels, serums, and sprays were then handed out free of charge at community awareness campaigns, led by both the AFAD University for Women students and faculty. Such efforts led to the creation of a volunteer initiative called Edina El Bilad, which means Country of Helping Hands, or Hands for the Country, which is it supports a health care project using scientific approach. Now, although AFAD University for Women does offer, like I say, online course offerings, it's not as robust as it could be. Many other schools were able to, convert very quickly because of their robust, they had already implemented some online course offerings prior to the pandemic. And like I said, AFAD University, like many other universities across Sudan, as well as much of Africa, of course, they were negatively impacted, as we've continued to talk about throughout the course of the day: lack of appropriate infrastructure, rolling blackouts, and the like, and of course, high cost of internet packages. But the universities that had the more robust course offerings oftentimes utilize Moodle, email. Moodle is an online digital platform. YouTube, of course, WhatsApp, and Zoom. These have all been talked about throughout all of the panels that have been, all of the discussions that we've had today. But also the University of Khartoum, University of Shindi, and the other universities that have more robust online course offerings benefited. They've experienced a lot of benefits due to online course offerings. One is the filling in of employment gaps. So that was one benefit. If you lack a professor that's available, you could do pre-recorded, recordings that were done beforehand. It also provided space for online discussions and support for electronic library services. Also, I did want to highlight another issue that was brought out in my research. It was a a particular cross-sectional study done at the medical school at the University of Jazeera. And it focused on, most of the participants were women, as you can see, 220 of the participants were women. The other was 151 males that participated. And they talked about the issues that they experienced while they were having access to online course offerings. Of course, they missed face-to-face because of COVID, and they missed, the face-to-face interaction. But many of them complained about being unfamiliar with e-learning systems, which was already discussed in prior presentations, technical support limitations, and time flexibilities in terms of technical problems while taking online exams. And of course, the internet bandwidth and connectivity limitations was a major issue there. Okay. And then the next study that was also, I wanted to highlight during this presentation, was a study that took place at the University of Bihar. It was 132 students that participated in the study, and two professors that weren't, professorship wasn't well represented here, but I did want to highlight the fact that 74% preferred face-to-face learning due to the fact that they had no internet during the COVID and currently don't have it right now. 25% didn't have a personal computer. 35% did not have e-training. And then I also wanted to highlight, and it was also briefly discussed in several presentations, that the professors that were fairly up in age pretty much resisted teaching online because of unfamiliarity, lack of familiarity with e-skills. They had not been trained in e-skills. So one of the recommendations from the fallout of this study was that it should be a required professional development at all learning centers throughout Sudan for faculty and staff to get training in e-skills. That way it will contribute to the betterment of the learning environment. Students will feel more comfortable with it. Professors will feel more compelled to use it as a teaching mechanism. So one might ask, what role does the government play in all the promotion of women and educational empowerment, the promotion of e-learning, distance learning? Well, in a place like Sudan that has attempted to come out of years of protracted war, hyperinflation, I've lived there for several months, and one item may cost 400 Sudanese pounds 1 week, and that same item would be 1,100 Sudanese pounds. And the same thing goes with purchasing the internet. And so, and high costs with ICT infrastructure, all of these things play a role. So because Sudan has been hindered by years of protracted war, the bulk of women's educational empowerment, the bulk of the funding for education will come from the public sector rather than the private sector, because war-torn, post-conflict communities tend to have less business investors. But unfortunately, because Sudan has undergone a military coup as of October 21st of this year, e-learning for women, women's educational empowerment will be very much hindered because of Prime Minister Hamdok, and the civilian arm of the government was put on house arrest. And there's a number, and I'm sure many of the people that are part of this panel and those that are in attendance are well aware of this. But I'm very hopeful, and some members of the international community are very hopeful, that through international pressure and internal pressure to return back to the trajectory towards civilian rule will be implemented, and the civilian arm of the government will be reinstituted, because the civilian arm of the government was answering the call from the Sudanese Women's Union to enforce or promote a quota, a 50% quota for women to be represented at all levels of governance. And because of, so this is very, hopeful, maintaining hope in spite of despair. So that's what's going on. So to end on a higher note, I'd like to look at the case study of Rwanda. Rwanda, the way forward. Kigali Innovation Center, the Silicon Valley of Africa. So one might ask, because KIC, that's the name of it, is an innovation park. One needs to ask, well, what is the actual exact definition of smart cities? Smart cities, it was a phrase that was coined in 2005, between 2005 and 2008 by IBM or Cisco. And it kicked off a decade of confusion. There are so many definitions that surround this term. And to make matters worse, you have various programs and projects that have been mislabeled concerning what is a smart city initiative. So first you need connectivity, data generation, and a heavy involvement of the public sector. What is the definition of smart city according to the Rwandese government? According to the Rwandese government, a smart city is a compact, connected, socially inclusive and resilient city that leverages the power of technology, data, and innovation to improve the quality of its citizens and the integration of urban management sectors. So let's look closely at KIC, the Innovation Park. Now, KIC is an innovation park that will be located on the outskirts of Kigali, and it's supposed to be a place where academia, government, and industry are supposed to connect with one another. And so the African Leadership University is a part of KIC. The students will be at African Leadership University, and they will be in close proximity to factories and industries involved so that innovation can occur. The ALU's mission is to promote Pan-Africanist education through innovation so that smart city solutions can be developed. Now, I've had the pleasure of connecting with project leads over the past couple of weeks that work at the ALU, but unfortunately, because of COVID, the interaction between the government, the industry, and the academy at the academic arena has not been able to take place because Rwanda has been on a 5-month intense lockdown. They're just now coming out of it. They still have a 12 a.m. curfew. So this interaction is too early in the game to look closely at gender dimensions of smart city initiatives, which is where I want to go with this research. So I just wanted to mention that during this presentation. Also, the Carnegie Mellon University of Africa is also a part of KIC, which also has the same mission as the ALU, but theirs is focused more on producing creative, technologically strong engineers that will be trained to deal with problems within the African context so that smart city solutions can occur. So I just wanted to close with Rwanda's positive report card, because Rwanda is a positive place for women's empowerment, educational women's empowerment in terms of technology. It also leads the way in terms of having the most women in parliament in the world, not just on the continent of Africa. It is home to, I should also mention the Carnegie Mellon. Also, I just want to back up here and mention that the Carnegie Mellon also has a women's club that is very focused on producing women engineers, teaching women about artificial intelligence. So all of these positive smart city solutions are taking place in Rwanda. Like I said, it's home to the Rwandese Women's Coding Academy. It has made a pledge to increase women's and girls' enrollment in technical and vocational educational training. It's host to the African Institute of Mathematics, which focuses on recruiting a balanced cohort of women and men for training in the sciences, science, technology, and engineering. And also, I just want to say that with women being in parliament, women definitely have a say-so in educational empowerment for women, particularly in ICT, because the minister of ICT is a woman. So Rwanda is definitely the way forward for women in technology. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. McFarland, for taking us through developments in Sudan, helping us to understand the conflict as a very strong variable. And I look forward to further development of this paper as you look at the gendered aspects of the smart city. So in the interest of time, I'll hand over now to Dr. Plummer, whose paper is going to look at the topic from work from home during the lockdown, gender and familial status impact on service and academic productivity during the COVID-19. Dr. Plummer, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dawuni. This afternoon, I will focus my remarks on the ways that the COVID-19 pandemic abruptly shifted the home and work lives of academic women and how colleges and universities can implement policies to mitigate the negative impacts of COVID on women. To most of us, the struggles of navigating a health crisis, working full-time outside of the home, working full-time inside of the home, and keeping an eye on our research productivity, especially in comparison to our male counterparts, is not a particularly groundbreaking observation. The particular challenges that women academics have faced over the past 20 plus months are a continuation of a legacy of differences in promotion rates, salary, and workload between women and men. This phenomenon has been well covered in the literature. However, as Bathsheba Guy and Brittany Arthur argue, and many others more recently have argued, academic motherhood during COVID has taken on a whole new meaning. This is in line with women in all sectors, not just education.
Dr. Plummer?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so your screen share is gone. We can't see it.
Oh, I'm not sharing the screen.
All right, good. Sorry.
I'm keeping it simple. Studies have shown that divisions of labor between women and men demonstrate that in households where women work full-time and in some cases are the primary breadwinners, they are also expected to carry out the majority of household duties. I want to begin by illustrating how the shift to work from home model immediately impacted me as a way to show the compounding pressures of research, teaching, and service on a single individual. When the lockdown began, I was caring for a small child, teaching a full course load, finishing a manuscript, carrying out a number of administrative responsibilities, and mentoring students. This has become the standard. There were no boundaries between the personal and professional. This is what Ilaria Bancouri calls, quote, the virtual invasion of the home space within the currently increasingly ambiguous space of the workplace, which has given rise to the never-ending shift. As family members were being laid off, we had to figure out how to make dollars stretch beyond our immediate household. The prospect of falling ill and dying created a heightened sense of anxiety and fear that was debilitating at times. The worry that our futures were uncertain took a toll on me. Despite these challenges, I still expected myself to function as smoothly and as productively as I had prior to the lockdown, and deficiency on my part was a personal failure. I bring up my case as an example of one experience. I later found out that I was not the only one. I learned in my interactions with colleagues and later from data on productivity during the pandemic that the situation was grim for many of us. It was clear that our academic lives had changed because of COVID. It included pivoting to online instruction, virtually advising and counseling our students at higher than normal levels, travel restrictions, putting holds on field research. Caregiving duties absorbed much of our energy and time. A non-exhaustive review of the literature on productivity during COVID provides a snapshot of the situation. Tsui et al. Found that in the 10 weeks after the lockdown in the United States, although total research productivity increased by 35%, female academics' productivity dropped by 13.2% relative to that of male academics. This is in line with the Chronicle of Higher Education's report on the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women and caregivers in academia, which cited that women had a harder time balancing time between family, household, and work responsibilities. Krukowski et al. Examined academic productivity differences by gender and child age in the STEM fields and found there was no significant difference in the hours worked per week by gender. However, faculty with children under 5 years old reported that they had significantly fewer work hours compared to all other groups. Women's article submissions decreased significantly, while men's productivity metrics did not change. Faculty with 0 to 5-year-old children completed significantly fewer peer-reviewed assignments, attended fewer funding panel meetings, and submitted fewer first authors articles during the pandemic compared to the previous period. Similar trends have been seen in the humanities and social sciences. Even though I focus on the gendered aspects of productivity during COVID, it's clear that family status negatively impacted output for both women and men. So the question remains, what can we do to recalibrate a culture in academia that renders the paid and unpaid work of academic women invisible? The impact of the lockdowns and shift to work from home will be felt for many years to come, as many of us are clamoring to make up for lost time and catch up on missed work. Furthermore, it's important to acknowledge that the pandemic is not over, and its fallout in terms of a decline in professional outputs is also shadowed by personal hardships and traumas that many individuals and communities are still grappling with. The compounded adverse impacts on groups based on gender, race, geographic location, class, and familial status will continue. And as members of academic communities, we should urge our institutions to acknowledge that we can't return to business as usual, and our institutions should set new standards for how to address this crisis and respond to future crises that are sure to come. I was lucky to work with a group of women in the African Studies Association's Women's Caucus to work through these questions over the past summer. I want to thank Drs. Harmony O'Rourke, Beth Ann Williams, and Seppo Masango Sherry for spearheading a project to bring the issue of COVID-19, gender, and equity in academia to the forefront of our minds as we navigate the effects of this period. I want to share some of the recommendations that were developed as a part of a statement issued by the caucus. Our first set of recommendations is for colleagues engaged in institutional policymaking. Many schools responded to the disruptive impacts of COVID by offering faculty an extra year of tenure time and graduate students an additional year of funding. These measures are a good step in the face of the traumas and challenges of the past year. However, these policies are not universal across institutions. And in many places, faculty have to choose to opt in by reporting specific impacts of COVID on their lives or work production. This creates a dangerous divide in which the burden of reporting, including details of family life or other personal concerns, falls more heavily on those most burdened by the pandemic itself. This reality and the valid fear of potential reprisal or judgment within an institution may cause faculty to choose not to ask for time extensions or report the reality of their situation, making them manage this COVID crisis without support. We advise that schools provide tenure and funding relief measures uniformly across campuses without mandating requests from specific faculty. Similarly, for institutions accepting COVID impact statements, we recommend that this be requested uniformly across campus as well. We also emphasize that giving more time is not enough of a response in itself. With the effects of the pandemic continuing well into this year and likely to extend for years, still both in the US and especially in Africa. Finally, we advise our senior colleagues and institutions to research and correct historical gendered imbalances in income and accrued retirement earnings for those faculty who have delayed promotion and tenure to create a family life. Stopping the clock may treat faculty of all genders equally, but it has not proven to be an equitable practice. I'm going to cut this short so we can have a Q&A. We also urge our male colleagues to seek out and step into mentoring roles to serve as advocates for the measures detailed above, and to actively promote the value of emotional and relational labor in our institutions. Part of the burden of this pandemic and the inequity as it has highlighted include having to prove or justify its effects. We are asking our male colleagues to actively collaborate and help manage the establishment of the above policies at their institutions. These recommendations are just a start, and my hope is that we can collectively and creatively reimagine academia as an inclusive space that values all types of work and honors work-life balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Plummer, for making us land in good time for Q&A. So to my panelists, once again, thank you all so much for bringing such wonderful perspectives, great perspectives, backed by data, backed by evidence, empirical or otherwise. This has been a very informative panel. And so I want to open now for questions. I know there were a few that were put in the Q&A box and they've been answered. And so if you have any questions now, please feel free to raise your digital hand or still type in the chat box, and we will take those in turn. And so as we wait for questions to come through, and in the interest of time, I'll take my privilege as a moderator to ask a couple of questions one per each presenter, and that way we can start the conversation. So with Mami Ifwa Adazekom, thank you for your evidence-based research from Ghana, particularly the law school at KNUST. I wanted to find out from you if you observed any gendered patterns. I know that the response rate from women or female students was higher than male students, but in terms of the outlook and the experiences and the recommendations, if you observed any particular gendered patterns to those. To Ms. Isabire from Uganda, I know that somebody put a chat box question in the Q&A for you about your advice, what advice you would give to President Museveni. And I think you've answered that, but if you want to voice that response so that everyone else can hear, that would be great. And Dr. McFarland, I know you also ended up on the notes that you haven't looked at the gendered aspects of it yet, but I wanted to find out what your response would be to a general question about these universities that are created in a country on the continent, but then called Africa. So for example, the Carnegie Mellon University in Africa, or the Smart City University that's being looked at, built in Rwanda, having the title Africa. So this is not gendered, but I just wanted to have your perspectives on that. And Dr. Plummer, thank you really for sharing your personal experiences and more so your leadership within the African Studies Association. It couldn't have been a bigger platform than that to really touch in and lean into the experiences of women academics on the continent, across Africa, and also in the United States. And so I'd like to hear more about what, if any, of the responses you may have gotten when you, as the co-convener of the Women's Caucus, sent out that statement. So one for each person, but I'm gonna, even though I put these on the table, I see there's a question here, and I would like us to take that first. So Sharon, I'm not going to mention names. So the authorized, well, I think it's in response to Isabire's response. So if you didn't look at the question, you may be confused, but she's saying that I'm not surprised it's an unspoken burden upon women who are being, quote unquote, silenced with similar concerns globally. So I think we may have to have that question to understand why she counter-responded that way. So if there are no other questions, I would open up now, starting with Ms. Adazekum, your response, please. Thank you.
Right, for my study, I haven't particularly paid attention to any gendered patterns, so I cannot make any comment on that just yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I figured that, so thank you. I wouldn't hold you to that perspective too strongly, but overall, very interesting findings about the realities in Ghana. I'll let Ms. Isabire go on next.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Dr. Dawouni. The question was on what I would respond. Was it? What would I tell, what advice I would give the president, right? Yes. So I mentioned that I would advise the president to avail more vaccines and ensure that these are accessible. So what is happening in Uganda is that we are relying on donations of vaccines, and we have not set aside funds to procure vaccines for the population. So we are relying on donors to give us vaccines to administer to the population. So I would put aside funding. I would make it a priority to have vaccines more available so that we have more people getting the vaccine. I would also make sure that these are available. I would ask him to make sure that these are accessible to the population. What do I mean? Where do we administer the vaccine? Currently, they're in very few specific areas. I would look for institutions of learning that have good enough space. I would look for shopping centers where we have maybe some good number of the population, visit. I would look for playgrounds, maybe, and I make the vaccines available for the population. I would also advise the president to ensure compliance to COVID restriction, COVID mitigation strategies, because what is happening is we have all these curfew rules, but the serious compliance is not there. You still would find people walk without masking, people move without without sanitizing, or just observing some of those very strict adherence to the COVID situation. So I would advise the president that put aside some good amount of money and just make sure, people have access to the vaccines, people have access to sanitizing, people have access to some of these basic things. Make sure people are socially distancing and stuff like that. I would also put aside some funds for some level of economic growth, because the economy has been affected very, very, very hard by the COVID pandemic. So I would advise the president that look at the women, especially some of the disadvantaged parts of the population. Look at the women that are struggling as carers, as caregivers, and boost their income in ways, create credit, microcredit, something like that to boost their businesses. So I think that is just an addition to what I had responded to the earlier question. I'm not sure if there's anything else, Dr. Daone,
No,
that I need to respond to.
Thank you very much. I really hope the government will listen to you, because those are really good points of advice. So thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll move on to Dr. McFarland.
Yes, Dr. Dawouni, could you repeat the question again? You said the title of I just want to make sure, the title of the universities?
Yeah, it was a general question about, when you show the slide, the Carnegie Mellon University in Africa, and also the Smart Cities University that's being built in Rwanda. And my question was, in general, we're not so much focused on the gender aspects of it, but these universities that are built in one African country, in one city, but then has a label Africa, how do you think they will be situated in dealing with specific country issues and broadening those to the larger continent?
Making because of the term Africa being in the title, how would it? I think for African leadership, I hope I'm answering your question correctly. I think it's Fred Swaniker is on point in terms of bringing together young African minds to develop African solutions. Carnegie Mellon University, I see it as they have Cornell there as well. Again, I like what was said the last conversation, the last panel discussion. I am afraid for African development in terms of I like Pan-African education in terms of educating the African mind, taking us back to who we are instead of having an educational perspective of I don't know, Eurocentric, which is permeated the entire world. So when you have Carnegie Mellon, you have Cornell there and various other Western type universities, I'm a little apprehensive, but the Pan-Africanist approach is always beneficial because it's training African minds to think from an African perspective. And I know that Carnegie Mellon says that they want to train engineers to focus in an African context, but I think that the ALU, the African Leadership University, will do more for Africa than only because of its Pan-Africanist perspective, I think. Africa has all kinds of schools from outsiders, from primary education all the way up to tertiary, but they're never taught about themselves. One issue that makes my heart bleed is even at the primary level, they teach history from a colonial perspective, not pre-colonial Africa. The great African dynasties and empires that were there before the coming of the European. So I think with a Pan-Africanist perspective, with the name Africa, then you're living up to its true ideals. But Carnegie Mellon, Africa, I don't know, that's my perspective. I think unless you have a Pan-Africanist approach, that's part of people of African descent's problem currently, and in the past, we've lost ourselves and we kind of go with what's being handed to us, and we're educated in the way that the people that oppressed us have chosen to educate us. So I tend to think that the name Africa, when you say Pan-Africanist education, you're living up to it. When you say it and you don't have a Pan-Africanist curriculum, I'm kind of wondering, but I'm not sure if that answered your question or not.
It did, absolutely did. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. It did. Okay. Thank you. So before I come to Dr. Plummer, so there was a question earlier, as I stated, by Dr. King, directed at Dr. Sibiri, who answered it, but Dr. King is asking that I read a question. And so for that reason, I'll read a question and read a response so that we can move with time, but there's always room for more to be added on by Dr. Sibiri, she so chooses. So Dr. King's question was an excellent presentation. Thank you, Dr. Isabiri. In Uganda, is there resistance to accepting the vaccine based on cultural beliefs and hesitancies, particularly among women who interact with multiple generations during this pandemic and beyond? And Dr. Isabiri's response was, thank you, Dr. King. Yes, there is resistance to accepting the vaccine with lots of myths surrounding their use. Women, for example, have intimated that the vaccines will affect their fertility and therefore hesitate to accept it. Even with demystification of these myths, there is still resistance and hesitation. So I hope that answers the question and the answer. Thank you, Dr. King, for posing that and reminding me to read it in the Q&A box. Thank you. So Dr. Plummer, coming to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I think we have realized that the game has changed in terms of labor in the academic market, but the rules have not changed. So to answer your question, yes, this statement, our research has been well received, but it's the change in culture within academia, within individual institutions is cross-cutting. So yes, leaders at the top can engage in change, but members of faculty on hiring committees, on promotion committees also can, reframe what this moment means in terms of what research activity is seen as most productive. So for example, committees should acknowledge that increased workloads of transforming courses to remote learning, is a form of production, right? The mentorship burdens of faculty, helping advise students navigating online spaces, navigating the traumas within their own lives is very important. Additionally, we should expand what it means in terms of what our scholarship looks like. So for example, seminars like this one should count as, meaningful research. Op-eds, digital content that people are producing should count as scholarship. And this is important because who is contributing to knowledge production and who is not has reverberations beyond this period. If women are cut out of the academic labor market because they're either not being promoted or they're not being hired because the casualization of labor, that will impact the narrow scholarship broadly. And it's not just scholarship dealing with women's issues, it's scholarship across the board. So this is a critical moment, especially, as we know with climate change, with, broadening disease vectors, that our institutions are going to have to deal with these crises in the future. So we have to creatively adapt to this current moment, but also what's on the horizon.
Thank you very much. So that is a wonderful end to a wonderful panel. If I say so as a moderator who is biased towards gender issues, I'll lay out my biases very clearly. But with the 3 or 4 minutes I have left on this panel, I really want to thank each and every panelist. I know that some of you are in time zones that is really bedtime now, but it's been a wonderful, enriching panel. I really am happy about the fact that we've talked not just about the challenges, whether it's for student learners or women as academics or women in other spaces in urban cities, as Dr. McFarland has discussed it. But each one of you have also come up with recommendations that are broad and cross-cutting. We're looking at recommendations that have been propounded by students themselves in the case of Ghana. We are also seeing the opportunities and positive indications based on Dr. Isibire's presentation that shows that in addition, apart from or aside from the challenges women are facing, they are also using the challenges as an opportunity to learn new skills, to go back to school, to have quality time. And of course, we're also seeing in the case of Dr. McFarland that despite the challenges in Sudan, despite the conflict and the current coup situation, there are other opportunities that we can look across borders to learn and hopefully be able to bring to Sudan and other places a Pan-African perspective to dealing with our local problems. And of course, Dr. Plummer has shown us the challenges that women in academia have faced, balancing the multiple roles that they have to carry, but that she has provided us with very good recommendations on what can be done by administrators, by decision makers, by women academics themselves, but most importantly also by our male colleagues who should be allies. And really important that women are tired of having to justify their existence, their being in the multiple and intersecting loads they carry, but that we could do with more understanding, cooperation, and allyship by our colleagues, our friends, and everyone within the communities we find ourselves in. So that really is the fact that women, when faced with challenges, find solutions. And you all have shown us that there are many solutions to this ongoing problem and that we shall continue to rise and to do the best we can for our communities. So thank you so much to Dr. Kamara and the organizing committee once again. Thank you to the tech people behind this symposium, and I'll mention the name, Ms. Anya Ueno, and also to the students, the participants, and all who have been part of today's event. We wish you a very wonderful evening wherever you may be, and we hope that you join us tomorrow for its continuation of the symposium. So thank you all, and I hand over to Dr. Kamara.
Thank you very much, Dr. Downey, and thanks to your entire panel for this very informative and reflective series of presentations. This reminds me of when I sat with my mother and my sister, because I grew up between two women, my mother here, my sister there. And when we started talking, they always reminded me of this: without mothers, there are no sons. So definitely the partnership that your team, your panel has raised, that must exist, must be developed, must be nurtured between men and women in the academia and beyond. should be the responsibility of both sides, and we listen to one another and we support one another. And this brings us to the end of the first day of our symposium. And from the welcome remarks by Provost Wuto, the Chief Academic Officer of our university, welcoming all participants and panelists on behalf of the MECA, to the keynote speech by the African Union Permanent Representative to the United States, putting in context the truly Pan-African vision that is leading us on this project. To panel 1 on policy considerations in digital learning, panel 2 on innovative approaches to digital learning in Africa, panel 3 on language learning and inclusivity in virtual education, and the executive roundtable on why Africa and African and diasporan institutions must work together, how we can and should frame our transcontinental collaboration, and what should be our next concrete steps towards the planning and implementation of the Pan-African Digital Consortium. And last but not least, panel 4 for today on the gender dimensions of COVID-19 and higher education. So colleagues, thank you very much all for all your very valuable contribution, and we look forward to tomorrow and beyond tomorrow to keep the momentum of the symposium going and work on the next steps and push this project to its realization in a timely manner. Thank you.